The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. By the time this week's matches are over, all 8 of the world's strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang team would have already faced each other. Nakita na ng ating mga koponan kung paano sila kumagat sa hamong itaas ang lakas. Nakilala na rin natin ang ilan sa ating mga unsung heroes. At unti-unti nating natututunan kung ano nga ba ang Philippine meta. Pero kung meron pa tayong dapat abangan, yan ang mainit na bakbakan. Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and welcome to Week 4 of MPL Philippines Season 11. Now, to jumpstart the halfway point of our ongoing regular season, we're gonna take a closer look at Renegade and his role for his team. What exactly does he do to break the code? And how will he fare against the Hive, especially now that Flap TZ is now back to his M2 form? That's what we're gonna find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International versus Bren Esports. Eto na, casters, pasok!
The Hitman has quite the assignment on behalf of his new employers. Tonight, the code rewritten collides with last season's underdog sweethearts. Welcome, my boy, at your service. My name is Leo, here with Rockheart and Midnight, and we're bringing you Week 4's opener. Gentlemen, how are we?
We're doing great. And I love that we're at almost the halfway point where we can really dig down onto these small details, like what these specific players do in their roles.
I mean, I cannot believe that we are in Week 4 right now. It feels like, you know, I woke up earlier in the morning and I thought it was Week 2. Now it's Week 4, and we're about to witness again World Championship teams in both Blacklist and Bren.
A lot of questions are going to be asked, and to be fair, going back, let's say, 3 or 4 months, right? To say that Blacklist is signing Renegade was already a pipe dream. But to now be here in this reality, questioning what he can bring to the table to help this World Championship lineup, you know, reclaim the crown, if you will, is something else entirely. But first, let me remind everybody, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIMREG and get free 3 gigs of data. Now, back into the action here. When you take up that mantle, when you sit down and play with Blacklist International, you can't help but ask, why would we need you? This lineup is a dream team. Like, why Renegade?
I understand this because Blacklist International just has so many accolades already that you know they only pick up really high caliber players. So I hope that by today, we'll be able to finally iron out why he is in that roster.
Speaking of lineups, we have a quick headline. We've got some movements between MPL Philippines and MDL Philippines, all right? TNC's Saksha Jago and Riku are moving over to MDL Philippines. Follow MPL and MDL pages to stay up to date on player transfers and other league news. So that's both on social media and the respective websites. Now, back into the action here. Midnight, your thoughts on Renegade being part of Blacklist International?
I mean, it was the question before he joined Blacklist International. Like, why would you do that? You know, what would be the requirements for them to replace Edward with Renegade? And I feel like it comes with variety when it comes to the playstyle of Blacklist International, because we've seen time and time again the Ube strategy played by the Aegis, and it feels like for the majority of their tenure or era, it has worked for them, but teams started to catch up, and I feel like this is a nice change-up for for Blacklist, so that if ever they need be, to change up their lineup, to change up their playstyle, Renegade is there to introduce that type of different flavor on their on their lineup.
And that's a code written. They're going up against Bren Esports here first, and later on tonight it's going to be Echo versus Smart Omega. Let's go into the data dive that happened this week. It's actually a lot about the numbers, right? Kills, assists, neutral objectives, and you'll see this posted on the MPL Philippines Facebook page. I have to be honest, a lot of it surprises me when you look into it, right? Some of them might actually pop up during the match, right, as those little tidbits. I'm not sure exactly how these numbers affect our league, especially at the midway point. I think I personally like looking at data after all said and done, but I guess there's a lot that can be said during the halfway point, which we're approaching.
Yeah, actually almost the halfway point, which means that teams will start facing each other again for round 2. And that's very exciting to watch out for, aside from the data dive, obviously.
Yeah, very. It's. I was thinking about what you said earlier. There's a lot of different stats on the table here for MPL. Like for example, Wise, he has one of the highest objective takes out of all the leagues, and I feel like it's become a huge factor for Blacklist International in securing these games wherein you don't feel like they're winning. It's the Wise factor.
Yeah, and I think one major number or stat we have to look at is Renegade's win rate, right? We've been asking the question in many different ways since the show started. What exactly does Renegade do for Blacklist International? And he's sitting at a 75% win rate when he's playing for Blacklist here in Season 11. So that's 4 weeks of competition. I guess the sample size is still relatively small since he is switching over, subbing in and out for Edward, Agent Zero. Now, the question, Midnight, you introduced this earlier. He could be the catalyst for a change in the code. He can be like the extra 0 or 1 in that whole line that Blacklist has written in. Now, how different are they exactly, right? How will this play into their current matchup? Either of them are playing against Flapteasy.
I guess I'd say Edward and Renegade, they have very different play styles, but I feel like for Renegade, it also became a factor when he joined Blacklist International that he also changed his play style. Because the dynamic with Renegade is that he used to be, the aggressive player for Next Play Evos. But now with Blacklist International, I see him as a punching bag. There are a lot of times I see Renegade just, casually die in front of a team just to make sure that Blacklist has an entry point. And he even commits immortalities just to make sure that they're able to get that. While on the other hand, you have Edward, who has higher kill participation, higher team fight participation for Blacklist International. This is what he does. He controls the waves. After he clears the minion waves, when you react, he joins the fights. So there's no change there. And I feel like it's Blacklist's decision to adjust Renegade's playstyle so that they fit into a different category wherein, Coach Master Basics would likely say that, hey, we don't have this. Renegade, if you can, do this for us.
Yeah, actually, the real thing here is Renegade is the shield, Edward's the sword. I think that I can get into that later on.
Interesting.
Yeah. The stats actually show it a little bit, but we can explain that later on how usually Edward's the guy who uses Benedetta, who goes to the back line. Yeah. And Renegade, he likes to start the fights.
Yeah, I'd like to double down on that. Echo the fact that Renegade does play much like the Shield. The Hitman is becoming the Hit Me Man. Right? Again, in Season 11 alone, very iconic. He's glue. He would just jump in. It's like, all right, my immortality pops, sure. I'll split, I'll survive. And yeah, Edward, again, we've seen so many sides of Edward throughout his tenure here in MPL Philippines since he went pro. And I can't wait to see, again, even now, it's up there. We've seen Blacklist International in Season 11 start with Renegade and start with Edward. Here against Bren Esports, I'm not sure who they're going with because in the minds of Coach Ducky and Coach Vren, anything goes.
Yeah, it's definitely a different ball game. You know, if you're Flaptizi, there is a change when you're facing up against Renegade and when you're battling it out against Edward.
Yep. And with that being said, let's go ahead and give this match a little bit more context. We're about to throw it over to Manjin Faldas. He's at courtside, and he'll try to give us a little bit more of an inside scoop in this upcoming matchup.
Pasabog ang naging pasok ng Blacklist International ngayong Season 11 kasama ang kanilang mga bagong players at sinabi nga nila na bagong code. At kapansin-pansin ito hanggang week number 4 dahil ever since nang nabuo itong koponan ay mas madalas natin silang nakikita na nagsiswitch up ng players. Specifically si Edward, Agent Zero, and the Hitman or tinatawag nating ang bomba na si Renny J. To tell us more about sa pagsiswitch at sa ganitong type ng strategies, tawagin natin ang kanilang coach na si Masters the Basic or si MTB.
Hello.
Yan. Hello. Coach, wait. Saglit, Coach. Saglit lang, ha? Yan. Alright. Alright. Masters the basics. Hello?
Hello.
Alright. Alright. Ang tangkad. Ang tangkad mo? Okay. Masters the basics. Paano mo ba nadidetermine kung sino ang maglalaro? Paano ba dinidetermine to ng team kung si Edward ba or si Renny J?
Sa ngayon, Jack and Poy lang sila.
Jack and Poy lang sila. Ganun lang.
Hindi, sa totoo lang, ngayon kasi dahil nga bago yung team, bago yung player, so inaalam pa rin namin kung sino yung magbe-best na mag-fit sa ginagawa namin.
So parang kinocode nyo pa, kumbaga. Yan, kinocode nyo pa rin. Alright. Ngayon, ano ba ang difference pwede mo ba kaming bigyan ng description ni Edward at ni Renny J? Ano ba yung main difference nila?
Siguro, pinakamadaling, parang reference na lang is parang si Sakuragi tsaka si Rokawa. So parehong malakas yung impact nila, pero pag magkaiba ng way kung paano nila ginagawa yun.
Kumbaga mas edgier yung isa, no? Kasi si Rokawa, tapos mas explosive yung isa. Kasi nga si Sakuragi. So saktong-sakto, since pinag-uusapan natin si Edward at si Renny J, ating tawagin ngayon si Renny J. Halika dito, Renny J!
Sama ko dyan, tabi tayo, tabi.
Yan, dito tayo.
Parabot natin si Coach.
Ayan, parabot natin si Coach.
Tangad ni Coach, yun.
Oo nga eh. Renny J, nakwento mo sa akin na talagang nag-iba yung methods mo nung napasok ka sa Blacklist International. Pero last week ay naging pasabog ang laban nyo dahil nakalaban mo ang bestie mo na si H2O.
Hindi ko na bestie yun?
Ano?
Tinalo ko, di ko na bestie.
Hindi mo na bestie. H2, alam namin nanonood ka ngayon.
Ayaw ko na.
Ano ang nakita namin parang pinupuruan ka ni H2 nung laban nyo, di ba?
Halatang-halata eh, no?
Halata eh.
Oo, halata.
Alam mo na yon na tatargeting ka ni H2. Alam mo na yon.
Hindi, kasi magkaibigan kami. Parang pinag-usapan namin yun. Sabi ko, huwag niya akong tatargetin.
Ay, nako.
So, gusto ako pinapatay.
Ayun lang. Ay, ikaw mukhang ikaw talaga. Anong message mo kay H2O na unfortunately natalo kayo last week?
Chamba. Mabawi ako sa sunod na laban namin. Pinagbigyan ko muna kasi kaibigan ko eh.
Okay.
Ayoko ma-down sa H2 kasi kilala ko siya.
Okay. H2, alam naming nanonood ka ngayon. Sabi ni Renny J, Chamba. Chamba daw. Alright, Renny J, kausapin mo ngayon si Coach MTB na game ka ba pa rin sa mga switching nyo ni Edward? Game na game, no?
Game na game.
Alam ni Renny J na
Switch ako ni Coach sa gold eh.
Sa gold na daw,
gold,
payag
gold.
ka, Coach?
Any roll.
Kaso malulungkot si Super Red.
Ay, tama.
Hindi, wag na. Baka malungkot sa red eh.
Sila mag-Jack and Poy.
Alright, payag ka kayo ni Super Red ang mag-Jack and Boy?
Wag na.
Alright, wag na daw. Ayan na mga kaibigan, si Renny J at si Masters the Basics, napakatangkad mo. Masters the Basics. Meron lang ako matatanong, Masters the Basics, kasi nga, malapit na rin, in-announce na rin ang MSC na Mid-Season Cup na daw. And nakita nga natin na meron ng North American region. At alam natin, meron pang isang player doon na Basic din ang pangalan. Sinong mas basic sa inyo ni Basic?
MTV na lang ako.
Alright. Alam nating ang mga agents ay proud na proud pa rin sa Blacklist International at tuloy pa rin ang suporta nila at ang kanilang makakalaban ay umaarangkada ngayon. Ano yung kalaban nyo? Bren Esports. There you have it. Tama. Oo nga pala. Oo nga, nalito na ako. Nalito na ako sa dalawang to. Ibalik na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters. Kayo na muna.
It's nice to hear from both Master the Basics and Renegade from Blacklist International, although it's worrying. It seems like the change in altitude seems to have messed with our friend Manji's head there a bit, but no. That aside, again, throwing back to last weekend's closer, RSG versus Blacklist International, Renegade had a few statements there for his once bestie, H2O, but today, I don't think they even answered the question, right? We're not even sure.
Yeah,
Who's playing?
I understand because as a team like Blacklist, you don't want to reveal that yet.
Oh yeah.
You don't want to say anything about that. I love that Masters the Basic
Manji.
really
Not
tried
doctor,
to
Masters.
really
Plural.
tried to give us an answer there, but obviously it's very unlikely that they're playing rock paper scissors. I was supposed to say the other one.
rock paper scissors.
It's probably really dependent on the play style, and
Yeah.
I love that they switch it up between the games as well, just to throw off the opponent.
There's no real
yeah.
pattern.
Yeah, there really isn't.
This is the the new flavor of Blacklist International. Like they're not super strict anymore. Like the character is there, but they're breaking free. I love the energy between Masters the Basics and Renegade. And you said it. You said it the best. There's still 4 minutes, so Blacklist is not revealing anything.
And in the next 4 minutes, it'll be quite the show because that's the reveal. That's when we'll know what code Blacklist is bringing. And do you guys have any guesses? Or would you have your own preference? Because against Bren Esports, who is definitely on the rise, anything goes here.
Yeah, the biggest advantage of Bren Esports is that they're just so used to playing with each other. They don't have to kind of adjust a little bit whenever people swap out. And they've been doing this since last season. Imagine, like almost 2 seasons nonstop. You guys have been playing over and over again. That does develop some sort of advantage, I think.
Yeah, and that becomes a factor for Blacklist. So I feel like you could go either way. I much prefer Edward, but I also see that there's a version of Blacklist with Renegade playing into Bren Esports, because there's the guy who just wants to die in front of Bren Esports, Renegade, who would want all of your spells to committed onto him, especially with a lot of assassins and fighter heroes on the side of Bren. So it feels like there's 2 ways to go about it. But when it comes to stability, you'd for sure go for Edward.
Oh, well, y'all know who I want to see play. Let's have him come in. Let's welcome Blacklist International and Bren Esports. A code rewritten. A dream to be chased. Which shade of black will we witness here tonight? Let's welcome Blacklist International! The Hive has been busy at work, and the fruit of their labor has been indeed sweet. let's welcome Bren Esports! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Master of the Basics. It's a clash of world champions here tonight in Week 4's opener. And we're about to find out. It's Agent Zero coming in for Blacklist International's opener alongside Super Red, Wise, Oh My Venus, and Yue.
All right, so the standard, I have a feeling that this is going to be the play that Blacklist are going to be going for, right? Agent Zero, just feel out the game. Maybe have the need to swap out, play a little bit more conservatively, and go ahead and put in Renegade.
Yeah.
That's one of the potential things that they're thinking about.
It's kind of like Blacklist gauging whatever Bren can output on game number 1. And I feel like the stability of Edward provides that fundamental foundation to their gameplay to have that knowledge of what would you need to adjust if it goes wrong. You can do something on game number 2. But I really want to harp on the presence of Oh My Venus here in UWID. This is going to become detrimental here for Blacklist because this duo, even though they're not the most aggressive duo out there, they're one of the most stable one, I would say.
Yep, they're clutch, and they're going to have to come in clutch, especially in the mid to late game when they're going up against Bren Esports. They'll be facing off against Few and Ogwin, as well as Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, and Flap Teasy.
Yeah, this is, if there was ever a Bren Esports lineup to make champion, this is it, guys. And I think they've been cooking this for a long time now. And this is a good test. This is a good test for Bren Esports. Can they really measure up to a team like Blacklist? Because if they can do it here, if they can do this in this specific matchup, they're on the road to playoffs.
Yeah, again, they carry a lot of weight here and the weight that they can carry. Just imagine all of these names, they have pressure points for Blacklist International. Super Marco has been that gold laner for this season. I mean, a lot of people would say that they are fans of Super Marco. Kyle Teasy on his monstrous presence on the assassin role, and even Ogwin as a masterful roamer for the side of Bren. And I feel like there's a lot of checklist for Blacklist that they need to check, when you're dealing with this kind of lineup that contrasts what the usual meta is. Because if you look at Bren Esports, they don't follow the meta at all.
Yep. It's weird that you're looking at Master Ogwin and you can't help but remember his Kufra games. Yep. But look, homie also plays a Diggy and an Edith.
Yeah.
With Bren.
Add in an Akai there for good measure. Basically free members of Bren Esports who like to play tanky, then Super Marco and Kyle Teasy obviously having more freedom to play on those assassins.
It's crazy to think that Blacklist is put in a position wherein they would play up against a team that don't follow the meta. It used to be their flavor. It used to be their signature. Season 7, Season 8, up until Season 10, wherein a lot of teams tried to catch up to them. With Bren Esports, they didn't adjust. This is the the playstyle that works for them, and it has been working phenomenal, especially for Kyle Teasy, who has still been playing those assassins.
Yep.
And it's something that Blacklist needs to deal with. That's why I love the presence of Edward, because he's used to this position. Whatever you throw at him, he is playing that fundamental role of just controlling the the minion waves and looking to fight at all overall.
And if you're playing in a meta wherein Fredrin is key and it's a team that barely cares about Fredrin, then what now, right? So master the basics. Dexstar, they have their plates full against Coach Ducky and Coach Bren, who I'm pretty sure as well are having the time of their lives, right? So we're going to see all of this unfold when we begin the draft. But first, let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst for the keys to victory.
Very important match for both teams at para manalo ang bawat team over the other. Tingnan natin yung mga keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Let's look at the Blacklist International first. Alam natin na kailangan nilang i-focus yung mga heroes ni Few. At siguro mag-watch out na rin dun sa mga utility na picks niya. For example, nakikita natin na nag-flourish ang Bren Esports pag nakuha nilang Selena para kay Few isang signature pick. Pati na rin yung Faramis. And when they cannot get the Faramis, kumukuha sila ng Valentina. Sabihin na natin standard naman yung mga mid lane pickups na to. Pero kung paano laruin to ni Few for the utility to help help his teammates. If you recall, maraming mga games na at mga clash na ipanalo ang Bren Esports dahil dun sa mga clutch na galawan ni Few with the saving Faramis ultimate, for example, o kaya naman nung nanakaw niyang Faramis ultimate gamit ang Valentina. That's what you have to watch out for against Bren Esports. Para naman sa Bren Esports, sa kanilang pagkapanalo, mag-secure ng mga setters para kay Ogwen para kontrahin yung Ube. Nakita natin effective to against Blacklist International when they went up against RSG Philippines last week. Doon sila naguluhan nung may mga gandang mga setups na ginugulo yung formation at tempo ng side ng Blacklist International. That's what Bren should be doing. And for both teams, kailangan nilang mag-punish ng overextending XP laners. We know na disiplinado itong dalawang teams na to, but there will be times na yung 4-1 moves, cross-map plays na ginagawa ng mga XP laners for the team, yan minsan pwedeng i-punish ng kabilang team over the other. That's what you have to watch out for. At yan ang keys to victory ng dalawang teams natin, brought to us by Infinix.
I don't know how that happened. It's like we work together. It's like we've been here at desk for years now. It's because what we were talking about, setting up for the metagame that Bren Esports has, fits what the keys to victory are. And now comes the question, all right? Not exactly sure if the keys to victory spelled it out clearly for y'all folks, but Diggy is going to be up for grabs here.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very hot commodity because both Oh My Venus and Ogwin want this little owl baby, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Coach Ducky finally over his Diggy phobia. And we're going to be able to at least have a chance to experience that. Now that he's actually back from a very long vacation from the start of the season.
Yeah.
It's very ironic that we see Bren, trying to contest for the Diggy. They used to hate that hero, now they love it, especially in Ogwen with his performance. And, it's important to highlight this. Ogwen is only second to Venus when it comes to Diggy performance. Like the stability of the stats from Season 10 up until now, he is only second to the Queen.
That's really saying something, right? Considering how proficient Oh My Venus has been almost exclusively using that hero in the past season. Right? That's really saying something.
And I guess Coach Ducky, Coach Bren would rather not deal with this, all right? So they take that out, axe out the little owl man, and go ahead and ban out the Faramis, the Diggy being on the play, while Blacks International, Coach Dexstar, Coach Master the Basics, they take out the Fanny and the Glue.
This is one of the reasons why I'm actually going to miss Coach Bren.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing, okay? Bren's first pick. So I do feel like it's something that they've considered. They don't want to be playing into a Diggy because you're forced to either get Valentina or Fredrin. Snatch away the Fredrin. So it feels like Bren Esports, they understand the assignment that they're not going to be able to get the Diggy here because it will be first picked by Blacklist International. If you open up, the Diggy pick up against Master Basics, it's basic for him to just straight up pick up the hero. So I love the adjustments coming out from Bren. Now the question is, will Fredrin be first pick? Because consider this, Kyle TZ is primarily playing the assassin role. Although it can go to the XP lane, it's not something that Bren favors very, very much.
Well, one of the reasons why you would ban out a Diggy is if you want to pick up big-time heroes like the Atlas, going over to the Rome. That's actually a pretty good idea. People have been disregarding that hero for quite a while now.
And they understand this. Bren Esports, they know that we have the Atlas, we have the Kufra, we have the Cho. These are heroes that, as amazing as the Queen is, are not in her arsenal.
Ooh, 1-1.
Oh my goodness.
What?
We
no!
go back.
We didn't notice!
We go back to the 1-1 era. By the way, Joyce open for Edward.
Yeah.
And also Estes.
She's back!
1-1 has been, I think, 100% banned.
Yes!
All season long.
Last week, it was the first time that Fredrin was snubbed. Now, 1-1 makes a debut!
Well, snubbed first phase.
Exactly.
It was still banned second phase.
All right.
It's a hero that, usually loves drafts.
But there was one game,
Yeah.
Blacklist and RSG, wherein he was nowhere to be seen.
Yep.
No one saw value in him,
Yeah.
as they should.
That's interesting.
All right.
I actually,
1-1!
this is a little bit of a shocker.
Okay.
And now we're going to have to be reminded
Ooh.
why heroes like the Wan is going to be banned out. I think you mentioned why, right? Just
Yeah.
so strong in the laning phase.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, just has no counter almost.
I love this answer from Blacklist. Again, you pick up the Joy because it's open, and now you give Yue the Valentina. The most played Valentina out of everyone.
Yep.
He played almost, I think, 16 games. 14 games out of the hero. And, it's a specialty.
She's great. She's great. Opens up a lot of options for Blacklist. And kind of pigeonholes Bren into certain heroes that
Yeah.
might want to avoid giving over hot ults.
Was Yue using the Valentina at the times that he stole, like, I think 2 Lords or something? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There was a time there people were missing their
Oh!
retributions. Okay. Fredrin, Lolita. They're the ones who pick up the Lolita. Surprisingly, I would have loved to see that Lolita against this Wan Wan, and I think that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, this is really, really great from Bren. They're already expecting that Estes will likely come out from the side of Blacklist International. That's why you see, a composition that primarily fights 5v5 engagements. So there is that idea for Bren Esports, but I don't think the Queen is going to waver in front of this. We've seen time and time again the Estes not really care at all about, how strong your team fight is. As long as they get off their spells, they heal the important heroes, they're going to be able to go with that. And one thing is for sure, this Joy is a problem for Bren because it's a hero that doesn't mind playing into these immune, crowd control heavy lineups.
And it looks like they understand that. It's either you ban out the Rafaela and the Estes so that you really just make sure the Queen picks a certain hero that you're okay with, or you just don't care at all. And I think by picking up the Melissa, they're playing on that axis. I actually like this.
That's true. And again, Oh My Venus is just one of those people that you can't really ban against. So they have no problems leaving this guy up until the last pick.
Oh, yeah.
Just has such an ocean of heroes.
Also, in before, they also pick up the Eve.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say unless they pick up the Eve
It's
here.
not banned out.
So yeah, there's still 3 heroes.
Because look at it this way: if Bren Esports wants the Queen to play, okay, Eve's out. So Bren Esports, they most likely want the Queen to be playing that Estes, right? Because there's no way that they're gonna be playing Eve here on the side of Blacklist International. So Blacklist is already prepping that idea wherein they can pick up the Eve on the second phase. So they draft these heroes that are strong in group ops. So Bren Esports, they're under that impression that if that happens, they already have this Lolita. Because guess what? The Queen has no heroes left. What would you rather pick for Blacklist International? The the Lolita's already out, the Digi's out, Promise is out. There's no one left on attack here for Blacklist. So I feel like both these teams, they're already under that impression that the Queen will be playing that Estes, and this gives Bren the advantage because they've already drafted a heavy teamfight lineup, and I think Claude would soon follow up, either a Claude or a carry for Super Marco. But one thing is for sure, there is that idea where in that last pick of Bren will be critical for them in countering this Estes. I would even dare say that the Kadita is a possibility here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But overall, because of these bans and picks,
Never mind.
These are 2 heroes.
Oh,
we were
man.
saying, hey, Momshu can play this.
You pick that? Nope.
Nope.
It's Blacklist that bans it out too.
Never mind.
So
I am so sorry, Master the Basics.
What?
all of this is happening with everything that's happening right now. Basically, Oh My Venus is being forced on a bit of a squishier support, and I don't know if they're gonna be comfortable with that.
Matilda Airlines though.
Oh, what if they ban it out for Bren? Because again, if you're in the shoes of Coach Ducky and Coach Bren, Queen, play Estes. We've prepared this. We do want to fight into that Estes. Now, I just have one question. Where does this Fredrin go?
Again, by being in the blue side.
Oh,
Lord!
This is out.
Okay.
So it looks like the only other reasonable choice, unless there's something we're forgetting completely, is the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda.
Matilda.
I'm preparing.
Unless you go for a Minotaur.
No.
I'd love it.
No.
There she
There
is!
she is.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, basically that lines it up, and we kind of just know what the last pick is going to be. It's going to be forcing Edward into a really tanky hero unless he wants to go for a Benedetta.
Yeah.
Unless, no, that's Wise we're waiting for.
Yeah. Because Edward's already playing
Edward's,
Joy.
sorry.
Unless Wise wants to play Joy.
Yeah.
Also not impossible.
No, or the Valentina.
So for Bren, you are... Oh, there is a Barats! There's a Barats
yeah,
inside of
Barats.
Blacklist.
All right, there you go.
I actually like the Barats here.
So if they go Barats for Wise, I think for Bren,
It's very classic.
you go... It's confusing because there is already that Fredrin, but the Kyle TZ most likely would want to play an Assassin. Hayabusa is still open. And also, Gushun? Never mind, Julian.
Julian's on the rise. We've been seeing more and more Julian in the
Oh
past
my goodness. All right.
weeks.
Scary.
Is this a jungle Arlot though?
Likely. Unless you're right. No, it's a toss-up. Arlott, Fredrin, XP lane, jungle.
Julian could go jungle.
Julian mid, I think. Then jungle.
You never know, you know.
Ah!
Few might be pulling out some Arlott games in his right RG.
If I know El Capitan, he's gonna play the Julian.
yeah. It's the most magic bursty hero. So.
I do like this because these two heroes are great against Barats. Unless Wise goes Guinevere again. Oh!
It's Alice.
Never mind.
Not a surprise anymore.
Against 1-1 though,
It's gonna suck. The first 5 or 6 minutes,
yeah,
like
there is that chance wherein the 1-1 just, goes great, goes ballistic
it's
in the mid game.
gonna be again. There's a reason why even now, right? Years after her release, she's still one of the most banned heroes in the league.
It's just crazy strong, having the ability to just zone away your enemies without even trying to zone them away. Just your mere presence is scary enough in a way that they don't want to fight into you, but they have to.
And don't forget, Blacklist also very much running a very squishy composition.
Yep. How's that squishy composition looking for you, Rockhard?
Yeah, that 1-1's gonna have a fun time.
Yeah,
man.
you're the only guy that went for the agents.
Yeah, and for all of y'all who enjoyed our smart power predictions, at some point in the game, a poll will show up, and you only have until the timer runs out, folks. Comment your prediction with the hashtag PowerIsSmart. One lucky person who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. All right, I'll have to play a little on the fence here. Despite the 1-1 debut, despite the relatively soft lineup the Blacklist has fielded, I think they can pull it off.
Yeah, they're very magic heavy, which means they can actually destroy a single target in quite a short amount of time. As long as they aren't gonna ube it up, which will be strong in the early game, but good luck in the late game.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? FlapTZ is playing the Arlott.
Yeah.
And we see Kyle TZ on the Fredrin.
And that confirms our suspicions, and this shows a little bit of growth for the young Kyle Saison. I like actually seeing him flex into the non-assassin junglers.
Question is, will he be able to, lane against this Joy? Because there's no crowd control. You cannot reset the second skill unless you mess up like Edward just did. So, he kind of messed up.
Yeah.
So he got comboed by, the Arlott. But it's not going to hurt him because he was able to clear the wave.
I actually really want to watch that 1v1 because I'm also seeing FlapTZ's battle spell. It's not Petrify, it's a Flicker.
Yeah.
Do you like that? Do you prefer that?
A lot of Arlotts these days are going Flicker, but I do understand the need of it against Blacklist lineup because one problem that you have with Arlott is that you don't have any form of escape. And, the thing is, you have to be confident, you have to go with Petrify, but again, this is quite understandable for FlapTZ to go with Flicker because just look at the lineup of Blacklist.
you just don't want to die.
You need to run away from these heroes.
Yeah. And so far between Yue on the Valentina and a few on the Julian that's rocking the Megumi Fushiguro skin from Jujutsu Kaisen.
So good.
I'd like to think Bren Esports has to push their velocity here. They have to go a little faster.
Yeah.
Because again, you're playing against the Jungle Alice.
Yep, and it takes time. Damage is going to become a problem here for Blacklist come the mid game, but also, that is also true for Bren because this time around you don't have that assassin. Although, again, I would say that this 1-1 could go ballistic in the mid game if he ever gets that momentum. And I feel like this is something that Blacklist cannot even contest in the early game because there's a lot of heroes that they cannot deal with at the moment. Like again, the Fredrin, the Julian, even the Arlott. They cannot, they cannot try to contest this because again, FlapTZ is rocking that Flicker.
Well, we saw the turtle take there quickly by Bren Esports. Again, they're pushing that early game advantage. Question though, who's gonna take more damage? Is it FlapTZ or Edward? Comment down below. Join our little promo there. Down bottom, it's interesting. There hasn't been much action between these two gold laners.
That's true. Well, normally we'd see a lot of people just flow to that bottom lane, try to get an advantage over the gold. But not today, especially, I guess it's because of the heroes of the junglers. They're a little slower paced. Even Yue getting caught up with a knock-up there doesn't really matter as much.
I love this. Super Marco already rotating towards the middle lane. He wants to do what Alice's used to do. The double wave. You get all the golden XP on your own lane, and you also get some part of the XP and gold in the mid lane.
Yeah, speaking of just all of that gold, look at Bren. They're just dominating the control of even the jungle. Even the small camps are being contested by Bren right now on the side of Blacklist's jungle.
I think Wise got that. I'm not sure. It was quite fast. But again, this top lane is a hope for Blacklist International. This Joy is detrimental to the team fight aspect of their lineup, especially with 1-1 on the back line. You don't want to be playing up against a Joy. Although some would say that you are a stacking tool.
Oh
That
man,
thought,
look at this. Oh, my Venus is gonna be in trouble here. You went to the rescue, but I think he might pay for it with his life if he's not careful. And Blacklist gonna make it out barely. And again, we're seeing where they're lacking here, right, Leo? You're seeing where their lineup is kind of weak, especially right now.
And again, it's a massive control for Bren Esports. It's one thing to consider that I have to go fast, but it's another to say not too fast, because the punish is very real from Blacklist International. With that being said, Turtle coming up here, and this is great positioning for both teams.
Yep.
I'd still give the advantage to Bren, though.
Yeah, Blacklist though, I would say that this is not a bad time for them because they've been able to farm without any contention for Bren, but Edward though.
Gotta try to go for it, and Wise will finally get it with the Retribution. Getting out safely as well with the full 4-man. Blacklist will retreat with Turtle in tow.
KOJ getting them timings in. I could have sworn the blood flow wasn't off of cooldown. He just used it to check.
Barely, yeah. And so far so good here for Blacklist. I don't know if this is their plan, but they're getting the objectives at least for now.
I mean, this is the downside of having a Fredrin jungle on Kyle TZ. You know, the aggression, the timing, the momentum, the pacing, it's all slowed down. And this gives ample of time for Blacklist International to just get their farm. And, oh no.
It's a different flow though. Look at that. Flap Easy could be in trouble here. Agent Zero making his mark with a first blood at 5 minutes in this game.
And what's difficult is it didn't convert to much unless Bren finds something down bottom.
Yeah, that's pretty big. They take out Super Red. That's a lot of gold being taken out from the gold laner of Blacklist. The tower will go down as well.
All right, I take it back. That was very much worth it. A tower for a life, any day.
It is, you know, Flap TZ just made sure that, okay, Edward's here. You go do something there.
Yeah, Bren, they're trying to make something more here, but they might be cutting it a little bit short. Their skills are on cooldown. Blendo will have a huge Luminon Blast. Locks down to it's Edward all alone against 4 people. Will he be able to make it out alive? I don't think so, even as Joy gets taken out by the Wan Wan.
There is that timing that we were talking about here for Bren Esports. They just slowed down for the first 4 minutes. Now they're getting it back up. You know, this is why I love watching Bren Esports play. They don't stop putting pressure on these lanes that are currently weak. And, you know, Flap TZ, he died on the top lane. Okay, sure. Edward's there. That made an information available for Bren Esports to go for that bottom play. And after that, they converted into the mid lane because they know that Blacklist don't have the firepower to deal with them at the moment.
They were just recovering from last week's 3-man, 4-man Numinal Blast from Light, and now it's Ogwin.
Over again. And maybe that's the point. Psychological warfare, man. Blacklist, though, they're starting up that
there you go.
portal, but it's not going to last long. Gets taken by Kyle TZ. Similar fashion as the last turtle.
Edward.
Oh, man. Edward. We're seeing how Edward is going to suffer here in this game. And Super Marco, again, he's just so safe. He's so confident here, right?
I think it's just a matter of waiting for Super Red as well. That's something that Blacklist has that Bren doesn't. I mean, come late game, this is a scary lineup, but how do you get to the late game?
Yeah, it's also a question of how do you fight into Bren Esports, especially with the presence of Lolita on open.
Oh, man. I think he's going to be able to go it. Oh, can he fly? Super Marco pulls it off. Oh, my V's going to make it out just in time, but I think it will be Edward going down, Wise going in. Damage is just really lacking here for Blacklist.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Flap TZ. It's a 2-man stun. Not enough though, Wise. I don't know, man. The Alice just taking so long to kill this Arla. The Vengeance barely making it. And now Wise all alone here against 4 people from Bren. And then not going to make it out. Oh my God, Oakwood, did you see what he did?
Oh,
he blocked the flowing
Lord.
blood, and that's going to be Super Red suffering as well. Oh my Venus, where are you going to go? There's nowhere for you to go.
Into sure death. Oh, my Venus falls, making it 4 for none. Bren Esports!
You mentioned it, Carl. The mechanics is there coming up from Bren Esports. The block from Ogun, making sure that there is no escape for Wise. Also the timing on the taunt from the Fredrin. There was really no way for Wise to get out of that situation. No matter how great you are, Bren Esports made sure that there was no exit for the agents.
Remember this name, Kyle TZ, now ranked first in KDA amongst junglers in the MPL. Oh, he's going up against the best of the best, the KOJ, the best in the world. This is just prime Bren Esports, dare I say.
Yeah, Kyle TZ sitting at 7 flat KDA.
That's clean.
Now he's about to add more.
Clean as you can get. Kyle Teasy going for the chase. Blacklist not going to go for the bait here. Just wants to go for the push here. Bren Esports seem to be very happy. Edward on the other side of the map.
Again, this is the problem with Blacklist International. They just don't have the firepower at the moment. Now, you can say that you can rely towards UA and Super Red in terms of dealing damage. But again, you go back to the lineup of Bren Esports, there is that Lolita. Now, Edward is, you know, a category wherein we can discuss when it comes to team fight presence. But how do you make a team fight for Blacklist International?
Here's what's weird, Midnight. Look at the build that Edward is going for. Usually we see hybrid, right?
Yeah.
He's built completely damaged.
Yep.
He's still just building that dominance ice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that explains why he's not exactly lasting as long as he should.
Yeah,
Again,
again,
a little bit of armor and everything's just burnt.
it's different category that Edward is playing at the moment. Like Blacklist, they're fighting for heavyweight. Edward had to go for the lightweight. He had to make sure that they had an answer on the early stages, but it's not working at the moment because even if you try to get some backline access, you don't even get to kill Super Marco because the positioning of this one has been phenomenal. Like Super Marco, always consistent when it comes to positioning. He doesn't want to die in the fight, but also make sure that he is in a place where he can just fight.
Fellas, you'll see that RSG emote that Kyle TC brought up.
Oh, man. So far, there's just no one that can catch him. Here's the... Whoa, that was a lot of people flying there. And that's going to be Flap TC going down. He's not even able to make a mark even with that final slash.
That was an amazing play from Yue, the flicker into the ultimate of the Arlot. But it was, it was just the Arlot that died on the side of Bren Esports. Why? Oh, no!
Nice.
You don't want to
That's
lose
huge.
the purple buff on the Alice.
Grand Theft Purple, bro.
Oh,
And,
no.
and it makes so much of a difference, right? Because now Wise has to be a little bit more conservative if they want to go for a fight.
Yeah, he has
Blacklist
to turn
depends
off-
on that so much.
He has to turn off that ulti. You cannot cast that for 24/7 anymore.
Until you can.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for that moment. When is it going to happen? Because looking at the gold, there's a lot of money on Bren Esports. Like 3 of the top 3 are all Bren. But here's what explains what we brought up earlier, right? A lot of damage coming from Edward. Is it worth it, though?
Yeah. That's it. That's what we mentioned earlier, right? Renegade's the shield, Edward's the sword, and he is really sharpening it right here. In the middle of 5 people from Bren Esports playing it around. Goes out with,
I love it.
of course, the Matilda.
I love it. They didn't commit. Ogwin, again, masterful performance. He could have used Flicker there, but they thought, no, we're going to wait for the Lord. This is where we fight 100%. We need to have all our spells because Blacklist is getting to the moment where they can come back.
That's a veteran move, right?
Yeah, that's a veteran move.
That's very, very, the way that you play against high caliber teams. You don't commit whenever you get the chance, You coordinate with your team. Can we go? Do we go? Is it worth it?
Yeah. Again, going back to the point where Edward has dealt majority of the damage for both of these teams.
Yeah.
I do think it's coming from the factor that he has the Genius and the Glowing Wand, which deals through a lot of the HPs that Bren has. But again, you have to convert that into actual team fight. But the main problem is you cannot even participate on a team fight because you have to control the minion waves. Now, if you go for 5v5 engagements, your only target is the 1-1. But you also have to go past beyond the Fredrin, the Lolita. And if you ever get that chance, Blacklist, they cannot even go straight into the fight because again, you have to be worried about the Numenum Blast coming onto Super Red.
And that's a byproduct of not having enough peel. That's why I was wondering, where's the tank items for Edward? And he's just built one, right? There's a Dominance Ice. He's about to build, I believe, an Athena's Shield or a Radiance Armor. He needs both. All right, going up against Bren, who's now what? 8,000 ahead. Oh, Lord, 8,000 ahead with a Luminous Lord marching through.
Honestly, it's so difficult, man. Yeah. And there's no one to catch Super Marco, right? Because of the natural Purify ability of a Wan, aside from the fact that there's almost 0 crowd control on Blacklist.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do?
I'm going to have to apologize, Rockhart. I looked over to your screen just to make sure that Super Marco is leading by 4,000 gold over Super Red.
That's massive. And they're going to have to fight him under the turret here. Don't forget, Lord is on the top side. It's actually very, very good for Bren to split this up as much as they can. Get those damage onto the inhibitor. Inhibitor on top goes down.
Pretty good damage control by Blacklist, though. They could have definitely lost more than just one inhibitor up top. But now it's mid.
Yep, Edward, he's
Edward.
a lot squishier than you mentioned. Final Flash, 3 members are being displaced, but they are able to take out Flap, but at what cost? Inhibitor on the mid goes down.
All right, they're still going.
Still
Edward.
going at it. Edward's still in the middle of everything.
Vengeance,
He's going for
Vengeance.
Super Marco, and the Vengeance actually makes a difference here. Kyle Teasy, he's on the run from 4 members of Blacklist, and he gets taken out.
Oh, that's all that they could do. I mean, Kyle was just buying time for what was, I'd say, a disastrous outcome. I would have said flapped easy for that inhibitor mid, worth it. But now, Blacklist punishes hard.
Yeah, as awesome as the play was coming out from Flat TZ, there was no conversion, there was no follow-up, and Ogwin didn't even want to commit the Numenon Blast. So Flap TZ died, now they transition towards the bottom lane, but Blacklist gets what they want, you know, that the division in the team fights, Ogwin was nowhere near Super Mario, and Edward was able to go ham onto the 1-1. That's what you want for Blacklist International. If Edward gets his hands on the 1-1 and Bren is distracted towards the other players of Blacklist International, then this joy could work, because Wise is already soaking up so much damage from the 4 players of Bren, and Edward can 1v1 against the 1-1.
Brethren, working is an understatement. I believe it is buying Blacklist back the possibility to win this game.
That's true.
I stand corrected. It's actually an oracle that he built, which I think is better.
Yeah.
That is better. More sustain, gets that lifesteal back
Cooldown
up.
reduction.
Cooldown reduction. It's pretty good. Edward really becoming the sword here for Blacklist. But I have to say that earlier pickup on the Wan, that might have been a once in a blue moon opportunity.
Yeah.
In this lineup.
It was pretty hard for Edward to go to go on that, because everything had to be perfect, you know. Super Marker out of position.
Oh my
nowhere near.
Venus.
Venus. Ooh.
Has to commit so much to get out of there, and that is huge. That's a big advantage for Bren Esports in this coming Lord.
They go back to the formation again. Ogwin near Super Marco, and to think that Edward also has the Vengeance out there. Ooh.
Oh man, that was
Damage.
close. Again, they're baiting out ultimates here. I don't think they want to go for the Lord.
Made the call. That's it. They're going back.
That's a call.
This is still hard for Blacklist. Again, that late game factor is near. They do have the damage now, but when it comes to positioning yourself in a team fight, it's really hard to do that, because Bren Esports, even if you try to go on somebody, they can react immediately, and they have damage as well. And you saw what happened to Yue earlier. There is that sufficient damage for Bren to just take out one on the side of Blacklist. And you don't want that. You want the 5v5 engagement if you're Blacklist International, because you have to check that checklist that we had earlier. Edward goes in, 4 of you fight into the 4 of Bren, so that he gets a baby time, I would say, with 1-1.
Baby time.
And baby time. All right. So on the bottom lane, obviously Super Marco going to free hit this up. No more inhibitors left here for Blacklist. It's going to be the fight around the Lord. Who's going to pull the trigger here? LTZ, he's trying to bait, see if he can get someone with the energy eruption. He catches Yue, and I think at this point the final slash going to take so many members here for Blacklist. And I think there's no way they can stop the Bren Esports members. That's a 1-0 for sure.
Swift victory by Blacklist. By Bren, that is, because Blacklist showed some signs of life. I'd say towards 13, 14 minutes when Edward started to find Super Marco. Yeah, that's where I'd say Blacklist put a dent on this game. But just as quickly, Bren Esports snapped back.
Yeah, almost is never enough in those moments. I mean, there was, again, a small shining moment where maybe, just maybe, they could have made something happen.
It's not a 0%.
You know, we have to go back to that Alice pick where we saw the weakness on the lineup of Blacklist. There is that timing that they have to be worried about, because Alice takes a huge time to come up online, and Edward was put in a position wherein he had to do everything. He had to check all the conditions, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough for Blacklist because they didn't have the firepower. And come the late game, the timing was there, but the execution was not, because Bren, again, their lineup is meant to fight 5v5.
And I'd count that as a blessing, the fact that Bren Esports didn't pressure Wise as much, right? That whole 1-1 Alice thing really didn't happen up until, I'd say, the late mid-game.
Yeah.
So it could have been much worse.
Yeah, a lot better if you think about it, if maybe the Barretts went in. That's what I'm thinking, right? I mean, too much late game potential could not be done for Blacklist's lineup.
Well, it's your turn, Midnight. Do tell us exactly how this happened. What did Bren Esports do to win Game 1?
Well, it actually is a matter of playing into an expensive lineup with a much more aggressive composition. Bren Esports, again, they took game number 1 against Blacklist International, and we're here to break it down how they're able to do this, especially with this composition wherein we saw Bren Esports field in a Fredrin for Kyle TZ. This is not the usual flavor that we see from the Hive, but it worked. What they needed was the front line for the 1-1 to make sure that there is no threat coming out from the side of Blacklist International to deal with this gold laner. Now, they did have the Joy on the side of Blacklist, but there is also that problem of damage. Looking at the composition of Blacklist, there is the Alice, there is the the Melissa, but when it comes to outputting damage on the side of Bren Esports, you also have to be worried about the presence of Ogwin. Because even if you do have the items, even if you do have the damage, the Bulwark is going to become a problem. And also the fact that if you want to fight 5v5 engagements, there is that Numinum Blast coming out from the Lolita. So in a way, they got cornered here by Bren Esports. And I'm not saying this just because of the fact that they lost to Bren Esports, but just looking at the lineup, there's just so many utilities coming out from Bren Esports. Even with Flap TZ, with that Arlot, those flicker plays are really, really important because it it catches Blacklist off guard. We saw that multiple times come out from Flap TZ, also once from UA. But at the end of the day, it wasn't really a problem for Bren Esports to continuously do this. As long as the 1-1 is alive, they have the team fight going for them. Now, Blacklist International, they did have some answers come the late game with Edward on the front line trying to catch onto the 1-1, especially with the glowing wand. Putting more damage. If Bren Esports goes for higher HP, he does output more damage, but it wasn't really enough. There was no closer for Blacklist International, and they didn't really get to that point where they're able to deal with the 1-1. Again, we continuously harp on the presence of the Lolita, and Ogwin had a phenomenal performance. Such a masterclass coming out from the young Rumor with this Lolita. 0-0-10. Again, KDA doesn't tell the entire story. What he did in this game was immaculate. His positioning was really, really great. Although there was one time wherein, the formation for Bren Esports got destroyed because of Blacklist's play. He was not letting go of his role. His main responsibility is to become the team fight threat, the team fight presence for Blacklist International, and serve as the shield and protector of the 1-1. Looking at the heat map here, the rotations, we see that Ogwin has always been checking bushes, has always been staying in those bushes just to gather information and also to get the reinitiation for Bren Esports. Because guess what? He doesn't need to stand in the front lines. He has his Fredrin for that. He has Kyle TZ for him to do that, because what he needs to do in this game, again, is to become the answer to whatever Blacklist wants to do. He is the counter to the response. So it kind of feels like Blacklist, if ever they wanted to do a play, there is the Ogwin factor that they also have to be thinking about, which is what we talk about during the pre-game discussion. Now, look at the highlights here. Again, we saw Blacklist try to get some answers on the table, but when Bren Esports turned on the aggression, they ramped up quickly, converting that play from the bottom lane into the mid lane. Even though Flap TZ died on the top lane, it gave enough information because, again, the condition for Blacklist is to have that Joy participate in a fight. If Flap TZ dies solo 1v1 to Edward, he's taking it. Because Bren Esports, they know that if they fight, there is no presence of the Joy. And again, this outplay coming out from a lot of the players from Bren Esports just made sure that the King had no exit from this team fight. And after that, it was just a super fast gameplay coming out from Bren Esports. This was one play that I really appreciate coming out from UA. The flicker play with the Arlot ulti, it shut down the push from Bren Esports, and this was a team fight wherein Bren kind of messed up. They let go of their positions. There was nobody protecting the 1-1, but at the end of the day, the firepower wasn't really enough, and Ogwin's presence in this game was really a big threat for Blacklist International. Even if they have the answer, even if they have the firepower, they don't have any answers against the Lolita, which is why Bren Esports ended up taking game number 1. Now we go back to the keys to victory that we had earlier. Watch out for Fuse utility heroes. This is something that, Blacklist kind of did, but Bren Esports was able to secure the setters for Ogwen to counter the Ube strategy, which is the Lolita. And I would say there is that version of punish overextending XP laners, because FlapTZ, when we say overextending, it's not all about the fights, but it's also about the presence on your map. And FlapTZ, he did that once, even though he died against Edward, it gave enough information for Bren.
It seems like they used that in an unexpected way, right? They feigned the whole overextending into converting it into map presence, and that's what partly won Bren Esports Game 1.
Yeah, overall, aside from the fact that Ogwen played the perfect support game, 0, 0, and 10, good job. If you're on ranked games, it's like, all right, you're the Rome god.
Yeah. Some MVP performances you could not replicate in ranked games.
Oh, yeah.
This one, by all means, go
So
ahead,
good.
right? Even use that build. I like the little early pickup on the Radiant armor, and then Dominance Ice. You will rarely die, and that's what he did.
Shuts
right?
down a lot, the Alice, the Melissa. There was no way for Blacklist to deal with the Lolita. Yeah.
It's all good. So that being said, let's see how Blacklist International bounces back for Game 2. But for now, we'd like to invite you all over here to watch MPL Philippines Season 11 live here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via ticket2me.net. Get yours now. We'd love to see you here, like literally here. All right?
Literally next to us, almost next to us.
Yeah,
Just breathe the same air.
There's the Hive here. We're behind Hive.
This is the Hive?
This is the Hive.
Yeah, we're on the Hive side.
Oh, cool. Over there. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. They'll ask you, all right, so are you a Bren fan? Are you a Blacklist fan? And then they sit you over.
Yeah,
But
there are sections.
yeah. Anyway, speaking of Blacklist, how do they bounce back? I mean, you mentioned earlier in your opening, right? To explain what happened, they may have drafted a little too expensive. But looking at the draft, like, that's all that they have left, right? Thinking about the priorities, really expensive heroes are what were left.
That's interesting because this is a rare moment where Blacklist is forced into a situation where Bren knows what you're going to pick up.
Save for the Barats.
Except for the Barats, right?
That was the one.
They know who's going to come up in the draft, and maybe that's how Bren was more prepared in this draft compared to what we usually see other teams play against Blacklist do.
Yeah. I guess they have to change up the pattern because you could still do the same, the same composition, with the exception of the Alice, I would say, because it was really expensive for, for Blacklist International. But the thing is, Bren Esports drafted in a way wherein you could already look into the future. It's kind of a weird thing because you know that there's going to be answers coming out from the, the opposition, and if you do this pattern, you can telegraph what the enemy can pick. So if you try to change it up, kind of like what TNC sometimes do, or even Blacklist themselves. They used to do this, wherein you think of these heroes that are really good in this phase, but you reserve them for for a later slot because you already see that there's a lot of roles that are open for both sides. So I kind of feel like for Master the Basics, you don't have to be forced in a trap wherein if this is a good hero, if I can get this later on, so be it. But if I don't get this, I could still pick up a counter for it or a counter against this current lineup, such that in a way you cannot be telegraphed by Bren Esports. It's hard to explain, but the idea is don't fall into the trap.
Allow me this concession. Was this also a factor in Blacklist's defeat here, Game 1? Should they now prioritize Oh My Venus heroes first? Because it seems like some degree of hack of Venus is working.
Yeah.
That's true. I think this is the time where we are in the last phase of the draft. We were only expecting maybe two more heroes from Oh My Venus. It's very difficult to do that, but Bren pulled it off. So maybe this time around they can do a switch up. And I'm not sure, is it going to be Renjay playing? I didn't get any heads up here.
That's also a possibility.
That's also a switch up they can do.
I'm looking. No, Edward's still playing.
Edward's still playing.
Still Agent
Alright.
Zero.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point, If you pick up Venus heroes first, actually, this is something that they should have done on game number 1 when they saw the Diggy ban. If you see teams doing that, just the Diggy and also Faramis,
Get ready.
Get the hero for Venus. Maybe you don't do it on the first 2 picks, but you do it on the 3rd pick. So you can do it this way. Pick up the gold laner as fast as you can, because it is going to be contested between Super Marco and Super Red. Both supers, not superheroes, but supers on the name. But you can do golden XP and then roam. Leave Y0 last and US Valentina open. If you get it, so be it. You can get the Farsa, you can get the Eves, or maybe you can go for other heroes that we don't we haven't seen yet come out
Yeah.
from Yue.
The way he said that's so funny because it's like Yue, yeah, Yue Valentina. Just leave the Yue Valentina.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. And again, to think that in the second phase, they could have not banned the Eve, right? Because that was still open. It was
Are you
up to them.
suggesting an Evro?
No. I mean,
Again, my
no,
friend.
if they let go of the Valentina, right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
again,
yeah.
here comes the whole. We can let this go. We know now our priorities. Let's do that.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
wondering if we're gonna see that here in game 2 because, yeah, they went Valentina, Joy, Melissa. That was the order in game 1.
Yeah.
Now, depending if they stay red or if they go over to blue, they are the away team, so they now have the choice. I think that's the best way to go. They have to secure Oh My Venus Hero first phase, definitely.
I think so. Because we're kind of harping the draft pattern between these two teams, but it was the story of game number 1. It wasn't because
Yep.
of execution. Yes, Bren played an incredible game, but it was because the draft allowed it. And I feel like this is something that Blacklist needs to address. The first phase, this is really, really important. And by the way, Mathilda Valentina is not a bad duo at all. It's one of the most scariest duos that you will ever get.
solid.
There's a lot of pokes, and you can get away if the Mathilda is level 2. But the main problem is that they got shut down by one hero. Lolita is a great counter against both heroes. So this is something that Bren might have prepared. They might have wanted to pick the Lolita at first because they know that these are the only remaining heroes for Blacklist to pick. Even if it is a strong duo, it gets completely shut down by one pick coming out from Bren.
I love that they don't even feel the need to change up their draft at all. Right now, just Bren in that last lineup. All I can think about is so much crowd control. Every single lane had a crowd control, hard crowd control your opponent.
The Julian,
even the 1-1.
the Arlo, even the 1-1,
Right?
with the slows coming down from the corrosion side.
That's why it was so
became a
easy
problem,
for
yeah.
them, right? In the later parts of the game to pick up those kills, win those
right.
team fights.
That's right, and I guess that explains the reason why these two teams aren't really switching it up, which is characteristic of Blacklist International. Again, even under Coach Bonchan prior, this is their identity. It's like, all right, we lost game 1, but there was just 1 or 2 things that we have to switch up, and then we'll go that way.
I love this. Bren Esports is in a position wherein they can force Blacklist to choose between 2 heroes to ban out, either the 1-1 or the Kaja. Now, Farsa gets removed. Again, that is out of the option here for both for Yue and Venus. Now, they remove the Kaja. 1-1 is still open. So I think you still go with that. But your main concern, if you're Coach Ducky, if you get the 1-1 here, it is problematic if Blacklist chooses to go for the Lolita on the first 2 picks.
They likely are. It's going to be either Joy Lolita or Val Lolita.
I think Valentina is a great way to spice it up a little bit. If you're Bren Esports, the first pick on Val, huge deny, but it's once more a win-win, like as you guys expect.
So I guess you go for Val Lolita, as Leo suggested.
That's perfect.
It's a great power pick. But again, your main problem is they might be falling into the trap of Bren Esports. They might have calculated this permutation.
Joy
because
Lolita.
if you get
Joy's just too
Joy...
good.
Okay.
There it is.
Now you get Joy Lolita.
Perfect.
I think Atlas Valentina is the answer from Bren.
Oh,
Atlas. Ah, God.
that's nasty.
I love, I'm loving this draft between these 2 teams.
It's nasty.
It's giving me some butterflies.
Historically, Ogwin has been so good on the Atlas. When he started picking it up in Season 10, it started getting banned out too.
So good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got a pretty good track record on it.
Alright.
There's also that Grok. Oh, they still go for the Fredrin.
There's the
Valentina.
Freddy and the Val.
Well, I guess you don't want to give Wise the Fredrin, and you could reserve the Atlas last phase because
it's not that hot. Yeah.
if Blacklist removes it, you go Grok. If they remove both, you go Franco. There's no problem for Ogwin here. Whatever he's left with, he's gonna be happy with that because you're already playing into a lineup where Blacklist is forced to play around this Lolita. You'd know for sure that US hero pool is crippled already. So you start looking into the other options. What are the other heroes that you can play? Eve, Kagura, even the Julian is up there. So I think these are the heroes that Bren might want to remove on a second phase. But again, you already see what are the options here for Blacklist. Oh, okay, nice ban. Grok
Alright, that's
and
pretty
Atlas
good.
for sure. Last ban.
Heroes like the Akai is also pretty good here. If you have a Lolita on your opponent, you want to displace, you want to at least remove the Bulwark. Because right now, Bren are starting to pick up those heroes.
Yeah.
Kaltizi. Huh. Kaltizi in the crowd.
Kaltizi, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
they
yeah.
go for the Kufra ban.
Exactly.
They want to play into the Atlas.
Atlas.
Yeah, it's at this point, you pick your poison. Yes, the Atlas was hot in Season 7, but the Kufra, though, you go back like 2 weeks, never mind.
Atlas jungle wise, let's go.
Oh.
That's too much.
No, just kidding, just kidding.
That's too
That's
much.
a little,
That's only what a Chico can do.
that's some week 7 stuff.
You know, some weak 8 stuff, you know, when the points don't matter at all.
Oh, it's difficult.
All right, just a little bit of a lull here. We're slowing it down a little
Oh,
bit.
the Hive. The Hive are putting up the 2 zeros.
You go for the Kagura ban here or Julian? Actually, I think Julian is a much more viable ban.
Yeah.
Kadita could also be up for grabs. Or, sorry.
Yeah.
Up for the ban.
Oh,
There's the Akai.
They
all
removed the Akai. So they really do want to play into that territory wherein Blacklist is forced to play this positioning game. So I think with that, you're looking at a Benedetta for Flaptizi or the Yuzong.
Arlet's still open, too.
Actually, never mind. Yeah, Arlet's still open.
All right. Let's see. Oh, that's that's
All right, we got a lot of...
an MPL alumni. That's Imba DJ.
Yeah, we got a lot of all-stars here in the crowd today. Cool.
All right.
All right.
So, is this the UA pick or the
I think so. Oh!
Lions pick? This is an old classic
That's
here.
a throwback.
That currently is in Season 11, sitting at 100%.
Yeah. Wait, this is kind of great because at the moment, Bren Esports, they don't have any ways to deal with the Baksha. I mean, except from the 1-1, but the mobility is there. You know, you can just get out of the team fight.
Yep.
And also, it adds the sustain factor for Blacklist wherein they can play this positioning gameplay when it comes to the team fight.
I like their peel a little better this time.
Yeah.
They had very little game 1. This is a great correction.
Yeah, and Wise this time around is not afraid to be on the front line.
Oh, yeah, for
compared
sure.
to game number 1 wherein he just played farm game. So
Baksha even has better survivability against a wild one because of the passive.
yeah, with the ultimate, yeah. So Bren, I think Benedetta still or Yuzong. Ooh, wait. Oh,
There's
Ruby.
a Ruby.
Ah.
All right. I think that we're going to see a game where people just don't mind the Arlot that much. I like it.
Arlet's still hot and cold for me. I still personally can't put my eggs in that one basket. But we'll see what Yue picks up. Again, his hero pool has been definitely
A lot of Valentinas.
just
A lot of
choked out
Valentinas.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. Kadita is open though. It's
You were mentioning Kagura earlier.
yeah, it's those two heroes are really great against the lineup of Bren. I would prefer the Kagura more
Julian too.
because it is a better hero against the 1-1, but I would understand if they pick up the Kadita. Oh!
Savior.
Against
That's
1-1, yeah.
That's a riskier pick, to be honest.
That one I can get behind.
Yeah.
Because it is such a great hero against the 1-1.
Marco's gonna get blasted, dog.
But against a Valentina, though,
You give away the Dawning
you
Light.
give away the Dawning Light, and there is also a hero that doesn't want playing into a range, range nuke. Melissa, yeah.
Horrible. You might have a bad time in the laning phase, and you also give away a pretty good ultimate. But yeah, I think this is going to be a fair fight around the mid game. Just a bit of a toss up in the laning phase, so we'll see.
What Blacklist has, though, is mid-game power. But again, early game is a concern for Blacklist International. Even though you are playing into a much lesser damage lineup, I would say, for the side of Bren. But these heroes are more aggressive. They want to just fight. They don't want to farm. They want to fight.
Yeah, especially that Dairoth, which I think is confirmed going to be going into the XP lane. Expect that to be less of a Arlet game compared to the last one, right? Like, less sacrifice for Flaptizi. Here we go. Trying to go for the sweep. Bren Esports, or will Blacklist International take us to Game 3? Look at Yue rocking that Satoru Gojo skin from the anime. Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh,
Look at the animations. So great.
You're so invested on the anime.
look how quick Wise cleared, man. You can see how comfortable he is on this hero.
Yeah, that's a Baksha for you.
That's like years of gameplay for this guy.
It's one of the fastest junglers out there, and Wise is playing it.
Yeah, now we're going to have to wait and see who pulls the trigger first. I think around the turtle, Wise is going to be a bit more ready compared to a Fredrin. Because I think you mentioned this earlier in the locker rooms where why are people so afraid of playing into the early game Fredrin, right?
Yeah. Oh, Pew.
A little bit of a scuffle here around the mid lane.
Oh, Wise.
Over the Litho Wanderer, Wise.
There it is.
Nice wheel straight into the face of the Litho.
Yeah. I love the fact that Blacklist is punishing Ogwin, not Few, because they know Few would just get the HP back. So we'd rather commit our spells onto the Ruby, so he he goes home. Super Marco, bottom lane.
All right, this Blacklist introducing a little bit of flavor down on the bottom side of the map, just showing up a little bit of presence, reminding Super Marco, you know what, there's a box you're rolling around, keep your eyes open.
I love it. This is already another step towards the right direction. Oh,
that's pretty good though. Kalteezy's level 4. Don't forget, we got an Appraiser's Rat. Not going to be able to pull it out just in time. Or will he, though? No. He does, but Wise doesn't care about that damage. Flapteezy's close by. Are they going to try to go for something here? Wise is going to be spotted out.
Yeah, I mean, as much as he doesn't care, I think he has to, because there's a Didroth in this game.
Yep, and once Flapteezy hits level 4, which he just did, it's going to be easier for Bren to punish. Look at this pull by Kyle Teasy.
He's going for it. Flapteezy, I think, is going to be the sacrificial lamb again, just for Bren to secure that turtle. Although right now, Blacklist want to go for the punish. Ogwen's going to get stunned up a little bit here, but I think they don't mind.
Oh.
Actually, it's going to be Ogwen with a counterattack.
Kind of a
almost
misplay.
catches Edward. That was close.
Oh, that was a misplay from Ogwen. The Appraiser's Rat would have killed Edward there.
Yep, he misplaced the target.
Yeah.
That was small things, man. The small things really catch you in games like this.
Again, another step towards the right direction. You don't give Ogwin all of the initiative. Like, again, Ruby known as a momentum breaker hero. Yes, he will get those amazing I'm offended pulls later on. But for now, Blacklist doing great to stay toe-to-toe, maybe slightly ahead of Bren Esports, despite Bren being ahead by 100, 200 gold at this point in the game.
I love the fact that Yue is going for, he went actually for the cooldown boots because he knows that the presence of the Saber is important in this game. He is that control factor for Bren. Oh, Ogwen.
Oh, that's the free man ultimate being dedicated to take out Ogwen. Even Yue joined the fight there in the end.
Oh,
and
Kyle.
that might be a problem here. The retreat is a problem.
Oh, what?
And the Numenon Blast just for good measure.
El Capitan says, thou shalt not get away with it, not twice in a row.
That was a very good call coming out from Pew. He may have called the shot that his ultimate is coming off cooldown, and he was able to get the Numenon Blast from Venus, and it got used. 1 HP from Venus. She could have lived.
Uh-oh.
That was a
That was
perfect
for naught.
time. Right there to use it. The go away will keep Super Red safe for now. But again, that is just going to be Bren Esports exerting dominance, showing off their force on the bottom side of the map.
All right, up top though.
Top's a different story. As
Totally.
usual, just Edward just doing Edward things at this point.
Yeah.
Here I can expect Edward to build more damage again. Like he can play the same game he did game 1.
Oh, yeah, because there is a Basha this time around.
Yeah, just
So
load game.
more problems that they can put on the side of Bren. But still, oh, Venus.
Speaking of problem, that's something you don't want to face off. That Numenon Blast not dodged by Bren Esports members. Edward absorbing all the damage that Bren is facing off.
He has ultimate.
It's a 4v4. Who's going to get the turtle? I think it should be a Bren one. And now the coming fight is actually going to be huge here. Look at the re-engage from Blacklist. Flapteezy has to flicker out just to stay safe.
All right. Black was happy with the outcome of that. They punished Few. They had to give over the second turtle in a row.
Yeah.
But so far, this is good shape for Blacklist International, given that Super Red is all right.
Yeah, again, this time around, Bren Esports, they're the ones that kind of have the less damage, and Wise is more than willing to commit on the front lines. That's why Blacklist has been winning these fights. They overload the numbers of Bren Esports. And unfortunately for Bren, Few was not there. Ooh, Wise, he got the retribution
I
there.
think he got it.
He got it. He's fine.
Yeah. So the way I see it, Blacklist is a lot more proactive in this game.
Oh,
which
even...
is-
sorry, even Yui got a Lethal Wonder with the ultimate.
And again, because of this proactivity by Blacklist, they're getting more on the map unless Ogwen pulls off a good pull, which he does in the counter in the get-go, right?
Yeah, and I'd like to think that a lot of this is off the back of Oh My Venus. The fact that she's playing a hero that is better in these engagements that the current game environment allows for. Because again, Matilda's all right, but Lolita's a better pick now.
Yeah, hard crowd control and more members. You all know that the Queen is almost always suited to heroes that require good decision making.
Yeah.
Lolita's one of them.
Speaking of better picks, this is why we've seen the Derots fall off, because the battle on the XP lane has no longer been, the 1v1 matchups. And Edward actually understands the assignment. He has been constantly cutting that XP lane so that he does not lane against the Derot. And the difference here is that Bren Esports, they're not fighting with the XP lane anymore, because we haven't seen Derot participate much in these fights that Blacklist are starting. These engagements has been awkward and weird for Bren Esports because they have always been outnumbered by the agents. Now, for Bren Esports, they have to capitalize this Derot presence, much like how Blacklist has been capitalizing Yue on the Savior.
Yep, admittedly, Bren Esports seem to be in a better
Venus?
spot to take that turtle, but Numenon Blast make sure that Bren makes a double take. And look at this, Blacklist just so happy to take the fight to the Hive. Bren Esports on the run here. Kyle's easy left alone, defend against 4 members of Blacklist. Praises Rad, gets some of that
it's
HP
blocked,
back,
it got blocked.
but he can't get out. He got blocked on the way out, and that's going to be Blacklist with a kill.
I mean, there were 4 members of Blacklist there. It was very difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult for Kyle TZ to have survived.
Yep.
Now, talking more about how Blacklist is gaining control of this game, they have optimal, rather superior battlefield rotation. Like, their heroes are just much faster to move around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looking at this, Blacklist International, they're already invading the jungle of Bren Esports, trying to steal, not try to take control, but trying to steal so that Bren Esports are forced to commit some heroes to, just to alleviate this pressure coming out from Blacklist. And this gives ample of time for Super Red to farm up.
And if they commit, if Bren tries to commit, their movement is so slow around the map.
Yeah.
Bren Esports' movement is a lot slower, so if they want to commit, they need to take time for the members to get there.
Yep.
And during that time, the Blacklist members are doing their job.
Yep, so in the past 8 minutes, a lot of the team fights that Blacklist has won, they've made the decision, and Bren was just about to react. Let's see if we can change the tempo here and find a way for Kyle TZ to do what he needs to do.
Kelties is trying to change it up a little bit. He cancels the Numenon Blast, and this could be an opening for Bren Esports to take it. That's a pretty good dawning light. Kelties is taken out. That's a huge front line being taken out from Bren
Look at the
Esports
bulwark.
member. Oh, Wood's in trouble. He's going on the chase, but look at Marco. He's trying to get something done, but it's just not enough. Edward is here. It's a 4v1. Few can make it happen. I think that is not going to be likely, and that's going to be a wipeout for Blacklist.
It's a reverse from game number 1. Now, Bren Esports, they don't have the firepower. They did have the 1-1, but again, we talked about this during the draft, the problem of the presence of Lolita. Oh My Venus soaked up 3 seconds of complete damage from Bren Esports. After that, they tried to fight, but they didn't have enough.
2 for 5 was the exchange, and the conversion was just through the roof. Clear straight into the Lord. Now going to affect the rest of the game. 9 minutes in, Blacklist International ahead by about 3,000 gold. I mean, if you're going to think about that last engagement, Bren Esports had a better initiation, right?
They did.
But Blacklist outgunned them.
Especially at the start of that fight because he already canceled the Numenon Blast.
Yeah.
Right? That was huge.
That should have been Bren Esports, but no, Blacklist just made the better decisions on a micro scale.
Yeah, and again, the Queen standing on the front lines, making sure that Bren Esports, even if they do answer back, there is that answer from the Lolita. Now you also have to worry about the dawning light coming out from from Yue. I keep calling him Super because he has been really phenomenal on this position.
He's been great here in this game, right? On the Savior, it's massive.
Oh.
Although Edward might be in trouble here, Numenon Blast being charged up by Few. That was a skill stolen by the Valentina. But that opens up Blacklist to push around mids, get some of that gold back in their pockets.
All right, tier 1 in mid pushed in. Super Red threatening the push on mid tier 2 as well. The map is red, folks. Blacks International calling the shots all across.
Wow, Super Marco is very, very forward here in this. Has to be very careful. Don't forget that Numenon Blast can still catch you From far away,
Yeah.
Flicker is up for this Lolita.
Yeah, I think Super Mario is doing this because he knows the limits of the hero, and there is no insta-catch coming out from Blacklist, but there is that burst damage from the Savior, so he has to, worry about
that
that.
Mystic Field, can really take you by surprise,
Yep.
Look at this positioning by Ogwin and Super Marco. They're trying to flank.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You want to pick this fight at 4K ahead?
He's backing off. I think he wanted to try.
Oh.
Oh, there's someone there with him. I think that's
They're
Ogwin.
still here.
Wise.
That's
Wise and Edward.
that's the patience play, bro. That's
Oh,
the
oh,
patience
oh,
play.
why is
Oh,
he-
got spotted out. Oh man, all that.
That's a clever way to use creeps.
Yep.
That is right. I mean, where does this attack? Who's the closest target?
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
smart from Wise.
It's Wise.
Sixth
Keeps-
sense, man.
Keeps doing, these high-level stuffs.
KOJ.
Yeah. KOJ.
Yeah,
All right.
At this point, you just use what you learned from all those seasons.
Oh.
Oh,
Who are they going to find? Oh, they're going to punish.
yeah, they're
gonna
gonna try
punish
to
the
go for the
pincer.
punish.
Oh.
Oh man, it's a huge turnaround here.
Dawning
Blacklist, they spot the two on top. They try to rotate around it. Oh my Venus with a two-man Numen.
Oh, the bulwark!
bulwark! Oh, that's massive, and there's nothing they can do while the rest of Blacklist make short work of Bad Frederick.
Oh my goodness, that was disgusting. I thought Super Mario had a good chance
Yep.
of getting off a fantastic team fight for Bren Esports. But Venus was like, nope, Flicker in, Bulwark, no chance for you, sir.
Not going to happen. Could have taken to the air. That could have been disastrous. Super Marco was the last player for Bren Esports to actually be at least having an okay game. He was still the gold lead for this 12-minute game. And now Blacklist makes a beeline, takes that Luminous Lord quickly. Looking at the items here, yeah, they're really only waiting for Super Marco to take off. Literally just
Ouchie.
get one solid ult off.
All across the map.
Nice!
He spots it out. Will he stop it? I think he did. Oh, Super Marco has to make a run for it. Can't even go and fly at this point. He's boxed out.
Oh my, the scouting system.
They cut
From
off his
Ewan.
wings. They cut off his wings.
Oh my
Cut off
goodness.
his wings,
Marco
man.
can't fly.
Kudos to Flap TZ for trying to stop those wheels. But Wise was just a fantastic driver that was able to cut out of that path and was able to find the, the road towards the 1-1.
And what was it? A fraction of a second for that recall to actually work.
Barely made it. And right now, it's going to be Blacklist just overwhelming the Hive as they enter the base. And the four-man Numenal Blast doesn't
Nadiron?
even make a mark. Although right now, Edward is punishing him very,
Marco's
very
here.
heavily. They could still defend this.
Marco's here, super red.
Oh!
All right, he's down.
Nice
he's
hit
down.
with a few, but it's going to be way too late for him. Super Marco is going to have enough clear to clean this up with Ogwin.
Oh no, they're gonna have to fight the minions.
So it's not over yet.
The old-fashioned way. Look, they're hitting every single minion one at a
El
time.
Clasico.
They don't have, they don't have amazing clearing capabilities on the side of Bren Esports. They're going to be able to still defend their base, but it was expensive.
Yeah,
right,
that
Bren
took a
Esports.
lot.
Okay, on the spectrum of abysmal to amazing, like that was closer to abysmal. Like they were just hitting everything one at a time.
That was a 1/10.
Yeah. It was 1 pixel away from abysmal.
Yeah, but
You know,
but they got it there.
1
All
point
right,
away.
they got it there, and that's Bren Esports punishing Blacklist for forcing the finish too soon.
Yeah, again, you mentioned this earlier, Leo. Now look at Edward. Full damage
Oh, what is that?
on this Joy. Didn't even consider going for the immortality. Went for the
Oh.
Divine Glaive.
And he's missing the Genius one this time around.
Yeah, doesn't need it.
Switched it up.
The only downside here is he hit his ceiling at 14 minutes.
That's
That's
true.
the maximum that a Joy can get.
That's the Joy, basically.
So they now know this is what Edward can do. How can we trump it?
Yeah, they have to. They can gauge it a little better, right?
Yeah.
They can have a feel for it inside the game. So the only question to answer is how do you actually answer it? And the answer is you don't.
Yeah.
You don't actually go.
Just let
like-
it be.
Yeah, you just let it be.
Let him do his thing. We have bigger problems. There is
bigger-
the queen.
There's bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, there is the queen on Blacklist. Granted that the scaling on Bren is still really, really high. The ceiling has not been, has not been touched yet
Yeah.
for the Hive. But again, the main problem right now is this Lolita.
Oh,
like,
man.
how do you take him down?
It's so hard, especially if there's like a box shot rolling straight in your face. All your senses just go away, and that's exactly what's happening to Owen right now, being assassinated, or attempted to be assassinated by Edward. Here's the Numenon Blast to finish it off. The counter Numenon Blast, though, is huge for Bren Esports as well.
Red has fallen. Blacklist backing
that is
out.
big. That is big. That's one for free. Make out. Oh, okay.
Well, that's how you do it.
That's one way to do it.
You do it with few.
No, math doesn't matter. Bren is back on board.
They are.
Oh my goodness, Few, what a fantastic Numenon Blast.
That counter
onto
Numenon
the face
Blast.
of Blacklist International. And Venus didn't catch that. He went on to the team fight. He got stunned himself.
Well,
and she was not able to react.
In fairness, that was a
Bullet
perfect
not
way to
there.
put it.
Exactly. That was one of the few ways that Bren could have come for a comeback.
Nice pun, by the way.
You're welcome.
One of the
Thanks.
few ways. And, you know, it's really critical for Venus to stand her ground. The bulwark wasn't there. He was
Yeah.
caught with the stun. And Bren Esports find an immaculate ultimate from the 1-1 and also the crowd control coming out from the Brethren.
All right, fellas, we were just talking about how Blacklist may have hit their ceiling, right? This is Bren Esports doing the math themselves. They were like, all right, we can take this fight. You just have to be in the right spot.
Yeah.
And then we punish. This is the best math we can get. Flap, you ready? Okay. And then they went for the trade.
Right. The counter push is really strong for Bren as well. They evened out the goal. They're actually in the lead right now, which means we're back on even Stevens.
Yeah. Now the question for Ben is, how many times can you can you replicate that? How many times will you catch the queen, make a mistake?
Yeah, that was a perfect spot. A misplay from Oh My Venus. Plus, it's a very narrow corridor. People can't move around and dodge.
All right, so we're going to be seeing less narrow corridors because Bren Esports are closing in on Blacklist base, right? So I'm not sure if it's Blacklist's turn again to go for the punish because we're going to be playing on their side of the map more.
Yeah, but your main concern here for Blacklist is that their front lines are starting to wither out. Now you ask yourself the question. Now, there you go. Edward is now going for the tank items because they know for a fact that Wise cannot stand his ground anymore. It's imperative for Blacklist to have a strong frontliner.
Few!
That's a very aggressive play here.
Look
And
at
I
Marco!
think
Look at Marco!
Marco is not going to be able to stop by the queen this time around. And Super Red, the go away, can't slow down Bren Esports at this point. It's a 5v1 for Edward. He's taken out Super Marco. That's pretty big. That slows down the push here for Bren Esports, but it doesn't stop it.
It's KOJ versus Bren.
Oh, 4 for 1 and just a Baksha? This
King
is gonna
versus
be...
the world.
Oh, they can do this, definitely. They have the damage.
That's
about it.
100% doable here. Wise is buying as much time as he can, but I don't think he will.
Cannon's still
and
alive.
That is going to be game.
Oh my goodness.
Bren Esports gets the sweep and continues their win streak. 5 wins in a row.
Wow.
They did have the answer. You don't wait for the queen to make a mistake. You fight when Blacklist is not expecting it. And it was such a weird angle. Blacklist was essentially forced into two team fights. Wise was on the right, the queen was on the left, and Supermarket chose, hey, we can fight on the left. They don't have heroes there. It's just Yue and the Lolita.
Checkmate.
That was super smart for Super Marco because you're fighting against a Lolita that can't shield against you.
Yeah. You know what? Supermarket took the queen's gambit.
That was amazing. I honestly could have sworn Blacklist had it in the bag. Looking at the way the game went, like especially in that moment where it was just Ogun and Marco
One target.
Trying to hit minions
1 minion at a time.
But again, it just shows how much and how far this Bren Esports lineup has gone and grown, right?
Yeah.
From sure defeat, they've crawled back into a position where they can force the best of the best, KOJ, the queen, to make mistakes and all right, it looks like that's it.
Yeah, in those situations where you're kind of wondering what went on in the minds, what changed, right? They played so well up until a certain point, and then they just stopped at that moment.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because it was also Bren Esports, realizing that, hey, this is such a good position to fight. And Few had a phenomenal position on the Valentina, getting that ultimate from the Lolita, and he caught Blacklist. 4 heroes were stunned by that Numenor Blast, and he caught the Queen. And without that bulwark, Super Marco went wild.
Yeah, and for a good part of the mid and the early late game, he was attempting to do just that. He was trying to get the Numenon Blast, flank him, and then go for, I'd say, a positive trade. Because again, usually Flap's gonna die. Like, I think Bren just accepted the fact that Flap, you're gonna die. Like, it's just in this game, all right? In this engagement, we're gonna win, but you're gonna die.
You're kind of playing Renegade now.
Yeah, and in this game,
you die, you force mistakes.
It was so funny because at this game, Oh My Venus had the better initiates, but Few just had the better punchbacks with the Numenon Blast.
Yeah.
He played the better Lolita in that sense.
And it takes, I don't know what it takes, like, for you to be able to lose the same engagement 4 or 5 times in a row and then get it right eventually. In the same game, in the same 20-minute span, he did just that. Like, that's what Few did.
Yeah, you know what? That's what veteran experience gives you, man. Just the sheer patience of this man to just wait out. And it was not even a fluke. All of the team fights looked that way. You mentioned it.
Consistent.
Like, Few has always been waiting for the re-engage. He never initiated once. It was always, Flap TZ dying for Bren Esports. No matter how funny it is, it was the way the team fight worked for Bren.
It's how they won. It's 2 games in this series. And dude, I lose Little Wonder, I just give up. It's just like, as a jungler, like never mind. But Few, he lost so many team fights and they still kept going.
I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get the Lolita and a Numenon Blast.
You can question it all you want, right? As long as we won, we win. That's it. I mean, his mechanics obviously are still there. His decision making,
Oh,
still
definitely.
highest level, I have to say at this point.
This is what they say over in vernacular. His fingers aren't locking yet.
Ain't locking.
Ain't locking, and he is sure hella smart.
Hey, sponsored.
Yeah.
I love it. Again, we were going to see it in the highlights. And is this foreshadowing, or are we saying it's possible that we're giving the MVP nod to Few? Because Bren Esports, as a whole, I'd say as a whole, that they played very well. But is Few our standout?
It's kind of hard to dictate because Supermarket did pretty well on the 1-1. Flap TZ did
Flap
fulfill
TZ.
his role. It's hard for you to, just imagine, me telling Leo, your job today is just to die.
Just to die.
It's hard to accept that fact.
It's actually Owomi. Like, Owomi is
yeah,
now
yeah.
our XP lane.
Owomi,
Yes.
you're meant to die. But Owomi, most of the time, just kill every
He
single-
doesn't, though. Yeah.
He, when I tell him your job today is to die, he kills 4 of them.
It's counterproductive. Like, as a player, right? Like, to understand the fact that you are the trade fodder, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And we would love to see exactly how they're doing, what's going on in their minds, and how happy they are, because Marakino is on stage right now with Bren Esports. And it's just a matter of time. I think they're setting up. Folks, let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage and hear from Bren themselves with their winners interview.
My goodness, that's the 5th sweep for Bren Esports. Give him a round of applause. Etong si Few, sobrang galing niya. Ano daw sabi? Bren lang? Ayun. Everybody, Bren lang? Yan lang ang malakas. Eto, napakalakas nito mag-Valentina. Galing ng counter-initiate mo. Actually, parang mas magaling pa yung ginagawa mo kaysa dun sa original. I'm sorry, pero sobrang ganda nung ginawa mo and you were able to even do that even better. What was your process behind that? At masasabi mo ba na ikaw pa rin ang idol ng mga kids?
Para sa akin kaya ako nagagawa yun kasi yung dalawang kampi ko lagi nakaharap nakikita ko lagi yung kalaban. Tsaka mas mahirap yata gawin ni Ma'am Shoes yun kasi nga 1-1 yung gamit ni Mark na makulit. Tapos ako nakatago lagi. So parang mas pabor sa amin kung yung paggamit ko ng ulti gamit sa Xavier lang nila pati Melissa.
Speaking of, na-mention mo nga 1-1. First time, finally, hindi na-ban ang 1-1 na gamit ni Super Marco. Game number 1, game number 2. First time din, Arlot. Ang galing, ano yun? Flicker hampas? Yung sinasabi niyo, ganda ng flicker hampas. And Julian, first time mo nalabas sa Season 11, pero perfectly fit your playstyle. Pag-usapan natin how those 3, yung ginawa nyo na first time nilabas, how that worked perfectly para sa game number 1? Kasi natapos niyo yun in less than 17 minutes.
Nung sa game number 1, parang sobrang scaling kasi ng hero nila, lalo na nag-pick sila ng Ali. So, pinikan lang namin ng mga pang-early na hero, yun, tulad ng Arlot, ng Julian. Tapos trinay namin tapusin agad. Kasi kung tumagal pa ng mga 20 plus minutes yun, mahirapan na kami.
Gusto ko nga, actually, ito gusto ko marinig from, nag-hide siya palagi, si Super Marco. Nung nalabas yung 1-1, finally, anong sinabi mo sa kanila? Ba't ang layo mo?
Ang boses mo.
Ano ba yun?
Yung 1-1, first time, finally, hindi na ban. Anong first expression mo kanina?
Ano po, masaya.
Masaya. Okay, ano lang masaya? Anong sabi nito sa comms? Nung nalabas to sa 1-1, first time. Kasi laging autoban yun, ha? Where you're like, I got this, sa akin to, mananalo ako.
Wala po, kasi ngayon ko lang ulit nagamit 1-1 kahit sa scrim, di ako nakaka 1-1.
Oh, really? Kahit sa script, di ka nakaka-1-1. What would you say? First 1-1 sa MPL Season 11, yung performance mo?
Kasi masaya kasi panalo.
Masaya! Super Marco, masaya! Oh, ito. Alam ko kung sino masaya dito. Gwen. Alam mo, okay, sa 5 panalo nyo, by the way, puro sweeps. 5 doon, MVP. May isa pa doon, 2 beses ka ng MVP. Bakit ka nangongolekta ng MVP?
Ano lang po yung chamba. At saka hindi ko nagawa yun kasi sa teammates ko lang rin yun. Kaya ako nagawa yun.
Masasabi mo ba, may mga nabasa ako sa comment section na ito na daw ang era ng mga roamers. What can you say about that?
Pwede na.
Ang tagal mo nag-isip doon, ah. Alright, congratulations. Bren Esports, 5th sweep. Consecutive sweep in a row. Go ahead. You may now take your bow. Grabe! Coach, ang lakas. Binalik nila ang kasabihan, Bren lang, malakas. In 6 series, 5 doon, inuwi nila with a 2-0. And we're gonna talk a little bit more about that match. Let's go back to our casters. Pasok.
I mean, of the 6 games, you lost 1 and to the world champions. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby indeed. 'Cause at that point, you're kind of just gauging, right? That was the first weeks. And right now, once you fully gauge yourself, you are back on form. This is the form that you want.
And I would not want to be any team that faces off against Bren Esports. Right now, it's so hard to find any weaknesses, any chinks in their armor, any weak links. I'd like to think this is just their long-term investment, starting from their rebuild in Season 9, paying off. And boy, oh boy, what a way to show the world, right? Season 11 being in the home of the strongest players in MLBB in the world, and you're the one with a 5-series win streak, all of them sweeps. What's the secret of Bren Esports? Midnight is going to tell us. How, you ready?
Yep.
Let's go.
I have 3 letters for you. ROI. For those of you that don't miss this, it's a return of investment, and that is what happened with Bren Esports. Not just with the 3 seasons that they've trained, but for the patience that they have sustained on game number 2. Now, what patience are we talking about here? We're going to be breaking out here in the post-game segment. Now, for Bren Esports, there is that factor of, again, lack of damage on the early game. That's why Blacklist was able to capitalize and mount an amazing form of aggression towards Bren Esports, because this time around they had the firepower, they had the capacity to just overrun Bren Esports, also because of the fact that they have the Lolita. In a way, a majority of the answers coming out from Bren Esports is already checked by the agents. But what they didn't expect that can come out from Bren Esports is the counterplay that came out from Few on this Valentina. The Numenon Blast that we saw in the late game shut down the team fight completely on the side of Blacklist International. Now, you might think that Blacklist is still stronger at that point. Yes, you would say that they were stronger, but the problem was the important heroes that were awareness necessary for Blacklist International was caught on that engagement. It was Super Red and Oh My Venus. These two heroes are crucial to the team fight aspect of their lineup because Oh My Venus is the one shutting down the 1-1, especially with the Bulwark blocking majority of the damage coming out from the from Super Marco, and also Super Red dishing out the damage that they need to take out the heroes of Bren. Now, Yue did a fantastic job of giving vision, giving some form of poke, and the damage that they need to take out the important targets on the side of Bren Esports. But what they didn't have is the patience of this guy on the team fight. Few on the Valentina, the counter answer with the Numenon Blast. Yes, you can get all the damage that you need, all the vision that you need, but when they shut down your team fight, suddenly you find yourselves in no position to answer back, and that is what Few did to Blacklist International. One crucial Numenon Blast that hit the most important heroes on the side of Blacklist shut off their winning condition, and that was what Bren capitalized on, taking this team towards that aspect wherein they can fight in the late game. Because given the fact that the lineup of Bren Esports is a scaling lineup, they did have the firepower on the late game, in contrast to the early game that they have. Now, looking at the heat map here for Few, majority of his time went on reacting towards the play of Blacklist International. Wherever Blacklist is, he was there. But also, keep in mind, he was playing kind of a Lolita this game. Look at those bushes. A lot of the times, Few was there. Majority of this game, he was just waiting for the perfect timing on the Numenon Blasts because he needed to become the re-engage factor of Bren. We didn't see him stand at the front lines for too long. We always kept Few waiting. We always see Few waiting on the bushes and kept on pressuring Blacklist International to, commit for a team fight. Although there was one huge play from Few that took out Oh My Venus, first death of the Queen. After that, Blacklist took control of the mid game. With Wise on the front line, he was the main bodyguard of Blacklist International. Again, Oh My Venus with his incredible play on the Bulwark shut off majority of the damage coming out from Bren Esports and took over the fight. This gave a significant boost towards their composition and gave an amazing momentum with Super Red having an incredible amount of farm. But Bren Esports, they did not let go of the respective roles. They knew that they had to, they just needed to defend their base, and they can do that with the Valentina, the Ruby, even though it sucks because all of their heroes deal with minion waves really, really bad. But Blacklist International kind of pushed for so long in a way that Bren Esports had some form of answers. And after that, this was the amazing team fight that we were talking about earlier during the panel, during the caster's desk. Oh My Venus was caught during that clash. Yui was able to flicker out, but after that, Bulwark wasn't there anymore, and in those duration, in those small window of seconds, Super Red was taken out, and after that, the Bulwark was committed. This is where we saw Super Marco kind of try to think where he wants to go. He went to the left because the Lolita was there, but also the Savior was there, and the team fight got split, and Bren Esports just overrun the composition of Blacklist International. Again, it was the patient game coming up from Few that sealed the deal here for the Hive in game number 2.
I mean, if you've been playing since season 1, patience just comes with the territory.
I mean, at this point, you kind of just have to expect Few to know every ins and outs of this game. Playing since its inception, basically. It just doesn't go out. And what's so impressive here is he just keeps playing. He just doesn't stop season in, season out, and this is the result.
That's what I'm hoping, is players like Few actually push the boundaries, the limits of what a professional player can do in the league. But that leaves us with one more match. Congratulations to Bren Esports. GG well played. Blacks International bounce back. Tonight, we're still yet to witness Echo, our M4 World Champions, go up against the Barangay Smart Omega. Y'all excited?
Yeah, it's top 1 in their ladder so far, but against the team that doesn't have a win yet.
Midnight.
It's the most chaotic team up against the world champs. I'm really rooting for the underdogs here.
All right. Well, we'll see you when we come back. Y'all are watching MPL Philippines Season 11. At your service, my name is Leo. This is Rocker. That's Midnight. We'll be back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikaan.
TNT Double Giga Story.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 11. Kung hindi the GOAT or the greatest of all time, Lancelot ang unang papasok sa isip natin pag sinabi ang pangalang Carl TZ. Though, it seems that we have yet to see him shine again in his signature hero, and it seems like he has a little bit of reservations with embracing how tight he's embracing the utility jungler meta. Lately kasi, we've been seeing Smart Omega running a tank Lancelot, manned by our unsung hero, Ryzen. Now, hindi ata trip ni Carl TZ to dahil ayon sa kanya, boring daw. Ilalabas kaya ng barangay ang kanilang baon na to para ma-taint ang pristine record ng Orcas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Smart Omega versus Echo. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
Once thought to have been hewn from the same cloth, Carl TZ and Ryzen have grown into different molds. Tonight, it's the best in the world going up against the barangay in our closer. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo. Here with Rockheart and Midnight, we're bringing you Echo versus Smart Omega. Gentlemen?
Yeah. If ever there was a David and Goliath matchup for the week, this will probably be it. Man, Omega's got to do something really good to break the streak of Echo right now.
Yeah, and it's not unfamiliar for Omega to do that. You know, this is the last one or the poison of the Philippine soil. And I feel like Smart Omega, again, as you've said, if there ever is a David versus Goliath matchup, this could be the biggest upset of MPL.
Am I the only one who thinks that maybe Smart Omega is the one to do this? Just maybe.
Never
But real
know.
quick, let me remind everyone of the power of Smart. Enjoy it when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability. That's the MNP. All right? Go ahead and do that. And go ahead and visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Now, let's talk about it. It's Tank Lancelot. Carl TZ said in an exclusive
My
with
man.
One Esports, said it was boring.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
That's a direct hit to Ryzen, right? There's no other way to interpret that.
Yeah. Ooh, there's even a headline for this saying. And I feel like I get the reasoning why Carl TZ said this, because Lancelot, traditionally speaking, is used for bursting down people. And when you do Lancelot tank, it's kind of counterintuitive per se. And I feel like, although there's merit to what Ryzen is doing with the hero, Carl TZ could argue that you could do the same for a lot of different tank junglers.
Yeah, more than just a direct hit at Ryzen, because again, the young Dean Sumagi can take it, right? He's made a name with one of the biggest franchises in the league. I'd like to think it's more a statement against so many players and teams, is because here's exactly what Carl said, right?
Yeah.
I'll translate. It's funny to watch, all right? I see it in the MDL. It just keeps dashing around, and it's annoying. And all the more, there's no damage. It looks like you just put it on a show. It's annoying.
Yeah.
All right, that's a rough translation of what Carl TZ thinks of the tank Lancelot.
Yeah, when I was reading that, I was watching that interview. It made so much sense, right? If you're one of the best players in the game, you know the hero in and out, you know how to play it in the correct way, or his way, then you would think that, what are these guys doing with my hero? You're disrespecting what, you're just showing off.
You know what's funny? I didn't see this quote up until earlier. And there was this vision wherein I saw what Carl would say.
Yeah, you can hear him.
Exactly
That's
as that.
exactly it.
You know, and he had the right to do so. You know, he's the only player to put up a savage on an international stage with a hero, Lancelot. I believe that was against Tennis Gaming. And he did put up a show. And it's not even just on the international stage. He has even done that on the strongest region up against, I believe that was Execration as well. He pulled out a savage play with the Lancelot. And this is, history speaking, the credibility of Carl TZ on using the Lancelot.
Yep, for those who don't know, the M2 World Championship skin, that's because of Carl TZ.
Yeah, the ones that you guys are using, that's basically him.
That's from Carl TZ, from the 2020 World Championships. Now, with that being said, it's being compared to, again, one of the more prolific users, which debuted with a win. It's Ryzen of Smart Omega. He had one win over RSG Slate, and then 2 losses back-to-back using the Tank Lancelot against Blacklist International and Next Play EVOS. We'll talk more about this in just a bit, is because we're setting this up, all right? In this next matchup, watch out if it's going to come out, if Tank Lancelot is going to come out. It's because, I don't know, not just Carl TZ, I think it's safe to say Tank Lancelot grinds a lot of people's gears.
What, number one? This is the guy.
Let's throw it over to Manjin Paldas. He's at courtside to put a little more context in this matchup.
Currently at the 7th spot at 4 points ngayon ang Barangay Omega. Pero kung ikaw ay talagang true fan ng Barangay, ay pwede mong sabihin na pinapasarap pa lang nila ang liga. Nagpapainit pa lang dahil hindi na bago to para sa Omega. Ngayong season ay nakakita tayo sa kanila ng sobrang kakaibang build. At nung MDL pa lang ay nakita na rin natin to sa kanilang MDL team. Ito nga ay ang Tank Lancelot na tank build na ginagamit ng walang iba kundi si Ryzen. To tell us more about this Tank build, kausapin natin ngayon si Ryzen. Hello, Ryzen!
Hello po.
Bababa lang ako, bababa. Yan. Alright. Ryzen, nakita mo naman kanina, nabasa ko yon na may nag-screenshot nun. Exclusive interview. Diba? Exclusive interview mula sa One Esports. Mamaya pag-uusapan natin yan. Ano nga ba ang idea? Paano nyo ba na-discover itong Tank na to?
Yung Tank Lancelot po, una po siyang lumabas nung MSC pa.
MSC pa? Matagal na. Nung last year. Oh. Tapos
nakita lang po namin sa script na ginamit sa amin. Tapos parang yung tingin po namin parang malakas din kasi nakakuha siya ng objectives mas madulas pa.
Madulas na, makunat pa. Ganon.
Tapos may yung panahon po na yun, may damage pa eh. May ano pa eh.
Pero paano kayo nag-decide na try nga natin to gawin sa MPL? Ikaw ba yung nag-suggest nun?
Hindi po, parang binalik lang din po nila.
As a team. Apo. As a team yung na-decide. Nung nagamit mo yun, naramdaman mo na parang, lakas ko ganon?
Sakto lang po.
Sakto lang. Ito nga yung sakto lang. Kasi nga kanina, pinag-uusapan natin na may exclusive interview ang One Esports kay Carl TZ. Nabasa mo naman lahat yun, di ba?
Opo.
Nabasa mo, may nakalagay doon, parang ang boring daw ng Tank. Ano masasabi mo kay Carl TZ? Nanonood siya ngayon. Nanonood ngayon. Si Carlito nanonood ngayon. Anong masasabi mo doon?
Respect pa rin sa kanya kasi siya yung nagpalakas sa Lance.
Oh. Totoo yan. Respeto kay Carl. Parang may mga ibang bulong dito ha. Parang may mga ibang bulong eh. Lalabas ba ang Tank mamaya?
May chance po.
May chance. Kung pagbibigyan. Alright, Carl. Nire-respeto ka pa rin ni Ryzen. Ngayon, isa pa sa mainit na laban na ating matutunghayan ay ang Gold Lane matchup. The M4 champion, Benny Cutie, is going up against Kelra, the Filipino Savage. Tawagin natin si Kelra. Kelra! Di ka dito, man. May fans ka na sa gilid.
Timing lang muna kayo dyan.
Alright. Kelra, medyo nasa slump ang Omega ngayon, pero ang ganda pa rin ng mga pinapakita mo sa gold lane. Nakita namin yung harit mo, nag-break it down ka pa nung harit play mo. Tapos ngayon, katapat mo ang M4 champ, ang bagyo na si Benny Cutie. Alam mo, kapwa gold lane na, alam mo, binubuhat ko lagi si Butters, di ba? Magandang laban to. Marami tayong matututunan. Ano ang masasabi mo kay Benny Cutie?
Masasabi ko kay Benny, galingan niya. Galingan niya mamaya kasi ako na yung katapat niya.
Oh! Yun lang yun. Yun na yun. Yun na yun. Ayan po si Kelra. Ayan na si Benny. Ayan. Uy, congratulations nga pala kay Benny. Congratulations nga pala kay Benny Cutie.
Congrats din pala kay Benny. Congrats. Congrats, Daddy Ben.
Congrats, Daddy Ben. May ambon na siya. May ambon na si Benny Cutie. Alright? Congratulations. Congratulations, Benny Cutie. Mainit na laban to. Jungler, parehas na kilala sa Lancelot. And then, gold lane matchup. Napakaganda nito. Ngayon, for Omega, maraming ang nagsasabi. Ako kasi personally, na-witness ko ang barangay. Na-witness ko ang madalas na nangyayari ito sa barangay. Masasabi mo ba na pinapasarap pa lang ng Omega ang laban?
Napasarap pa lang namin eh. Sanay na kami dito.
Sanay na, sanay na. Sanay na, sanay na. Tawagin natin ang kanilang coach. Coach Ito Max.
Hello.
Yeah! Coach, naka-quote ka na ngayon. Na-mention nga, nag-usap tayo kanina at sinabi ko rin nga sa'yo, sa mga fans ninyo, alam nila na sanay na kayo sa ganito. Ano ang message mo sa team mo bago natin ipasa sa casters? Quick message sa team mo para mabawi ang mga points.
Actually, ngayon, syempre, parang finding the groove pa rin kami sa team namin. Hindi lang sa players and as well sa coaching staff since parang bago lang din ako dito sa position. So, binibigay pa rin namin yung best namin kung ano yung may tutulong namin sa team. Syempre, yun nga ang sinabi mo, parang hindi na bago. And alam ko naman na sanay na sila doon at makukuha rin namin yung, yung tamang form ng team.
Alright. Ayan na, ang one shot Omega. Ating iba to ngayon sa mga shoutcasters.
Could have sworn Manjin was going to call the whole squad in there. Great to hear from Smart Omega there, Coach Etomax, Ryzen, and Kelra. Now, it's those three gentlemen, in addition to everyone else in the team, and just how they are, how we know them from the league's history, that made me really think, that made me say, hey, if anyone's going to stop Echo's win streak, might be them.
Yeah, no one could actually blame you. We've seen this time and time again. No matter how badly Omega plays, they're always at the playoffs. Bad start this season, we don't care. We'll make it to the playoffs, and then we'll probably do a podium finish or something.
Yeah, and we still have to remind everyone this is not scripted at all. It's just Omega. I don't know what's the magic behind that. There's no science in discussing how Omega has been doing this. But I would say that I think it stems from the confidence and the hunger to just bounce back. And this has been a signature of the Barangay. And I feel like up against Echo, that grit is there, especially with Ryzen being called out by the M4 World Champion, the only two-time World Champion, by the way. And I think that demands respect, to be called out like that. But I do feel like Ryzen has his own thing, and he shows the respect that he has to Carl TZ. But you know what? If it works, it works. I don't need to adjust to what the world champion is saying. If it works for us, it works for us.
Yep. And a little bit of trivia. When he said it was used against us, it was most likely specifically Falcon from Myanmar. Ken is known for that Lancelot. Without further ado, let's go ahead and call in our teams. It's Echo and Smart Omega. The age of the Orca is in full swing. Our defending world champions enter week 4 undefeated. Welcome on stage, Echo! Even with a rocky start, this is familiar territory. Backs against the wall with their fans cheering them on. Barangay Magingay! This is Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Etumax and Coach Tic Tac. Expect an explosive bout between these two teams. Taking a look at our M4 winning lineup. They didn't change much. Echo's fielding Benny Cutie, Carl Teasy, Sanford, Sanji, and Yawi.
Wonder if Benny Cutie, I'm pretty sure Benny Cutie is very much inspired as well to play today, you know. Speaking about a tropical depression or a low pressure area somewhere there, obviously congratulations, Benny.
Little 1-1.
A little 1-1.
Well, we never know. We might see a 1-1 come out from Echo, but again, it is a story that we can dive into. Benny Cutie against Keldra. Historically, two of the best goal laners in the world. And I feel like this would be a challenge for these two teams to protect both, both important core players on their side. But for Echo, I think they're very much comfortable with letting Benny Cutie just, steamroll on that lane by himself.
And they'll be facing off against Smart Omega. The aforementioned Filipino Savage will be going up against Benny Cutie. Alongside Ryzen, Renzio, Stone, and Nico.
I can't shake off what Leo mentioned earlier. If there was any one team in the league right now that can give a possibility of an L to Echo, this is the thing to do it.
Yep, and this is why, a lot of fans love Smart Omega. It's the typical Filipino storyline. You get beat up at the start, but you bounce back at the end of the day. And I would love to see the same come out from Ryzen because he hasn't had the, the best of starts that we have seen him do for Smart Omega. Come to think of it, last season, he was touted as one of the best junglers, especially in Indonesia, That information came from Indonesia. Like, a lot of different regions look up to this guy. And I feel like, even though he is underperforming at the moment, I do want to see that bounce back come out from this young prodigy that we used to call him. Because it is one of the things that Smart Omega needs to fix. It has to start somewhere, and I feel like Ryzen is a very good starting point.
Looking at their most picked heroes, right? You cover up that portrait of the young Dean Tumagi, of young Ryzen, and you could have sworn a couple years back, let's go Teasy.
That's basically
Fredrin and Barats.
And basically.
Yeah.
What era are we in? Like, this is a different, this is a different identity altogether for Carl TZ, but it does add to the fact that Echo has been playing with a system, hence the Echo system. And look at this! The stats across the board is even. This is what you get when you get performance level with Echo, having a lot of good games essentially on their arsenal. First blood ratio of 72%. This is the most crucial stats that we are going to be eyeing at Echo because this is where it starts, the pressure, the Echo Express per se. This is where they get everything. If you give them a head start, they will just steamroll all over you.
I actually really love these stats because what I remember from last game, this is exactly what they look like. And this is the stat that Bren had on the left and the stat that Blacklist had on the right. And you saw how they performed. These stats are very accurate.
It basically just says Echo is technically sound on all fronts.
Yep.
Like, you expect them to take Lords, Turtles, they will. You expect them to be the first to draw first blood, they will. You expect them to be around each other, team participation in team fights, getting kills, they'll get it. So how does Smart Omega go up against this? Man, it's David versus Goliath. If anything, from last week's Next Play EVOS versus Echo, this is very much the same.
Numbers don't lie.
Despite Smart Omega being a little bit more veteran team, the story is just so different here, Season 11. Speaking of which, just talk about the keys to victory. Let's throw it over to our analyst. Talk about it.
It is very exciting matchup. Magandang tignan yung mga gold laners, pati yung mga junglers natin dahil sila na rin yung mga veterano sa ating eksena. At yan ang kanilang pagtutuunan talaga ng pansin. Para sa Echo, ang kailangan nilang i-prove dito ay patunayan na nakakainis at boring ang tank Lancelot dahil sabi nga ni Cartesi, pag dash in daw ay walang damage. Pero kidding aside, I mean, I'm sure na hindi naman yun talaga yung gustong iparating doon ni Cartesi. But what he means is, yung nagiging utility ng dating Lancelot na kung saan nagdi-deal ka ng damage ay hindi na gumagana sa ngayon. Kailangan ma-prove dito ng Echo na yung ganong klaseng mga galawan ay hindi gagana sa team nila kung saan nag-ooperate sila kung ano nga ba yung effective doon sa ating metagame. Para naman sa Omega, enable Renjo to stop Sanford. Gagamitin dapat ngayon ng Omega ang experience na meron si Renjo over so many championship runs at so many MPL seasons at kung paano nga niya gagamitin pagiging veteran niya para manalo sa matchup against young Sanford na mainit ngayon sa ating X-Plane. And for both teams, strike or anticipate strike based on the Turtle Lord timers, alam natin na ang Echo ay merong isang mode na nandun sila sa ecosystem. Ganon din naman ng Omega. Bigla sila nakakahanap ng mga magandang mga openings at kailangan gamitin yan ng dalawang teams na to doon sa mga Turtle at Lord timings. Watch out sa mga setup ng mga counter Turtle or ng mga Turtle retakes ng ating mga teams.
Thank you so much kay Sam Wolf Napueto for breaking down and giving us the keys to victory for this upcoming match. What I'm picking up from the keys to victory for this matchup, Echo versus Smart Omega, is a lot of it is tangible, a lot of it is like on the map, and a good amount of it is like feel-based. A lot of it is like just watch the player's performance.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a different twist to the first keys to victory, you know? Let Cartesi show how boring Tank Lancelot is. Maybe, just maybe, I'm hoping, not just maybe, I'm hoping that we get to see a damaged Lancelot come from the man himself. Like a damaged, proper jungle Lancelot on Echo.
Proper in his terms.
Yeah, proper. Not boring, proper.
Okay. Now, I can already imagine how many people at home, like Lancelot, I'd say, quote-unquote experts, right, online. I'm sure this argument can go on forever. But I guess if Cartesi has to do it, he'll do it himself.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the numbers, right, Cartesi above Ryzen, just astronomically speaking, right? KDA almost twice as much, gets 3 times as much Lords. Damage share, though, interestingly enough, I'm guessing it's because Carl has been playing a lot of tank junglers?
Yeah, I would be surprised if his damage was higher up than the guy who's usually does play a lot more damage-based heroes. But like we mentioned, like Carl mentioned in the first week, it's his, his goal to be top damage in tank. So I don't know.
Although it's kind of skewed, because there have been a few assassin heroes fielded in by Coach TikTok, especially the Lynx, the Hayabusas. Actually, we haven't seen the Ling yet, if I'm not
so far it's the Hayabusa.
Yeah, it's the Hayabusa. Oh, no, we've seen Ling week 1. We did see it from Echo. And I feel like the difference comes from the usual playstyle that Echo fields in, and I feel like there's just a stark difference between the performance. Keeping in mind that Cartesi has been playing a lot of these tank junglers. He has done more compared to Ryzen.
Of course, I mean, Cartesi is a senior to Ryzen for several seasons, but tonight, that's all just, I'd say, tertiary to what's going on. I mean, Tank Lancelot, I think we've hyped it up too much. Maybe we don't even see the hero at all. Right?
I mean, that's a good point.
I don't think Cartesi's ego would let go of that debate, If there's a chance to prove him wrong, I feel like he will do that.
You never know. I mean, Cartesi has grown a lot since his kid, his days.
Yeah, so we were talking about this during last week's game with Echo. Whenever Fredrin is out, Echo does this. First pick, either a Yaoi hero or something that they can flex. And then Cartesi goes to either Barats or full assassin mode.
Full assassin mode?
Here's a byproduct of the way that the bans have come through. I like how Coach Etomax and Coach Pakbet, I'm guessing he's on stage too, respects Yaoi's show. This is like plan Z, like this is item number 0 when you want to think of beating Echo. You ban it or you steal it.
So that's like a counter to the counter draft that Echo's trying to do. Like, if you want to flex that Kadita, go ahead, but you can't use a Cho.
Yeah, it's not even an answer at this point. It's a pre-game ritual. Like, okay, Echo, Bancho.
Oh, I stand corrected. It's Coach Why Not drafting with Smart Mega today, so we miss you, Jomi. I wonder where Coach Pakbet is today.
All right. So, yeah, here we go. So,
Ruby.
chance to get an assassin yet? Nah, I don't think so. This point, I was actually looking at the
Okay.
possible jungle Akai. All right.
Yeah, I think.
Or
it's
most
a-
likely jungle Akai. Actually.
I think it's a jungle Akai.
Yeah.
They love this, especially up against the Fanny. It's a hero that deals well with the pressure of having to think about where the Fanny is in this game. And I love this Harith pick coming out from Smart Omega. Also removes the Harith from Ben Cutie's hands, and also limits the hero pool that can be utilized by Echo. You're suddenly short to Carry and Brody.
Yeah.
So there you go, Brody ban. Carry is the only remaining option, but I feel like Smart Omega, they don't even need to ban it because they do have the Fanny. It's a hero that deals well with the carry because you just delete the hero out of the map in a matter of seconds.
And it gives you a 50-50 against that Yu Zhong. Like, if he lands where the Zaman Force is, if you time it well, and I'm sure Kelra can, gives you an even fight. Again, compared to what the Yu Zhong does to the likes of an Iritel or a carry. Like, no, don't even think about it.
I love this. Again, they're forcing out the carry pick from Benecuti. Unless they go Lunox Gold Lane, if they're willing to go that route for Echo. And also the fact that Harith can just use Purify in this game and be immortal. It's also something that is worrying for Echo. They need some form of damage that can deal with the Harith, but doesn't mind playing into the Fanny. That's why Lunox is the only fit. Because if you go for the carry route, it's gonna be a hard game for Benny.
What I really like what Echo's doing though is they're not doing what other teams are doing, where they fail to answer or directly answer a Fanny. So if you have a Fanny on the map, it's good to have a Nakai, a Kufra, something like that to deal with it. Make sure it doesn't go crazy. But speaking of going crazy, Echo going for it.
I think it's a Gushan jungle.
You think? And then Yaoi's gonna pick up the Akai?
Most likely.
Or we've also seen a mid Gushan being played by few before, so that's also possible.
Oh yeah, for Sanji. Yeah. Oh, they still go for the carry. So yeah, it could be a possibility that we see Yaoi again on the Kadita, and then Sanji plays the Gushan.
I guess toss a coin.
Toss a coin. For Omega, I don't know why, but I'm loving X-Borg here.
All right. We're thinking of still the Renzio hero, right?
Yeah.
I love Echo's answer. There's like, if we don't catch the Fanny with the Akai, we just kill it. And there you go. I didn't think glue's out there, but yeah, we're forgetting the glue.
Yeah.
At the very least, it's not going to suffer too much against the carry. It doesn't get instantly killed.
Not as bad, yeah.
I miss X-Borg, man. It's an anti-burst hero. Like, it's a guy that you cannot burst at all. So it kind of is the same with Glue in a way that if you don't burst him down, the split is there. And it's also an anti-marksman, which Echo has.
Mm-hmm. I mean, between the X-Borg and the Masha and the Glue, there were a lot of choices. So I think they picked the hero that was closer to the meta. And I think the talents, all of us here, are thinking Echo's still going to get this. But there's still that 1%, folks, that the barangay might get it.
Yeah.
So I just have to say, we said it out loud. we said it out loud.
We're loud and proud. But I think it's it's a prediction, but per se, I think the hope is there. The want of this underdog storyline unfolding is something that a lot of us share.
If number-based, obviously Echo is so much ahead, but the feel-based thing, the X factor, that's something Omega has, and that has to bring them to this game.
Yep. If it's all logic, then the M4 World Champs are going to take it, but you never count out the barangay. Looking at our jungle rotations, of course, Ryzen starts purple. Carl Teasy, as confirmed, is going to be the Akai.
Oh, Yaoi.
Yaoi, and playing a little bit with fire here, but don't worry, he has water. He has a lot of water, actually. So he should be fine.
He has the passive called Thalassophobia.
You love that passive.
One of the hardest spells to pronounce.
At this, even to this day, I don't know if it's the thalassophobia or phasalophobia. I have to check it. I'm never sure.
I'm glad that we just have to say it, not spell it.
You can just call it passive,
It's the passive.
I'm liking that it's Miko on the show, and that they're giving him a hero with high initiative. Like, it's a very proactive jungler.
Yeah, actually a very good point, because a lot of the players have made a point that Miko is very similar to how Yaoi used to play when he was still with Next Play. He was very explosive and very eager to get these setups. And I feel like that's a good starting point for Smart Omega, which kind of feels like there is an edge for Echo because there's that system wherein you keep on seeing Echo just completely pull back whenever things start looking like really bad for the Orcas.
It's a great hero to pick up and to show off with.
Oh!
Right now, the Omega.
What?
Out of the camera, just surprised even the ops with an assassination on the mid lane. Sanji getting a little bit.
It's the burst hero that got bursted.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, we were expecting the Gushin to do the burst.
Exactly. This opens up the barangay to start up this turtle.
All right, that's going to be Omega with a little bit of an advantage, but position-wise, they don't seem to be quite doing hot. Ryzen going to be missing on the Retribution here, and Echo going to get the first turtle of the game.
All right, Echo drew a line around that turtle pit with Sanford, and that's why he's the one who got it. Even Carl Tizio was like skittish to say, should I?
Yeah.
Both of them actually messed up. And the final damage came from the Black Dragon form when he passed over. And it was really weird for Smart Omega to fight into that because it was the weakest moment of Apani, having to contest a turtle without a purple buff. But they did a good job in contesting that turtle away from Carl Tizzy. They tried and bursting him down. Stome had a fantastic feathered airstrike onto the Akai. And Carl Tizzy was forced to use the heavy spin, but still to no avail. Echo managing to get over that objective. One of the highest rating objective team out of MPL.
Yeah, it made sense for Omega to try to go for that because they, Echo's one man down.
What?
But their position was so bad.
Yep.
What was that?
Huge question marks. I'm guessing Carl Tizzy miscalculated the range of his retribution, so he hit something else.
I think.
And yeah, that scored Ryzen.
Yeah, I think he moved it over to the cancel.
Just a little bit.
Get quiet there.
And then it
popped off.
It triggered. Yeah. It happens, folks. It happens. Now, looking at Ryzen, he's got a stack full of energy here. They might make a play against Penny.
Yeah, I think if there's any member to really go hard on Echo, it's Benny's the easiest to kill. But once more, he has a lot of backups here with an Akai and the Fakadita. You got to be careful.
A lot of vision that Echo's playing with. You saw how even Yawi on the Kadita wasn't afraid to throw out those skills.
Yep.
Compared to how Miko is going, because Miko's like very one time, like I can kick one, but where do we go from there? So Omega's making at least this disciplined calls, like they could have forced it.
And I love it. Again, this is character development. This is growth. And Omega, even though they're chaotic and we love them, especially on the late game, because it's really unexpected. At the early stages of the game, you need to be disciplined. You need to be controlled. There's a lot of different objectives at play. And Sanford, gets a Black Dragon form.
Very controlled, but still, even with a 2v1, Sanford comes out on top. That was beautiful. Coming in from the Yuzhong, and just when we were almost done with that, they almost take out that Cho.
That is a man advantage, and it looks like Echo was just more decisive. They just decided, and they just said, you know what, we're taking this turtle, come hell or high water. I wonder what was going on in Omega's mind. What was that?
They tried bursting down the Yuzong because it's a problem when it comes to contesting the turtle. But this is where the matchup between the Yuzong and the Glue makes a case. Sanford, after the split, he can just use the Shah Essence to get his HP back from the Gluelets.
I think that's a little bit of a demo on how difficult the game is for this show. Look at that, was almost a perfect set from Miko, and it still wasn't enough to take out the Akai.
Oh, up top!
Oh yeah, we had to dive in a little bit to get out of harm's way. Stone coming in close, but not close enough.
All right, 5 minutes in. Been a lot of signs of life from Omega. They've been putting a lot of good things on the board, but Echo just is a step ahead, it seems like, and they're more decisive.
They're so resilient.
Yep. Oh, wait.
Another good kick from Miko. Good angle, but still, again, not going to be enough. Yep. Omega just lacking in terms of that department.
I was just going to say, the fact that maybe the Golden is so quiet, is this good for Echo or is this good for Omega?
I mean, this is really, really good for Echo because you're getting that carry farmed up and transitioning towards the mid to late game. But also, the mid game problem is something that Echo should look into because Kelra is also getting farmed. Teamfights are gonna start getting awkward for Echo. Again, the problem that they have is that bursting down carry is something that they don't have. They do have the Kadita, but the Purify is there. So it is a concern come the mid game But definitely they're happy because BLCK has been untouched for the majority of the early game.
Oh, and they got evil plans here. Look at this. Look at this triangle of death that they're setting up.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
No, that's 4 men. That's 4 members.
They're coming in close here. We got Echo. Miko's close by, so he can kind of disengage if need be. But that can't really stop the push completely.
Double petrifies.
As we do have 4 members of Echo diving in onto Omega. No more minions means the push will be slowed down, but the kill will still happen under the tower here. Flying in over, it's Sanji, the one-man army. The mission is gonna be just quite there. It's quite even Stevens on the top lane, Trey.
I love the effort from Echo. Triple petrifies. We're committed just to get that kill onto Kelra. Yawi and Sanford made sure that Kelra popped that Purify. He even used the Petrify alongside with Sanford just to make sure that the angle was there, and Kelra was forced into a corner. And again, BLCK has been left untouched, and Echo is now providing solutions to whatever the problem may be come the mid-game.
Oh, there you go. Just nowhere for this family to go here. So much crowd control, not even the steel cable wielder can make it out. The fight's not done. Omega, though, gonna be coming in close. Kelra could be in trouble. He's pinned against the wall, but there's not much follow-up coming in from Echo. Renzio could be in trouble. Here comes Bandicutie for damage.
Close call. Could have sworn the showstopper was going to survive.
Yeah. The delay from Sanji allowed that play to happen. You know, proccing the passives just to get enough HP to survive a little bit and gave space to Echo. That was a good play coming out from the Gusion, but also a good play from Omega. It was just unfortunate that they lost Ryzen on the top half of the map. Even without the Petrify, the surprise was there coming out from Yawi.
Again, just proves how important and how significant this Harith pick is. Half of the times that there were enemies in front of Kelra, a lesser hero, nay, a marksman alone would have already given up. This would have been worse in a 1-2-2. A 1-1-2, that is.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, Echo are starting to just take control of the mid lane here. Omega, of course, are not going to be giving anything as of yet. Ryzen's in a little bit of a trouble here. He's not really doing much as a Fanny in the early game, and normally you don't want to see that.
That check by Yawi. I think he heard the conceal even coming out from the mid lane, which is again problematic for Omega. They don't have ways to initiate. Although Miko does have the flicker, it should fall on to either the Akai or the carry. So target selection is really important in this Lord take.
Alright, this is going to be a little bit tricky here for Ryzen to go win. Carl TZ seems to be very confident to zone out all by himself. Where are the rest of the Echo members as the Omega squad? They're having a hard time spotting people out. The vision game is strong for Echo. And it's going to be Sanford flying in with the Dragon. 50-50 on that Lord. And goes over the Carl TZ. Not quite done yet. Miko gets a kick on the Yawi. Gets taken out by Kelra. Ryzen again being hunted down by the Storm Bandicutie.
That's the trademark forward flicker. They're not done. Carl TZ falls.
Man, Omega just really wants to keep the fight going. As you can see, they're really trying to get back into this one.
Yeah. Was an even trade, I would say. But Echo, they're more than happy to give away some life if Bandicutie gets a lot out of the engagement. Even though Kelra did so, problem is Echo took Lord.
That was a Lord, yeah.
Now, given that Echo are clearly in the lead, right? Map-wise, objective-wise, it's interesting to note that Kelra is still farming more than Benny.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? I mean, the fact that they're able to do it at the same time, I mean, you know what? Echo is also happy that the carry can do this, but obviously the carry in the late game has a small bit of an edge.
Oh yeah, but there will come a time where Echo will face damage issues. Because if you look at the side of Omega, like a ton of them outputs damage. While on Echo, yes, you do have burst damage, but it's it's so high level. Like you have to choose a target, you have to land these spells, and the only reliable source of damage that they have is Bandicutie.
Yep, I think that's a problem that Omega is suffering currently. Like in the early game, right? That's the reason why they haven't really converted much, is their damage output is solid, but their target acquisition is so hard.
Yeah, so hard to take a target here. But they do find one. Look at this. Actually, it's Miko who's being pinned down over and over again. Dome used a feathered airstrike.
Sanford, though,
tried to force Carl TZ out. But once more, Sanford is going to be the guy. Gets taken out. Bandicutie as well. That's 2 down. That's 2 of the biggest damage dealers from Echo down the drain.
That's a clear win for Smart Omega.
Yeah.
They take a tier 1. They've slowly worked on bottom, so tier 1's down there as well. Slowly the map's going to turn red. They just need to capitalize. They just need to exponentially grow this.
Yeah.
Minute 12.
They punished the mistake the Echo did. They committed so many spells to try and take down the Cho, and Smart Omega found different angles on the left side. They were able to get on top of the carry and also the Yuzong. So this is really, really good for the Barangay. This gives so much towards the Harith, and Kelra is doing a fantastic job in just controlling the tempo of Echo. Mind you, he only died once in this game, and that was the fruit of the effort that Echo did on the top lane, wherein they committed so much. And now you ask yourself the question, can you commit the same towards the next fight? Because if you do that, you also have to worry about the carry's positioning, because mind you, you still are playing into a Fanny in the late game.
Yeah, careful about that carry, because like Leo said, once that carry goes out, that's a big chunk of your damage going out the window.
And so far, it looks like Omega is getting better, minute by minute. Like, they're slowly making a difference. I can tell that Omega at minute 1 was a different beast from Omega minute 12.
Apparently, you just had to let him cook, you know?
Yeah, let him cook indeed.
Let him cook. Carl TZ is, once again, almost solo in the front line, making Omega wonder, where are the rest of these Echo boys?
Oh, the angle from Yawi.
Look at Yawi.
Yawi's actually really good. He's trying to catch Kelra or maybe Stome off guard here.
Yeah.
Just not showing anything at all at this point.
Oh boy. Oh boy. He does have the Purify though on the Harith.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Oh,
All right,
he
this
checked.
He checked.
Look at that 6th sense here coming in from Kelra. He finds Yawi from behind. And that's a big chunk out, but look at that. The Lord, it's very close. They're trying to go for it. Omega trying to go for the pincer maneuver.
The kick from Miko.
Kick from Miko is huge, but it's
Oh,
not flowing
petrify!
to Carl TZ.
Oh!
Gets the lure.
That's it. They can just walk away. They're happy with this.
That's, basically. No need for the retreat.
That's fine. You know what? If Ranzio dies, he dies. But whatever. We got a Luminous Lord.
Oh my
The Barangay just stole that out. Oh, man. I was watching Ryzen the whole time, right? The whole minute engagement is like, there's no way he's going to come in there. But it wasn't Ryzen. It was Stone.
Yeah, he tried, but it was a fake, right?
Yeah.
It was a fake.
You know, that Petrify from Sandboard, yes, incredible play, but Stone, nobody was checking the Farsa. And that feathered airstrike, picture perfect, that timing.
It was massive, and right now
you would say that Carly's kind of messed up, but Stone layering that on top of the Lord gave enough boost for Omega to get that Lord.
It actually was a pretty masterful Lord dance if you think about it. It's just that Echo just had the wrong members at the wrong place.
And again, that's so hard to say against our M4 World Champions, right? It's so hard to say you made Echo go into the wrong spot. Again, a team like Omega is one of the few who can do that.
Yeah.
And
There
they've done
wasn't anyone.
it. They've done it. It's some level of conditioning here over the past 15 minutes. Like, all right, we'll play this way, we'll play this way. Psych.
Yeah. Again, this is the grit. And mind you, we haven't even gone to the Omega timers yet. It's 15 minutes. It's not even 16. And
all right.
To think that this lineup of Smart Omega comes 16 minutes, it's hella scary. It's
pretty good.
You know, it's a Harith with a Divine Glaive, Stone with incredible damage coming down from the Feathered Airstrike and low cooldowns at that. And you also have to worry about the Fanny Benecutie. Again, this is the condition of the Fanny that we talked about during the draft, especially with Benecutie getting that carry. It's hard to play into the late game. Even though you have damage, you're facing the issues of death.
Yeah, and this is your hope, right? I'm looking at Benecutie. He has the Dreadnought armor, eventually going to turn into the Antique Keras, right?
Yeah.
That's his only defense against Ryzen. If Ryzen spots him out, that's his only hope. He can't Wind of Nature.
Yep.
Yeah, so many boxes to tick here for Echo to actually pull off a good team fight, because Omega just not going for the bait. They're just making space, just like right now. They're not grouping up together. It's hard for Carl TZ to get a 2-man or a 3-man heavy spin.
The game sense in the young Carl Nepomuceno, he just by passing around that Y-Bush, he knows all right, there's 4 dudes here.
He walked over to the boot camp. Smart Omega checked out what's going on.
Yeah.
Hey guys, okay.
Yeah. Roll call. All right. Who's not here? Kelra. All right.
He's in the room. I presume.
Yeah, he's over there. All right, cool. 15 seconds away from not an Evolved Lord if both teams don't wait out, right? 18 minutes is the magic number. Let's see. It looks like Echo's making a move for it.
Yeah, at this point, Echo, the one thing they have going for them is their map control, right? They have to just not let go of that and not let Omega get forward on these bushes.
One problem that Echo is also facing is the fact that backdoor play is a little harder this time around, considering that there's a Fanny waiting to just, snipe you out. And, they have to take this Lord for Echo.
Yeah, he's the one hero that can go through half of the map in a few seconds.
Oh, I don't know though. Look at Ryzen, he's still waiting for his purple. And Lord is now at a third of its health.
Oh man, I wonder if Echo
You
are
don't know that,
aware.
though. Yeah,
I don't know if Echo spots that out. But they should, right?
You
They
can
should know.
assume.
I think they know because Carl TZ did pass over that area. So they must have had a timer.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
a purple buff.
Yeah.
But I feel like they didn't want to
no.
risk it.
Omega now has forward bush control. That's not a good spot here for Echo. Is Carl TZ on his lonesome against 5 people from Omega who are occupying different bushes here around the Lord area?
Oh, very interesting. The FBC advantage. Able
Miko?
to allow
Not
Omega.
yet.
Oh, this is Yowie with a good pickup here. He finds the Farsa and he's out. It's a 4v5 around the Lord.
Oh, Ryzen, watch him as well.
Trying to go for it. It's going to be the Carl TZ Lord. The Retribution secures it. And there's a heavy spin for the exit. Going for the chase. That's going to be Keller. Benny Cutie going for the counter punch.
Benny!
Straight to the face. Oh, that cat. It's got to be bad here. Benny Cutie still going to be alive. Almost takes out Miko, but Renzio popped with the immortality. So many members from Echo not going to be able to survive against that.
2 for 1, taking the Lord along the way out. Echo won that engagement. It's difficult. It looks like as Omega was leveling up and growing and conditioning Echo's like, nope, not going to work on us.
Yeah. This is again target lock Yowie.
The pickup from Yowie.
Yeah,
was
we
huge.
mentioned earlier that the Farsa is starting to become a problem. And it was like, okay, no problem. I'll just pick him off. And Storm didn't have time to react because he was not expecting, Kadita to just go all in on the Farsa.
Oh, This is a tough defense.
They were in the bad spot here. Again, Dean Sumagi trying to go for the
Sanji.
attack. Straight into the Gushun, but not going to be enough to take him out. Lord is in the base.
Look at
Ryzen
that!
playing around on the back. It's the back attack from Ryzen.
Y'all see that? Like from that movie from the early 2000s, Wanted, where he curved. Y'all saw that fan? He curved.
Curved the bullet, man.
He curved.
He was the bullet.
Oh my goodness. Ryzen again doing it.
That's just mastery, right?
Yeah, up against Echo, by the way. And Sanji, as much as that winter truncheon play was cool, Ryzen was keeping tracks. Like, okay, I know where the cushion is. This is where he'll be.
You know what's funny, man? I can hear Carl TZ's brain right now. He's that Tagalog term, pasikat. That's basically it. He's just showing off, right?
It's ringing in his head.
It's ringing in his head right now.
It worked, though. He got a kill, and I stand corrected. It was from 2008, starring James McAvoy, Angelina Jolie, and Morgan Freeman. Anyways,
classic.
What a movie library you are, Leo.
Anyways, looking at the items, all right? So if you're talking about Burst, Storm is missing one more item. But on the other side, you're looking at both Sanji and Yowie.
Yep.
You're scared.
Complete burst.
I'm scared.
Although it's not reliable, if you're Echo and you hit your spells, it's kind of reliable per se. And again, Yowie, with that burst on Storm, he did not expect that at all. And he had a Winter Truncheon, by the way, and he was not able to press it.
Yeah, and this Phasalophobia can only get you so far, right?
It was that quick.
It has a timer. So, and Omega played around that very, very well.
Oh. All right, so good news, bad news. At least for Omega, good news is it's just about 500 gold ahead, right? Like they kept it very within range, 11 to 11, 20 minutes in. Bad news is they haven't broken into Echo's base. Like they always have to watch out for the backdoor possibility. Benny Cutie is still afoot.
But it's Omega timers now. It's 20 minutes.
All right.
And Omega's game gets cleaner by the minute. And Echo, they need to clean up their Lord game really, really fast.
Yeah.
If the Carl TZ got that Lord earlier, it's quite unfortunate for Keller that is rocking a Harriet. Because if he had a marksman there, he would have taken the Lord. When Carl TZ used the Retribution, there was 57 HP left. 57.
57.
Hey.
Keller would have gotten that Lord if he was a marksman.
All right, here's Omega. Omega timer, I think at this point is 21 minutes because of inflation. So
Because of inflation.
yeah, so I think this is the time for Omega to go. That's correct, right? I mean,
It's been a couple of years since.
a couple of years since
I
we
know,
set that
yeah.
18-minute thing.
Yeah.
So All right, here we go.
Oh.
At this point, Carl Tiggy solo Lord Dance. It's not surprising. What's surprising is Miko missing on the conceal. You could hear the audience.
What?
They know what happened.
Dodged.
Oh, man, that was huge.
Capital
Interesting.
DODGE.
I think Omega also assumed that the fight would happen
Oh, yeah,
there.
Ryzen.
Rise is out. Rise is out. Oh, boy, that's going to be a problem. That's Omega's jump
Oh!
down. Sanford! Lord. Look at the Lord. It's going to be an Echo Lord for sure.
Oh, look.
He's on the chase.
There's a backdoor play by Kelra as
Oh,
well.
what's happening here? Keller trying to go for the backdoor himself, but the kick is going to be done here by Miko to take out Sanji in the end. Here comes the rest of Echo. They're clawing in. They're collapsing in on Omega. Stone for the backup as well as Renzio. Will it be enough though? I think it will be Renzio once more. The punching bag here for Echo.
Oh!
Stone as
Sanford?
well. Gonna be knocked up. Sanford diving in straight into the Farsa. Look at Sanford. He's running for the hills. Now it's gonna be Omega on the chase. Oh my goodness.
That tail!
Are you serious?
That dragon's tail! Coming in
Beautiful.
clutch!
This is why Philippines is the best region. Did you just witness that? Like a lot of outplays all together at the same time. But Kelra again, that attempt on the backdoor play, it stopped Echo from putting more pressure
Yes.
onto the neck of the barangay.
Could have been a clear win.
Yeah. It started from Ryzen getting outplayed by Bandicuti because he was surprised that the carry was there. Then Sanford covering the exit of the Fanny, and then Kelra outplaying Echo. Sanford being alive. Well, Carl Easy died, by the way.
Carl Easy, Immortality's out. The Lord is still here. Renzio, he's being very
Ryzen!
ballsy. Ryzen's going straight for the M4 Championship Jungler. Straight to the throat. Pays for it with his life. But will they be able to push it out? Bandicuti, his eyes on the prize.
Oh my
Going
goodness!
straight for the base. But it's going to be Miko going down
What?
in the end.
What?
The base is
Buy
still up!
time. The base is still alive.
Kelra at the last second bought immortality!
Bandicuti can't push. He can't go for the base.
Not today. Oh, they're still going.
Still going for it.
Zaman
Zamanfor is
Force.
on the front. Oh my god.
Oh!
Bandicuti. Renzio
Oh!
wants Purify
Purify!
so much time. Purify's available. Yaoi gets taken out.
Jesus!
They're still going. All right,
Oh my
inhibitor's going to go
goodness.
down. We're about 20 seconds from the next Omega member to
2v2,
come in.
2v2.
Look at Benny.
Bandicuti, he's trying to go for the base, but it's
What?
not enough. Oh my god, they bought the time. It's a wipeout.
It's 10 seconds before Carl TZ comes in. Kelra going to make a beeline through mid. Can they do it?
I don't know if they can. It's Carl TZ back on the field. He's got that heavy spin.
The Filipino Savage is in the building, folks.
Gents, may I just say, that sequence may have been the best sequence I've seen come out from a Harris for a long, long time. Kelra buying the immortality last second, using his micro mechanics to deal with Echo, and now
Two-man
they're
defense.
up against Echo in the base.
Two-man defense.
Going
Can
for
Kelra
the
survive?
push.
Oh!
Oh man, that's gonna be it. I don't think they can push anymore. Beautifully executed there from the world champs.
It's a minute until Kelra comes back.
My
all right?
goodness.
So this allows us, both Echo and Omega, to breathe, plan ahead. There's about 5 seconds on this Lord. Neither have a clear go, all right?
Yeah, you just have to say, I think this is the Philippine meta, right? It's not just one big play. It sequences so many chain of multiple beautiful plays that lead into these fights. That's why we're so good, right?
Yeah, that's why. This is the reason why a lot of the foreign fans watch MPL-PH. Crazy stuff like this happen.
You can't find stuff like this elsewhere.
Oh, Ryzen on the left side.
Watch out.
For Echo, I think you're confident enough to burst the Lord here.
Yeah.
Yaoi also already covering the track. Stone.
Stone, I think he just
Oh,
tried.
Petrify! He waited
tried
for the
to
Purify!
bait
He
out.
waited for the Purify!
Oh my goodness, what are you
All
doing,
right.
Stone? He's buying so much time. He also still has immortality. Renzio and Ryzen, what are you gonna do? Not gonna be enough to save that Farsa.
Ryzen, though.
Bandicuti being kept alive by Sanford here on the side.
All right, with that sequence, it looks like Omega have to accept the fact that they'll have to defend this Lord. The third Lord for Echo, scaled up to 25 minutes.
I'm crying. I don't know why these players are so good.
Someone
So damn good.
Someone get this man a box of tissues. Midnight has cracked. Now,
I
25
cannot believe what I'm seeing, Leo Rockhart.
It's like a boxing match in round 13.
This is just game one.
I know.
All right. We're 25 minutes in, 26 minutes in, and Ryzen is forced to recall. This is a tough defense. They're missing Stone.
Okay,
It's gonna be
Sanji!
tough. No wave clear. Kelra's out as well. Carl Teasy just pushing everyone away for the finish. That's Echo with game one.
took the long way around, folks. Could have sworn we were going to take a left turn into Barangay Omega. But Echo Express run away with game 1.
I cannot believe I witnessed that. There was so many outplays from both sides. I mean, you would expect that from Echo because they're already House of Highlights. But this is the Omega factor. Like the late game, Kelra, that sequence, it was...
So what did we say, right? There's this sliver of hope that Omega's the one to break the streak, right? And in game 1 alone, yes, they lost, but there were moments of brilliance. There was literally like, how did you do that, Omega? What? Why? How?
It's great because they're showing off that they still have some skin in the game.
Yeah.
They're not out just yet. I mean, I know they lost that, but we could have sworn that could have gone either way.
They basically played like gods on the side of Smart Omega. But again, at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. It was Sanji that closed the book here for Kelra. He landed the shadow spike and the sword slaughter, and he was able to burst down the Harith even before the fight started, and that was the end of the story here for the Barangay. But it was a crazy game for both sides.
It was definitely worth the watch. Like, if you had just like random 26 minutes to spend, I'll just watch Omega versus Echo game 1. Like,
just put it there.
There's a lot to learn here.
Philippine meta, guys. It's it. That's what separates us from other regions. They can't keep up with that pace of gameplay. That's too fast.
I mean, with the sole exception of Indo, they have Kyrie there.
Obviously, right?
But not just Kyrie. I mean, there's a few others.
A slew of really good talent.
Solution, Baloyski.
But you don't see quality gameplay that like this.
Yeah,
it's just too good.
Not just crazy for the sake of crazy, right? It's not just explosive for the sake of like a 10-second team fight. It's minutes-long sequences that lead up to payoffs that eventually lead to 26 minutes. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan film that he co-directed with Christopher Nolan. It's amazing. So now with that being said, I hope you enjoyed that joke, Midnight, because you're about to break down game 1, all right? Do tell us what happened here.
Well, all right. While you're gathering your thoughts, while you're trying to, move on from game number 1, we're going to break it down for you. And again, a lot of things happened in this game. A lot of crucial outplays, especially coming out from the golden boy on the Omega side, Kelra. But it was Echo that prevailed on game number 1. Now, why is that? Again, we talked about this on the draft. Echo's lineup is severely heavy when it comes to damage output. Although not reliable, only on the side of Benny QT. That is why this game was prolonged by the Barangay. They had to hit everything that they have, and they have to select their targets properly. Now for Echo, they did just that, but there were some times where Omega was able to fight back. The damage output was also sufficient on their side, but what they have over Echo is the fact that they are the ones providing the problem here for the Orcas. If the Orcas don't hit their spells, Omega are the ones dictating the fights, and that is why we saw a bloodbath between Echo and Smart Omega in this 26-minute game. And I would love to harp on the item choice here for Sanji and Yawi. Again, these are full burst damage. There were some points in the game wherein they purchased Winter Truncheons and Immortalities, of course, just to be able to survive the team fight against Omega. And the story of the game is just to give space for Benecuti to move around these fights and put out the damage needed for Echo to win against Omega. Now, targets are really, really important, number 1, because of the fact that the Fanny is there on the other side. You cannot utilize the backdoor play. And when it comes to team fights, you also need to look at where the Farsa is. That is primarily the job of Yawi and Sanford, and they fulfill that to its maximum potential. They always see where the heroes of Omega are. That's why you see Sanford committing a lot of Black Dragon forms, just to make sure that the team fight will not be awkward for Echo. Now, what made the game hard for Echo is the presence of Kelra on his Harith. Having dealt 108,000 damage over Echo, it became a big problem on the late game because the Zaman Force was utilized to its maximum potential. Every single fight, the targets were always there, but it was for naught as Echo was the one that won in game number 1 on the back of Cartesi's ability to secure these objectives for the Orcas. 0-3-5. Even though the performance, it's not something that he would be happy about. I'm pretty sure he's happy that he won the game for his team, even though the KDA does not reflect the performance here. Just being the overall objective presence here for Echo is worthy of the MVP performance on Carl TZ. It was a hard game for the Akai. He was the one being controlled by Smart Omega. A lot of the spells were thrown at him during the Turtle and Lord takes. They wanted him gone before even before the Turtle and Lord dies. So keeping up to his performance and trying to stay alive is the name of the game here for the Akai. Moving around Lord, dancing with Omega, making sure that the burst damage isn't there for him to die. He only died thrice this game, which is really telling us how crazy game it is for Carl TZ. The Akai, being in this position wherein 4 of the heroes on the side of Smart Omega is looking into taking you down, having this kind of performance cemented Echo's stability in this game. And his ability to take objectives was really crucial for providing space for BLCK to be able to farm up on this carry. And it came to a point where Ryzen's Fanny was having a lot of problems dealing with Echo because they have come to a point wherein it was a stalemate. The resources that they have on both sides are both equal, which means Kelra is fat, BLCK is fat, meaning Ryzen's Fanny in this game won't really have a great time. And again, Carl TZ continuously got the Lord for Echo, even though it was it was kind of a mess up because the Lord had 57 HP left. He was still able to get it for Echo, and that is what propelled Echo into a point wherein they're now able to deal with the team fight of Smart Omega. But come the late game, again, Kelra proved to be a big nuisance for Echo. A lot of these amazing team fights that you're about to witness in these highlights are being controlled by Omega. Even though Echo are the ones starting the fight, they are reacting towards what Kelra was doing in the late game. And when Echo was able to get the final Lord, Sanji was able to find a good angle to take down Kelra. This is an amazing sequence. I highly suggest you watch over the game again because the replay does not give justice to the performance of these players. Again, Kelra with the crucial takedown on Echo. Final purchase of the last bit of seconds purchase of the immortality proved to be enough for him to prolong the game, but not to retake the game away from Echo. It was a crazy game. It was hard to analyze that because it was a lot of crucial outplays by both sides.
At any point, there was so many things that could have happened. At the same time, Kelra, man, I know Carl TZ was MVP there, but Kelra, you gotta give it to the guy. I know Carl TZ was able to stop this Harif, but no matter how good you are, a heavy spin is gonna stop you no matter what. So at that last team fight, I have to commend at least Omega for trying. I guess that's what you do in that situation.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's so many moments that you could analyze there that could have made a difference.
Yeah, definitely a diamond in the rough, what Omega has put on the table here. And good news is it's not over yet. They can take what good they had in Game 1 and then, I guess, employ it sooner and earlier and then just shock Echo into Game 3, but that's easier said than done, especially when you're doing it against the M4 World Champions. Now, with that being said, draft-wise, I'd like to open up this part of the discussion while we wait for the teams to come back on stage and for us to take a look at the crowd. You'll see that very soon. Is there anything we can do about that draft? Is there anything that we personally would like to suggest Omega does to change the way that this match is going?
I don't think the draft was, of a big concern for them. Of course, you'd want to exchange some few heroes here and there. But I love the fact that they were able to control whatever Echo is putting on the table, because most of the time we see Coach TikTok and Coach Trevor just the ones controlling the draft overall. But this time around, they were trying to respond to whatever Omega threw at them, and the carry pick was also telegraphed, I believe, because at the end of the day, BLCK didn't have the BLCK time where he just outclasses everyone.
Well, he did some BLCK things, and we'll get back to that in just a bit. For now, I'd like to say hi to Team Shooting Gallery on camera. Hey. Y'all can also be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Much like them, we're still waiting for it. Just flash hashtag PowerSmart on your devices with a green background. And when the camera does get put on you, make sure you put on that game face and you get yourself a redeemable in-game code. You're the winner! So we're still looking for it. Still looking for it. Which one? Which one? Oh, we're still moving around.
For a second there, I thought I saw Rockhart.
For a second, I thought I saw Jesse Vash, and they were friends from MPL before anyway.
Let's see. Jesse Vash was indeed a coach for Geek Fam Season 4, and here's our game face of the day. He's putting up a picture of Imba DJ. That's not the hashtag.
Is he a ninja? Oh, that's a face. Ah, what a face. Oh, there
it is. All right.
There you go.
All right, give the man his code. give the man his code. Congratulations. Give the man his code. All right. Is it just me, or does he kind of also look like Light?
Kind of look like Miko, too.
I was going to say that it was a crossover between Light and Bentix. Miko.
Are we just naming old members of TNC?
It was real. He kind of looked like the three players, you know?
Yeah, he did. Oh my God.
I guess we're just naming old members of TNC from Season 8. Anyways, back into the matchup here. We're about a minute before going back into draft. Draft seems all right. Check. Omega did well there.
If I could nitpick.
Yeah.
You know, those moments where Keller gets picked, Ryzen got picked off at the back, in their base, that shouldn't happen. Maybe more awareness would help Omega. But they also are pretty good. I don't blame them because Echo just so persistent in ambushing them in the weird bushes.
You're right. Let me just IQ 150 this. It's not exactly genius level, but it's up there. The fact that the Fanny is only really used to isolate members of Echo and again to play the map. At this point, I'm questioning, is it worth it? Because when it comes to big team fights, if you don't find that bonus, when you don't find that jackpot one dude standing, it's really not much.
Yeah. Again, if you go back to game number 1, the Fanny served its purpose, but you would want to swap it out with a different option because Ryzen was not allowed of, was not allowed of multiple options in that game. He was doing one job, even though he did well. It wasn't really enough to uplift what Omega is capable of doing. If I'm given a chance to change something on game number 1, I would love to change the fact that Miko tried to use a flicker play on the Sanford.
Oh, he missed.
That was crucial. That was what stopped Omega from contesting Echo. Around objectives.
It's hard to blame the lack of Ryzen flexibility because if you don't pick it up immediately, it's almost impossible to pick it up, right? Because it can get banned.
Well,
so
you want Ryzen flexibility. There you go. Cho.
Correct.
They've played the Cho jungle before for Smart Omega.
They won it on its debut.
Yeah.
They first played it in Season 9 playoffs against Echo. How perfect is that? Knocked them out with this very same hero in Game 1.
Yeah. Oof, this is really scary.
That's funny
Katita
because
and Kaja.
The Cho is just basically like for the sake of Yaoi, right?
Yeah.
It's impossible to let it go. So that kind of it gimps teams facing Echo, to be honest.
They were like, Coach, Kaja's open. No! We pick Cho.
Yeah.
You don't give Cho to Yaoi.
You just don't.
Number 1 rule.
If you pick Kaja, people are getting kicked.
You just don't.
That's fine. That's fine. And again, Echo is very comfortable with picking up the Kaja in the first place.
Oh, yeah. Especially with Yaoi, that is what started the whole target lock Yaoi trend.
It's a World Finals pick. So,
Oh, I like this. I like this very, very much. It just shows the flexibility of the draft of Smart Omega. Only the Glue and Valentina roles you could tell. Oh, Melissa for Benny. Cutie. Without the possibility of the Farsa, of course, you'd pick that out. And I feel like that's a check in Coach Tek-Tax and Trevor's book because it is a pick that Smart Omega don't have answers for. Even though you have a Glue, Melissa is good in terms of dealing with the Glue.
Yeah, and then step 2 is just ban the Farsa. And
or you don't at all because there's already Valentina.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Unless Ryzen plays the jungle. Valentina.
Exactly.
But here's the ban. I think this is going to be the ban for the Fredrin at this point.
Fredrin's banned first place.
So, there it is. So, happy.
I think for Echo you remove Beatrix. I did that on Moskov. But I love the respect from Omega. Okay,
they saw the stats and
they said okay.
Yeah, good stat, nice stats, bro.
No Fredrin. Okay, bad assassins.
I like it.
So this is either the Ling or the Lance. Ooh. Or do you let through the Barats?
I would say Carl Tizzy is itching.
Let's go.
At the thought of the Lancelot. Because look at the lineup. You only are dealing with Cho, Glue, Valentina. Like, what else?
Do the glues trigger as different targets for his dash?
I think they do.
Oh,
Yes.
they do.
Yes. You can dash through the glue 10
I
times.
like that hover. Nice hover on that.
Yes. Yes. Give us. Give us.
No, they're banning.
No.
it's
That was
making-
Echo. That was Echo.
Echo.
They were showing the
They're
Lancelot.
showing it.
Do it. The cameraman was
Do
like,
it, bro.
guys, I know that this is not my job, but hover.
All right,
Hover to me.
There's a real bit in
Come on,
the
come on.
DJ.
Come
Okay,
on, come on,
all right,
come
no. Here's the pick, right? This is where we're going now.
Yeah.
Go
Come
Lance.
on, Echo.
Go Lance. Go Lance.
You want to do it.
Throw everything away. Throw
You know you
go
want
Lance.
to.
Go Lancelot. Oh, no.
They needed an
It's a
XP
lapu,
laner.
it's a lapu.
Well, Omega could pick it for themselves.
Oh, they're keeping their cards close to their chest. They're teasing. Folks are teasing us because the last pick can still be Lancelot.
Yeah,
Still
but
be Lance.
Omega could pick it up themselves, you know?
Could go for Ling.
Yeah. At this point, the jig is up. Like
Either way.
you can't flex the show that hard.
Yeah. It's time. It's time.
What's it gonna be?
I think you go Moskov here.
Moskov is actually great. It's been snubbed all series, all day long, actually.
yeah.
Right? So,
Denied.
Okay, Beatrix.
all right, let's go for Ling, maybe. Just give it up. The
Well-
assassin fight.
At least Echo knows this is a tank Lancelot.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
have to win.
Yeah.
They have to win.
So Carl DZ, Ling, come on, give it to us, Ling. Unless you want to
Give
go,
it up.
you want to go something else. Ooh, that's an old
That's
picture.
an
of Carl
old
DZ.
picture.
That's
Oh my
Fetus
God.
Carl.
Yeah,
Fetus
that's
Carl.
Fetus Carl.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is that a rookie season?
That was the. No, that was
close to it.
That was his first year with SGD.
All right, there you go.
So Carl DZ, Ling. Oh, Julia.
No, all right, all
I
right.
think it's confirmed. That's a
pretty good.
That's a jungle,
Julian, yes.
JJ.
Yes.
All right.
It's a JJ.
JJ.
I mean, it's clean, right? Like we've seen Julians in mid, but jungle Julian still a flavor to test
It's
out.
actually
you know?
really strong, underutilized in MPL, to be honest.
Oh yeah. And I feel like Echo is the only team that loves Julian so much that they play it on 3 roles differently. They can play it on XP, they can play it on support, they can actually play it at all in jungle as well.
That's true.
That is
So
true.
with this, I feel like the Julian changes the way the Lancelot can play. Like it changes the confidence levels. Because the amount of CC that the Julian brings is like, what if you come out of your iframes at the wrong time and you get hit with the chains?
Yeah. And the main problem for the Lancelot is that even if you go tank route, glowing one is always going to be in the menu of the Julian, so HP is not going to matter for Carl Tizzy.
Oh, this is a tough way to go. And yep, it's a jungle Julian going up against Ryzen's Lancelot. I guess there's a 70-80% chance this is tank Lancelot.
Yeah.
I think 95.
You think 95?
I think 95.
It's all right. We'll see. We'll see. I think Omega has enough tankiness in the form of the glue and the Cho, but you know what? Another one wouldn't hurt. And Kelra's on a very classic pick, the Beatrix, so it's a possibility.
And again, with a team like Omega that just is built around. Oh, Yowie.
Ooh.
All right. Oh!
What? Wait,
the
what?
showstopper! What? The showstopper!
That's an impressive thing to do with the glue.
Yeah, I actually don't know how that happens.
Oh, and look, Sanji stole a little wonder in the face of 2 members of Omega.
Carl. This is the strength of a jungle Julian, you know.
Yes.
You don't need to wait for level 4. Level 3, your go time.
That's so good. Anyway, I was saying, for a team like Smart Omega that builds around Kelra, builds around their gold laner, it's fine to be this peely. It's fine to be this hard. Oh!
Feeling it.
Okay. All right. All right. I mean, that's kind of warranted. He does have a bit of an advantage here in the laning phase.
It's a Melissa versus a Beatrix. Like,
Yeah.
what would you do if you're the Beatrix?
I mean, Stellar Brilliance versus Nobara. I don't know, man.
If you can't hit those snipes anymore, like, it's so hard to fight against a Melissa.
Yeah. Yawi.
And Keller's not even trying.
I love this coming out from Miko. Yawi is always getting checked with the Cho. And that's hard. If you're the Kaja, you know, it's annoying to always be in front of a roamer because you don't want to be in that place.
Oh!
Got a recall.
It's like that.
Okay.
It's like that.
Oh, no. This is better. Benakiri didn't get the gold from the gold cannon.
Yeah, he isolated him. That's basically The freeze. Oh.
And of course, Stoom just showing up that you
Ryzen.
can't really intimidate me.
Taking the turtle away from Carl.
Who gets
Oh!
it? It's Ryzen.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, it's the orange aura. It's Tank Lancelot.
Oh, the plot thickens.
The
right,
molten
right in the face of the goat. He steals the turtle. It's like, nope. Look at this. Look at this tank. Look at this
Watch
tank
me.
Lancelot.
Watch this boring hero.
At this moment, there's 2 gears being grinded. Oh!
Ah, good knock-up here. Carl TZ and Yaoi
Oh!
very much in the zone here, but Stome able to pull out Divine Judgment in the end, and Kelra with a beautiful Rider's Apathy to close it up. Skabra!
Oh my, Omega is, giving a statement of their own. 3 heroes trying to deal with the Julian, and this is the problem if you are a damaged jungle, It's hard to fight prolonged skirmishes.
Oh yeah, for
Because
sure.
you don't have that raw tankiness, unlike Ryzen.
Oh.
Who can just stand his ground.
Medicutie tried to make a play here, but Miko gonna be forced up in a weird angle. Go away, tried to push him out, but Miko is not falling for it. Kelra, Beatrix, once more showing why he's the Filipino savage.
He's feeling it. Look at him. Look at him. He's feeling it. I saw it. In the player cams, he's like just an inch between his eyes and the phone.
Ooh, Kelra. Again, Miko, that was perfectly timed. That flicker kick onto Medicutie. It was the last proc of the go away. And that gives an absolute advantage towards his gold lane.
Miko showing up on the Cho big time right now. Even giving Yaoi a taste of his own medicine. Taken out really quickly by Omega.
I was just about to say, right, at about 2 minutes and a half, 2,000 gold is ahead. Now 3K at 4?
That's big.
Yaoi, knock up.
Once more Miko trying to make something happen here, but obviously the Way of the Dragon was in
Ryzen.
cooldown. But the danger here is Omega. Kelra's getting in the zone, bro.
Yeah, even Ryzen is just styling over the minion wave.
Oh.
And the strength of this type of Lancelot is that, yes, the damage does fall off, but early game he does have the damage.
That's a bit of a rewind.
Yaoi!
Way of Dragon, Yaoi missing out on the Divine Judgment. Or maybe that was intentional. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it worked. It pushed,
Kelra dodged it.
exactly, but it also pushed away the rest of Omega, so,
It kind of did what it had to do, I guess.
Carl.
And now it's a 50-50 on the turtle here.
Yep, up against a level 7 Lancelot. It's hard to do this.
Sanford's at the back. Sanji finds Renzio with the Petrify and the Rough Waves. Ryzen still gets the turtle, though.
I get it now. I mean, he did say it was slick. He did say it was so hard to catch. That's exactly what happened. Like, you could have been hit by all the CCs in the world, but you would still have hit the Thorn Rose and the Red Tree.
Yeah, that is the secret of the tanks a lot. You just stay alive for so long, you'd naturally get objectives. It's inevitable for this type of Lancelot to get these objectives as long as he's not being disrupted. Yaoi, though.
We gotta conceal here. Miko again looking for his target. It's gonna be Yaoi. Third time in a row alongside Stone's Divine Judgment. You can't get out of that.
The hate.
Just let go of your phone.
The hate.
Yeah, at that point, you just let it go. It's like, all right, I'll do better.
That's 3 in a row, though, for Yaoi. That's gotta get something.
Yeah. I mean, the other one didn't kill him, but, it's tough.
Wow, the dodge.
Getting pressured here. Sanford this time around is the target of Omega. Obviously, a bit of a more difficult target.
Yeah. But if you're Omega, you need to start taking down towers because the strength of Echo's lineup is that no matter what happens, there is a win condition on their side. It is that Divine Judgment. If they get their hands on Kelra, which is a problem for Omega because he is the sole damage. Okay.
Oh, there you
like
go.
That.
Just like that. Like
I was just about to say, he didn't see Yaoi. He didn't see Yaoi go into that bush.
Sole damage contributor for Omega.
Once more, Yaoi
No
is going to
damage
be
at all.
facing some damage at least, but this time around, there's no Omega members for the follow-up. It's Echo
that
collapsing straight into Omega, but once more, Miko is just a little bit slippery. Ryzen, Carl TZ, oh, here we go.
How do you like that?
That's the matchup.
He's getting annoyed again. He was like, no damage.
No damage, bro. And he showed that right there and there.
Yeah, if that was Carl TZ and he played damage Lancelot, Julian would have been dead.
That's true.
But he was like, see, no damage.
What'd I tell you?
That's what I'm talking about.
But Carl TZ can't say much in this game right now. 7 minutes in, they haven't scored a single turtle.
Yeah.
So far, thanks a lot is good.
So it doesn't have hero damage, but good
Oh,
objective
Miko.
control. And Miko going to be going in tit for tat here. Kelra hits it up against Sanford. Storm, I don't know what that flicker was for.
Oh,
but
that's
in
why!
the end, he got Benny, and Kelra finished it off.
Ask and you shall receive, rock hard. Why? That's why.
That could have been close. It was under the breath of the ocean.
Stone was like, well, guess what? You have a win condition. I can steal that.
Dude.
I can get our own win condition for Omega.
Oh, he daisy chained the flicker and the dash of the Valentina to basically change Benny Cutie's zip code. Oh.
It was an unintentional relocation by Echo.
Oh.
And Stone was like, okay.
Mission failed successfully.
Dude, my currency doesn't work here anymore. That was so far off.
All right.
Temperature, the air here is different.
It was like, go away.
Well, look at
No, I
Omega. Getting a turret for free, and there's very little Omega can do. Yeah, we get spotted out as well. Renzo with the flicker.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, all right,
Oh, that's
slow
why.
it down. Here comes the grab.
Oh, wow.
Where you guys
Wow,
going?
Miko.
And Miko going straight for Sanford. Lapu-Lapu Force of the bravest fighter going away. Oh man, Echo forcing all of their utility to just escape.
Oh, Carlo.
Looking really good. Is going to be Omega on the team fights. That's Benny Cutie getting taken out by Stone. Keller
right.
very healthy, but
Still
Carl
going.
Teasy still has some good damage.
Oh! Ryzen, do it. No emote. Oh, still respect.
no emote,
respect,
no emote.
respect. All right.
Eyes on the prize.
It's still the GOAT. You know, it's still the GOAT. And you never know.
It's too early.
We've seen Carl Deasy pull out miracles
That's
coming out
true.
from Digital Gen.
That's true. Don't do it till you win.
Yeah.
Sanford's having a bit of a bad game right now, having a hard time finding targets.
Yeah, it feels very similar to what Echo did to TNC. You know, it's always that punishing the Lapu-Lapu. And it has been the game for Smart Omega every single time Miko has kick. Actually, it's not even just Stanford. Whoever is in front of them
That's right.
gets
That's
kicked.
right. Yeah, the uptime for Omega this time around, and we mentioned this earlier before the matchup is should Omega speed it up? Like, yeah, you can wait for Omega timers, but it doesn't always have to be just do nothing until 16, 17.
Coach Wynot was like, we don't pick Cho, we pick Yaoi. This is how he plays. Whoever is in front of Yaoi gets kicked.
I mean, they have a Wave of the Dragon, they have Divine Judgment.
Oh!
That is beautiful. That's basically both Yaoi skills.
You all saw that? Miko burned one,
Yep.
but the Cyclone I saved Yaoi.
All right, Conceal Play won't be fooling Omega anytime soon. Ryzen secures that Lord.
Man,
Objective.
The way Miko is pressuring Echo, I see what you're saying, Midnight. It's like if Yaoi wasn't playing, you could have sworn Miko was manifesting Yaoi. Oh.
Yeah, oh, nice
Sanji
trigger
from
out.
behind, rough waves, barely any damage to Miko.
Oh!
Pull back,
Oh!
Yaoi once more going down.
The idea was nice, but
pretty
it was
good.
for naught.
That's
Carlo!
right, Carl TZ trying to go for an attack on the back, but won't be enough to take out Kelra. Almost makes a target, but Omega makes it out with 5 members alive.
Watch out, though. Watch out. Sanji is taking time bomb here. A lot of damage from him. Nope, he's not going to push the issue. Now, let me just say this. Let me play devil's advocate. If this was not Tank Lancelot, would have died in the face of Benny Cutie there.
Yeah, it's hard for Echo to control Ryzen at the moment. Again, this is the strength of the tanks a lot. There's a lot of mobility in the hero, and it's hard for you to kill him off. And he does output a decent amount of damage, especially with the build that he went for. He went for the Thunderbelt.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, I think the passive amplifies the item's passive as well.
Plus, the fact that they're so ahead in gold means the damage is basically like what you would expect if you were even.
Oh, they're setting it up. They're looking for one.
Again, barely does damage with the Thorn Rose, but it's okay. Like, you're just trying to clear your minion waves, right?
Just to build on what Midnight said, in addition to the Thunderbelt, building up on Lancelot's passive, good friend of ours, Ray Ash, also mentioned this. Every dash, once a Cursed Helm is built up, is amplified as well.
It is amplified. All sources of damage, aside from the Retribution, is amplified. I think that was the secret that they were talking about. You know, whatever damage Lancelot outputs, it's amplified by the passive.
Oh, so there is a method to the madness. It's
Yeah.
not just all, I guess, just for the sake of saying you played Tank Lancelot.
Yeah,
like,
and imagine the clear speed as well, you know, with the junglers.
Yeah, it works. And Yaoi, basically a one for none here. Nothing Echo can do about it. They're just watching on the sides. Well, Sanford and Sanji,
Nico,
the Sand
he's
Sand
thinking
duo
about it.
making a run for the hills.
There's just one Cho pushing away 3 members of Echo's like, get over here, no!
And you know what's crazy? He didn't have kick.
That's true.
Oh,
He's
Ryzen.
on the back. He's trying to go for a 1v1. I don't see it. But yeah, Carl TZ just trying to make something happen in this
Corner
game.
Carl, where's he go? Renzio just randomly just pressed the split there.
It was like, there's no way.
No, he might be over here. Again, there must be a reason. He's like, I'm going to check the bush. Might be here.
Oh, it's trying to
Can
go
he catch
for Kelra.
Kelra? I don't think so, though.
What?
Oh!
Wait!
What? Wow! Wow!
I refuse!
How?
I refuse! No.
There's no way in hell!
No!
Kelra!
No freaking
No
way!
Who does that? No!
Who in their right mind would do that?
Well, Kelra does. He's a Filipino savage for a reason. Did y'all see that?
I
Are
don't
we
know.
watching the same game?
I don't know. Even the Filipino broadcasters
They
are
don't.
standing.
They're flabbergasted. Everyone's just
I've lost the capability to can.
no.
I can't even.
Ow!
I lost the capability to even. What? That was...
Kelra hasn't left the same position like we checked in earlier. About 5 minutes in, he's still just about an inch away from his phone. That's... Oh.
That's literally 6 cents.
All right. So
$0.08.
to capitalize on that situation, folks, they just went for a clean Lord. Like, Lord just got
Zero.
nothing. Like, Echo can't even contest. They didn't even think about it.
And now it's going to be Echo on the turtle mode because of that. Obviously, it's going to be difficult to end this.
Sorry, for Echo, I mean, how do you move on from that? Like, how was that play possible?
Everyone in the stage is shocked.
I'm pretty sure Carl D was like, wait, am I fighting God?
I mean, yes. Throwback to Season 9, Kelra Savage against Blacklist International
Against
on
Haji.
Haji's Farsa, right? That was amazing, but this was something else.
Yeah, we have lost the ability to...
I mean, snap back to reality, right? There's Yawi here. Oh.
Tried to go for it once more. Again, if you are Echo, that's what you got to do. You got to go for the play, but Kelra's just not giving anything away. Try to go for the snipe and hits Yawi, but the Lord will be cleared. No more minions means the push is going to be stopped, at least for now.
All right, so to help explain why this defense is so difficult for Echo, right? They're outgunned, they're 10k down!
Yeah, the Filipino Savage showing up strong here, but Renzio is in the middle of everyone. He's actually quite low. Immortality is pop. Oh, man. They're going for Renzio. He will go down.
look at this.
But look at this. Carl TZ's the one. It's going to pay off here. Oh, beautifully done here. They're the world champions. You can't go willy-nilly in their faces.
Oh,
goodness.
Wow.
Kelra pays for it in spades.
Yes, Carl TZ will die off of a pickoff by Kelra, a blind snipe, but he will find you eventually to what a shutdown!
Yeah, and he played that perfectly. He tried to wait it out with the second skill. Once he popped out, the damage was there, and Kelra was not able to survive that. And Echo, they bounced back.
That's an instant punch back. Like, that's good, because that means Echo's morale, they weren't really affected that much by the play.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Just to put it into context, at this point, Carl TZ might have been able to buy a house in Malibu and a Lambo. Because look, they shrank that goal lead, shutting down a 10x Beatrix. It was prior, what, 10k, 11k? Now it's down to almost just 5.
This will hurt Omega. You know, the Divine Glaive Holy Crystal build from Carl TZ. And the thing is, he doesn't even need to just wait out the spells. He has Spirit of Heaven. Every spell he casts, it's going to scare Omega because he hits hard. He hits like a truck.
This is what you call the right-click Julian.
Yeah, basically even
right
Renzio,
tap.
Renzio's not safe. Like, you can get tapped instantly.
That's true. Oh, now this Lord, I'd say scaled up to 16 minutes, not exactly evolved yet, will do a lot. Like, this is... If Echo gets this, they might break into an inhibitor.
By the way, there is a War Axe on the Lancelot.
All right.
All right. Gears less grinded.
So more damage, more mobility, max stacks.
In the right direction.
And he has Cursed Helmet, you know? He has Cursed Helmet. That passive will always be up.
Oh, where is it though? It's not on the Lancelot. Is that a visual lapse?
Did he sell?
Did he sell the Molten Essence?
Oh, I think he's sold.
He did. He did.
Are they transitioning? Is that what this is?
That could be it. Either way, Omega will get that Lord, which means that the siege continues.
All right, outgunned is still outgunned. Like 6k is still 6k.
That's true.
All right.
All right, let's try to find out what avenue Omega is going to try to go for here to try to end this. Because as good as their plays are doing.
Midnight, they did.
They swapped out.
Confirmed. Well, he does have the Twilight Armor. Oh, that's going to hurt. Twilight Armor and Thunderbolt.
Ow.
That's
and
not something you
those
see every
damages
day.
are amplified as well.
Okay.
And he has penetration.
All right.
I mean, I would have preferred Malefic Roar,
Half
but
grinded gears.
hell yeah.
Okay.
War Axe.
I like this because they're past the farming stage, right? So the extra damage that the burn from the helm does very little. I think the Twilight Armor is the way to go.
That's very good. That's a good transition, I have to say. No,
Nico.
Mega, what are they going to do? They have
Nico.
to do it. They find Sanford, and that's almost a -1, but it's still a 5v5. Lord is still in their midst. Renzio trying to go straight into Benny Cutie, but not going to be able to do anything against the Melissa at this point. And the defense continues. Once more, Echo putting up a beautiful turtle.
It's hard to fight into Melissa at this moment. Benekudi just outputs so much damage now. You would argue, if Ryzen had enough damage there, he would have wiped out Echo. They were sitting at, what, 1/3 of their HP, like 3 heroes for Echo. By the way, Sanford lived from that kick.
He did. He did. I think it's up to the point wherein even Sanford's arsenal is tanky enough to survive. Watch out.
The dog!
That was a defensive way of the dragon.
That was supposedly an aggressive way of the dragon, but Yawi outplayed Miko there, casted the dash at the same time.
That was a millisecond earlier.
that was an insane reaction from the Kaja.
Oh, must have been a moment there of just affirmation between these two rovers. Like, nice one.
No, good play.
Yeah, nice try. All right.
All right.
You've been kicking me for 4 2-minute times.
Yeah, the better part of the past 15 minutes.
This time, Echo's on the offensive rather, here on the bot side.
Oh, yeah.
And Ryzen's pretty far away. They spot that out, send some members back.
Make quite the dent on the map. To be fair, even if Omega got that last Lord, Echo have pushed out.
Yeah, this is such a weird sight to see, Echo just having one base and Omega actually leading for the majority of the game. And now we're on to that Omega timers, considering the inflation.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to expire, though. It's because so far, the past 2 big team fight engagements, Echo won.
Yeah, they're just really good at defense, right? That's why it's so hard. Even though they can lose some team fights, it's just Echo just has a good grasp of when to control these waves.
Yeah, and it's hard to fight into Echo because even though you, ideally you'd want to kick a target first, you have to deal with the Melissa because naturally you'll group up to take out whoever Miko kicked. And even if you manage to burst him down, fighting into the Melissa is still hard.
It's a concealed movement here. They spot out Renzio, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this one, but he does. He lives. All of these ultimates being used by Echo along to conceal will not be available for this fight. Only Benny Cutie has go away.
Yeah, Sanford missed the stun.
That
Renzio was able to
huge.
use split.
Watch out.
How can they contest
Oh, nice dodge.
Nice one
From
again.
Easy.
Respect.
Respect to the GOAT.
Okay.
All right, so
All right.
they still don't have any ultimates. They're buying as much time as they can, but Omega, they're really, really trying to sink their teeth into this Lord.
All right, Renzio's waiting for the split. And look at that. They're sending members back. I think Echo just made the call. We can't contest this.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Their ultimates are just not available. They missed the play, and it cost them a Lord.
Yeah, at this point, Miko, I think he has been commending Echo like, oh, nice. Very good dodge. But again, this is the base defense of Echo, and they're playing into a Melissa lineup. Well, not a lineup, but they're playing into a Melissa. It's still really hard for them to pull off a Lord push, especially without the flicker from Miko. So this is going to be a harder task for Omega. But if they manage to get a proper target on the side of Echo, either, Sanford or Yawi would be good.
Yeah. Oh, for the kick.
For the kick. Again, they miss it up. He could decide if it was Carl Teasy or Yawi, and he missed out the move. There's the go away, but the Cutie is very much alive on the back line, but Renzio is on top of Carl Teasy. Try to go for the pull. That's going to be Sanford. I think he will be popped here, but he makes it out alive. Lord is in tow, Omega on the offensive, but Benny Cutie is just unstoppable at this point. He's going forward. Oh, Benny Cutie, he's popped. Immortality is out. And he's taken down.
Carl?
That's going to be Omega. Can't clean this up. Try to go for the base.
That's it.
And I think we have a game free.
What do we say, folks? What do we say?
Thanks a lot. It's a real deal.
Look, the happiest guy is just...
Oh,
He's
wow.
the happiest guy there. Look at them.
The barangay
Look at Ryzen.
haven't been this loud in a while.
Yeah. it's crazy. We were talking about how hard this push would be, but Miko, he didn't. He was like, I don't need to wait for the flicker. I'll just cruise my way into the base of Echo. And it was unfortunate for Echo that Carl TZ and Yawi was outside the base at that moment. They should have been inside the base
to defend.
And Omega capitalized.
But again, it's less Echo's mistake and more just Omega playing to their strengths. Like, they knew that this was their time. Initiative was on their side.
Yeah.
And overall, I think Miko deserves a huge credit, not just in this game, but even in the last game, right? That Cho game, alongside Storm's, the duo of these guys, no one can really get out of Death's way.
More in Game 2.
More in Game 2.
IS2G, more in Game 2. Miko's Cho was just out of this world. Like, you could have sworn he was banking ults. You know how, like, in older video games, like, you would save up finishers and ults? Like, he
saved up for 3 weeks. He was like, I'm saving this for Yawi.
And
this is for you.
This is the right time to bring it out, right? You just don't give the Cho or the Yawi. Folks, we're about to break down Game 2 here. We're seeing Game 3. Midnight, hope you're ready to tell us what happened.
Well, it is Omega proving to us that the Omega storyline is indeed real. Being able to force out game number 3 out of the World Champions. I'm sorry if I'm struggling over a speech because I'm still speechless with what happened on Game 1 and now in Game 2. Now we're about to break things down as to how Omega was able to capitalize on Echo's mistakes and errors, and I would say over competitiveness in this match. Because Echo, for a majority of this game, they were trying to fight back onto Omega's aggression, but Miko has always been there in every corner, in every aspect of whatever Echo wants to do, especially on the gold lane. The reason why Kelra had a fantastic game on the Beatrix is because of the fact that Miko was always there looking for Yawi, and Echo had no answers because every single time that they try and check the bushes for Benecutie, Miko is always there for the kick, and Omega is always there for the response, and they get bursted down on the side of Echo. There was no chance for Echo to try and take control of the goal lane, and that is what allowed Kelra to have a fantastic game on the Beatrix. Now, come to mid-game, it became a problem for Smart Omega when it comes to dealing with a lot of the crowd controls on the side of Echo and also the sustainability of Sanford. Primarily, Omega was bursting down the X-Planer of the Orcas, but the Sanford was able to survive majority of these engagements and able to sustain and land a lot of stuns for Echo and give space for Benecutie to be able to dish out many forms of damage onto Omega. That is why he is the highest damage dealing hero on this game, having dished out 107,000 damage output for Echo. But the story of this game was the incredible performance of Kelra on this Beatrix. It is the hero of the game that made so many people speechless in the stadium. That includes me, because it was an astounding performance from the gold laner himself, the Filipino Savage, and he made a savage play onto Carl TZ, having sniped the Julian without any form of vision, just intuition of this gold laner of the barangay. And again, it was crazy to witness the amount of impact that he had in this game, even though the late game didn't become the Kelra show. I would say the majority of the early to mid game was because of Kelra's ability to interact with a lot of the heroes on the side of Echo, meaning his capability to fight and also land a lot of these shots alongside Miko. It kind of acted like a Franco Beatrix combination wherein Kelra was just waiting for the setup, and truth of the matter is he was always ready for the setup. He does not want to farm in this game. He wanted to take control of the map, and he showed up to a lot of fights. And he was also incredible with the precision of the Renner's apathy, and he was also capable of dishing out damage that are needed to burst down the heroes of Echo. And again, the top lane matchup between Benecutie and Kelra, he was able to man up. Level 2, yes, Melissa was gaining some form of advantage, but come the first turtle, he was way above Benny Cutie when it comes to the gold lane resource, because he was zoning out Benny Cutie in a lot of the times that we witnessed them took it out on the laning stage. Now, Echo, they did have some answers in the mid-game. Again, they do have enough damage, but Carl TZ was suffering a lot from the amount of Omega's pressure that they had on the Julian, and it ended up becoming a show of Benny Cutie when it comes to the defense, because it was a gold lane matchup that proved to be in the advantage of the Barangay. It was just a bigger lead on Kelra. Again, he was sitting at 10k gold, while both Carl TZ and Benny Cutie was sitting at 6 to 7k. Although there was a team fight wherein Carl TZ was able to get those gold back, it was a huge lead, and it came to a point where Omega just needed to convert with one victory. And again, that play from Miko allowed for Omega to seal the deal here for the Barangay. They caught out Carl TZ and Yawi at outside the base, and it was what led them to this point where they're now one match away from delivering the final blow to Echo, and probably their first match loss in MPL. Now let's go back to the checklist of our keys to victory. Now let Carl TZ prove how wearing tank lance what it is. It wasn't checked by Echo, and Ryzen was able to prove that there is a space for the tank slot, and Renzio for sure stopped Sanford in this game, getting that first blood onto the Lapu Lapu. And both of these two teams, although they striked and anticipate the strike, they didn't anticipate Kelra on the onslaught that happened on game number 2, and that is what allowed Omega to have a very fantastic time up against Echo in game 2.
So many question marks here.
Yeah, because this is the post commotion clarity. You're like, 26-minute bout, Omega basically owning 2/3 of the game in game 2. Like, now what happens? Where do we find ourselves? Like, what else is left in the tank? Because I'm pretty sure game 2 here was a wake-up call for Echo, right? Like, what do they do now that they know Omega is capable of doing this?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Echo is they have to be aware this time around. There's no more room to showboat, no more room to take your opponent for granted. This time around, it has to be laser focused every moment of the game. Don't fall for that shenanigan TP play. Maybe you're missing out a few seconds of farming time.
Okay.
Small stuff. It's just the small stuff now. Echo obviously still championship caliber, world champions,
No question.
But you gotta tighten it up.
Okay, cat's out of the bag. Are we in agreement that maybe in game 2 they were a little sloppy? Like, there were moments where, like, Carl, you shouldn't have chased Kelra that deep.
Didn't need to.
Yeah, gold lane, Benny may have been a little too lax, like, to start the TP war against Kelra. Like, oh, well, never mind, I'm losing the matchup, right? Like, there were moments definitely where, like, oh, these little moments added up.
Looked harmless,
Yeah, harmless until you're like, oh, whoa, wait, no, they're 7-8k ahead. Oh.
Yeah. It affects mentality, for Echo. And I feel like that is a factor as to why Echo performed this way, but also it's the pressure that Miko put on the table here for Echo. He played a phenomenal show. Again, it looked like he was saving it up for Yawi for 3 weeks. And, this is why a lot of the teams look at Miko and they see the similarity between these two roamers. And we saw that in game 2. There were a lot of times wherein Miko was just ready to kick somebody and Echo had no response whatsoever. Like, the top lane, there were 4 targets that got kicked.
Time to ban out the Cho. Yeah, Cho out. I think if you're Echo, if we can't get it, just ban it out. Let's see if Miko can flex that on a different hero.
Or
we'll see.
Or if they want to showboat, I want to see a Yawi and Yawi Miko matchup. Atlas, the Francos, the Chos, the Kajas.
That's thinking that maybe the Cho might get banned out, but I think it's gonna be a hot commodity. Regardless, either way, Omega. Wait, Echo? Oh no! Game 3's choice is going to be Echo's choice.
Yeah. First pick, I think. First pick, you go for either Fredrin or Joy, and then you find yourselves later up against the tanks out last pick.
Maybe Valentina if you can eke it out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Faramis will be contested in game 3. Because if they don't, there's a lot of different options to go about it. This one, like the Digi, would surely come out from Omega if they don't get their hands on the Cho, because it is a Yawi counter. A lot of people consider Digi as a Yawi counter, not just for the hero, for the Yawi, because he uses a lot of setups.
If it doesn't get perma-banned, who knows, right? It could happen.
It's for the young mans. Nope. Actually, wait. Diggy wasn't touched at all game 2.
Yep. At
So
all.
that might have just come through the cracks.
Well, because Omega had her hands on Cho, and Echo has no business picking the
Diggy anyways.
Diggy
That's
up
right.
against a Lancelot. You don't want that. You don't want that.
That's true. That's true.
I can see Miko picking it up. It's very, very, very highly likely.
Yeah.
But if they do pick it up, they're playing with fire. That's basically
That's difficult. Yeah.
asking for. Like, if you let the Cho through and then you play the Diggy, and again, Miko was amazing on the Cho. We've seen his Diggy over the past few weeks. Maybe there are better picks.
Yeah, we saw it once from Smart Omega, but I don't think it's a smart thing to do.
Exactly.
You're just giving Yawi the better of the comfort heroes that he has, and I think it's hard to say for Omega to just really contest the Cho, because there's also a lot of different options for Yawi to go about. There's still the Atlas, there's still the Kufras, the Grox, and I think they were just conditioned on game number 2 to pick up the Kaja because it was open. A lot of these teams are conditioned to pick up the meta openers, but I'm pretty sure that at game 3, you want the surprise as much as the meta openers, because even if Smart Omega's first pick, they pick up the Cho, then Kaja is open. It's an opportunity for you to pass on that, because at least you know that if they pick up the Cho, you have answers.
That's why coaches are so important, right? You have to stop your players. Okay, they're conditioning us to go into this kind of draft. We have to be aware of that.
Oh, no!
Of course, Diggy gets banned out.
Because again, it's a valid gambit. It's definitely possible. Given that Echo here are on the play, they ban out the Diggy. Now the whole maybe we let the Cho through and then pick the Diggy thing is never gonna happen now. So at least this is better. Like, logically speaking, it's a better situation to be in.
Awareness.
Yeah.
Right? They're aware of this.
And I think the coaches are like, okay, maybe Diggy is the surprise of game number 3. And I like this because they realize that Echo could first pick Cho, And
yes.
your answer is what? Fredrin on Ryzen?
Nope.
That's not something that you want.
So I like this. This is Coach. Why not? And Coach Etomax are doing great, right? In the absence of Coach Pakbet, this is amazing. Like, the drafts from game 1 and 2, almost spotless. I couldn't say any less. Like, this is solid. So now, do they pick the Fredrin first?
There is a choice. Fredrin Kaja. So I think for Echo, you go Fredrin. There you go. You let Omega go for the Kaja, and then you go for the answer.
Yep.
Yeah, Kaja Valentina sounds nice. Kaja Lapu-Lapu actually. Interesting.
None of the above?
Interesting. They let go of the Kaja and the
There's
Lapu-Lapu.
Valentina. All right.
Because they have the Valentina.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, I actually missed.
Yeah, give me some of that divine judgment, right?
Yeah. I was just saying, I missed Yu Zhong on Renzio. Because he's always played these, how do I say?
The glues.
The punching
The
bags.
Uranuses.
Sustainable, yes.
Samus.
But, when he gets violent, I missed his Masha, bro. He's savage on the Masha.
Yeah, I missed this Paquito, dude.
Yeah.
Paquito, season 7 Renzi was prime. Like, you would see him do 1v3 affairs, kill one, stay alive, get hell out.
Renzio Pacquiao, he was not known.
And there it is.
Not related to Edward Pacquiao.
This one I like.
These
Edward
are
Obama.
2 prime ultimates to be stolen by a Valentina.
There's a little room of flexibility for Echo. Sanford could still play the Fredrin, and Carl Theasy could play the Jungle Kaja. But I think they're gonna stick with their guns here. Fredrin, Jungle, Roam on. Kaja and Roam.
Yeah.
Then potentially pick up the Harith on the second phase. I love this Ruby pick from Omega. It's one of the old counters against the Kaja, because it's not a hero that you'd want to use Divine Judgment on, because he can provide a setup. And also the Emblem choice, which is the Tenacity, adds more layer of defensive capabilities for the Ruby. And it's also hard, a scary hero to just come up close with. If you're Echo, you already have Fredrin and Kaja. You don't want to be up close with the Fredrin, especially with the Yuzong having that Petrify on the backline. There is just so much threat on the side of Omega.
It's a big tempo
Love the
breaker.
Claude Ban.
Yeah, beautiful actually. These are reminders that Benny Cutie is one of the most flexible marksmen.
Yeah, one
in
of
the
the
game.
most prolific claw users in the game.
Good.
Actually, his highest, highest pick count.
Yeah, it's good that
Claw.
that Omega's not forgetting that here in this game, right?
Yep. And just the same, Echo's ban on the Hanzo is, appropriate, given the HP-based damage that the Hanzo deals out, shreds through even the toughest of them like Fredrin.
All right. So,
What is
No,
banned out here?
nothing specific on the bans, I would
Yeah,
say,
I
right?
think Fred, Beatrix, because I don't think they're scared with the Melissa.
Yeah, a lot of teams are just letting the Melissa go at this point, right?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I mentioned Harris earlier. So nice ban, Harris. You're either playing Brody here, or the Beatrix. Brody would be nice because it's a good hero against Yuzong, but Melissa also. But you want that raw damage from the Brody, especially on the early game.
All right, so lots of things are still up in the air here.
Did they take out one more jungler? Oh no.
Okay.
I like this. I like this. Although they're playing with fire, because Omega could pick up the Brody for themselves, and then Echo, they're stuck with Beatrix.
It's also carry. There's a Beatrix.
Okay.
Would have said carry would have been okay.
Edith is good here. Okay, never mind.
Because the thing is, it scared me a bit there.
No, ask Uomi if she's willing to play Edith here. It sounds like an awesome Edith game.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's true.
But teams in the MPL understand that once the Edith gets the ult off, you just walk away.
Lancelot. Lancelot. Come on.
he's
Lancelot.
Really itching for that lance, huh?
You know what? It's not such a bad idea. Especially if it's a tank Lancelot. That's the right amount of peel and sustainable damage.
Yeah, I think he'd go for the Hayabusa, honestly.
Something that could really get into that Farsa would be great. That sound, yeah.
Yeah.
And it reach Benny Cutie as well on the Brody. It's a very difficult hero to reach, actually, if you think, right? The Brody on the gold lane.
Ryzen has a few, how do I say, standing out moments playing out the Julian. But no, they're going to go ahead and play it closer to the meta.
Yeah, they go back for the classic Fredrin answer.
Huh.
Well, they do have 2 of the 3 classic Fredrin answers. Like you would hope for a Lapu Lapu, but you already picked up the Yuzong. It's a good hero to deal with the Fredrin on the early stages because you do have the bypass against those energies. Once Carl TZ falls to a certain HP threshold, it's one hit. So ideally, you'd want to start fast if you're Omega, and Echo needs to protect the Fredrin.
Yeah, Echo seems to be quite happy with those picks. I can see it in their faces, actually.
Sounds like an oxymoron, a paradox, if you will. Protect the Fredrin. Right? It's like, what kind of sad situation are you in?
Why did you pick Fredrin then?
Yeah, no, that does happen, folks. Like in certain ranked games, I've had this experience. When you're the Fredrin and you're the one who's miserable, then that's tough.
Imagine just there's a Lapu Lapu in Valentina jumping on you, and you can't do anything.
And that's why your teammates are so important. That's why team play is so critical, even if you are the main tank.
Yep.
Right? So, see who comes out on top in this one. It's definitely a very close series so far.
All right, early start here for Echo. Carl DZ getting a little bit of help from Benny Cutie, but look at Miko and Keller. Oh, they're deep.
All right, that's pretty deep here. If you think about it, he didn't need to, but now...
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about things as to why they would do that.
Yeah.
Again, one of the reasons why Omega also won in that previous game was, they didn't really play the same way that normal people would play.
Yeah.
Like other teams would play in the MPL, if I would say so.
One big problem with that play is that you gave out the information that Ruby was on top.
Yes.
That's a free Lito, yeah.
They still scored anyways.
Yeah, that's a calculated risk, probably.
Oh.
And now it's a bit of a scruffle here on the mid. Miko, very confident here on the Ruby. Giving Yaoi a run for his money.
That's a Valentina. You don't want to be doing that. He just gets his HP back.
Yep.
Don't want to play with Terrify too much as well.
Love this rotation coming up from Carl TZ. Actively staying away from where the action happens. So.
And mirrored on the other side of the map as well. So Carl TZ is actually quite low, but he's quite confident.
Whoa.
Forces the flicker out of Miko.
I don't think that was necessary at all.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, good news, bad news. Bad news, he wasted it. Good news is, I don't think the flicker is going to be very important in his first turtle anyways.
Yeah, I think Omega might be willing to give it away, actually, at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think you're happy with that. Unless Miko gets level 4, which is now what they're doing. They gave the Ruby the mid lane just to be able to get level 4 on the Ruby. Because this is a possibility for Omega to contest. They do have decent Fredrin answers.
Oh, they're contesting. Omega's trying to go for the fight here. Try to go for the chase. It's Sanford 1v3 so far, and he's surviving. I would say he's surviving. He gets the first. And Echo, they're following suit. The rest of the members are very happy to take the fights if they can. It's a 2v4. With a flicker. Straight from the bravest fighter. Everyone's stunned up. Damage is good, but the Appraiser's Wrath damage is also very, very scary.
That's the most sustainable Valentina I've ever seen. Could have sworn he was taking another way on the way out, but again, as early as 2 minutes 30, there's only so much one Valentina can do.
Yeah. It was a nice idea coming out from Smart Omega. They did pop Renzio's Black Dragon form, but Echo's commitment was like, okay, you do have enough answers. Let's just try and take out the Yuzong first before we take the turtle.
Yeah,
it's a good response.
Valentina didn't have CDR items yet, so he's actually... That was a losing fight for them.
He's going for a COD rush.
All right. So there it is, more cooldown for Stone. But Echo are very happy to go and attack as much as they can here. They're starting to get into form. This is how Echo usually plays. Carl TZ on the front with that Fredrin.
Yep.
That's interesting. Stone is gearing up for late game.
That's true. You don't want to arcane. Usually you want to arcane, right?
Yeah. Usually when we see Valentinas, especially in an aggressive lineup, you'd see cooldown boots and then enchant the talisman. Valentinas that want to play late game go for Clock of Destinies. And I thought initially that they'd want to play hyper aggressive on this lineup of Omega, especially with Valentina and Ruby on their side, and Amartys, by the way. But the idea now for Omega is to just farm up.
So, in that first engagement, did they just make the call, or did they decide that prior? Like, all right, we're going for the late game here, expect for this to go long, hunker down.
Yeah.
Or did they make that along the way? It's like, oh, we lost this first turtle. Like, all right.
With Miko's Flicker, I think they're more on the conservative side, right? The early Flicker trying not to die. Maybe they are gearing up for the mid to late.
Yeah, it was like just an attempt. But they didn't, they didn't actively acknowledge that there was a response from Echo that they could just burst down the Yuzong.
Yep.
So now Omega is forced into a weird corner wherein they need to fight into objectives.
It's a 5v4, and everyone is collapsing straight into Yaoi. He's going to get taken out, actually, very, very early in the game. Carl TZ's in trouble. It's a 4v1, but here's the artillery coming in from Sanji. They force Omega back.
It's the opposing jungler that actually falls. Now, that means Omega is without the retribution. It's another clear go for Echo to take this turtle.
Omega does not like that at all. But bottom lane, though, there is kind of a cute play here coming out from Omega, but they saw Sanford. So kind of a hard target to burst down. Honestly, it's a lapu-lapu. But again, it is an awkward position wherein Omega needed to do that. They needed to fight into objectives, but they don't have enough firepower. They don't have the capability of the same Valentina because it is a scaling game for Stone.
Speaking of firepower, that was a bit of
awkward in my judgment.
And the Flarsa was just not, they were not in the same page.
Yep.
Yeah, we was like, Benny, come on, we can do this. Benny was like, no, man, I'm objective. I'm all objectives. It's game 3, bro. We need to win this game.
Yep, and their victim was like, all right, I guess. Where are we going? Oh, never mind.
That was all fun and games. Overall, I think Omega are just quite happy with people just not dying. But Miko could be in trouble. Early flicker means you're not going anywhere here. They're playing under tower. We don't care. Echo with a kill. It's a 1 for 9.
Too early of a flicker, you know. You could have wasted Fredrin's dash before you popped out the flicker. And that converted into an objective here for Echo. And this limits the amount of farm that Kelrock gets. Now, Benecutie is getting ahead over the gold lane matchup that he had. Look at Tartese, he's just acting like a raid boss.
All right, this is what we're talking about, right? This is Echo in their form.
Oh, it's a hidden dragon.
Omega flying away with an invisible dragon. Carl TZ is the victim. Too much burst, no skills to be casted here by the Fredrin. And now it's going to be a 1 for 1 under the turret they're playing. Echo seems to have at least some battle. Here's the bravest fighter for Sanford, but he gets punished. That was very hard to see. Now Benecutie, he can't really do much, can he?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Yes, Omega is happy, but Echo is definitely much more happier because it allowed Benecutie to net a kill, and this just amplifies the pressure that they have on this game because even though Kelra got a kill, this is still a Brody that we're talking about, and Echo is much more equipped to fight into the mid game.
Yeah, we really haven't seen the whole Ruby pick pay off. We haven't seen much of an amazing
Ouchie.
pull. Oh!
Ouchie!
Forced out a
Very
flicker.
last second.
Yep.
All right, all right.
All right, he's in control, but again, going into the mid-game here, the last turtle, just shows that Omega had nothing in the early game. Like, yeah, they would win a few skirmishes here and there, trades here and there, but almost zero conversion.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that the flicker committed by Miko didn't really punish them that much, but I guess we're not feeling the effects because Ruby was essentially not a threat for 2 minutes on that early game. So this is Omega, trying to just get some form of farm back. They're on recovery mode now, basically, and Echo is dictating the tempo of the map.
These are the moments where I think to myself, instead of Ruby, why don't we go for an Atlas? But
Atlas, yeah.
obviously that's out of the picture. But you kind of think, right? You think in these situations. Omega seems to be really iffy, 50-50 on whether or not they're gonna take these fights.
Did you see that come from
That was slick.
That was an interesting Bravest fighter.
that made me laugh a little bit. It was like, oh, hero! Heroes never go! Oh, no, that was it all. Sorry.
Right. I have a hero. Go, go, go.
No, he was just ready to fight even before the fight started, right?
Carl TZ just saw Miko and Sandro was like, I'll help you, brother!
Maybe he's trying to get some value, right, of what a Lapu Lapu can do. Especially in the mid-game, where you can actually do quite a lot. Right now.
They're ahead. They're okay.
Yeah.
There really wasn't much that Omega could punish, even despite the early pull on the ult of the Lapu Lapu. 30 seconds away from the first Lord of the game. And look at how much Carl is doing here. He's taken so much damage, only died once.
And to think that he is up against a lineup that can deal with the Predator on the early game. Again, this Ruby and Martis pick we haven't seen utilized yet.
Yep, that's a concealed play. Sanford, here's the one that you want. Here's the fight that you're going for here. Will be stymied a little bit by the Flying Dragon of Renzio.
Oh.
Yep, Black Dragon form. I think that's a good use of the Black Dragon form.
Okay.
But now they are in position to go maybe contest for a Lord.
Okay, no harm, no foul, but yes, the BDF being out of it. Oh, there's a pull!
Oh, that's a great pull, Ryzen! He's the one who's gonna get taken out first. That means there's no Lord contention here. That's a big problem, Carl TZ. It's a 1v3, but he's surviving this one.
Look at this raid boss of a jungler on the back line.
Willing
to give his life for the team fight just to make sure that BLCK is given enough space. And he didn't even die.
He juggled 3 heroes.
Carl TZ is a turret and a half. The amount of damage he's dealing, the amount of damage he's taking, and look, he just makes a beeline for it. It's basically another day in the life of the 2-time world champ. He's like, all right, 4 dudes tried to kill me. Oh, wait, Lord.
It looked like a small Lord was fighting into Omega.
Yeah, it also didn't help that Ryzen was the first guy to go down there, man, for Omega.
It was so difficult.
That was hard.
And he's building full tank, all right? Mind you, he's got that Assault Cuirass going already.
Yep.
Antique Cuirass, that is. And I don't think it's enough, especially since he has a half-built Hunter Strike.
Right.
Oh, this is really hard, for Omega to shred through this amount of defense on Carl TZ. Good mixture, Antique Cuirass and Radiant Armor. Again, looking at the dynamics or the balance of damage output of Omega. Very nice response coming out from Carl TZ. And you also have to tear through the damage reduction of Redden's passive. And do take note that there is that Abraser's Wrath threat where he's acting like a Valentina. I can get my HP back.
All right. So, once more, Echo is trying to see if he can get something done, because right now there's no Lord to be taken. Oh, that's Yaoi in the middle of everything. I don't think he can make it out.
Whoops.
That's a big oops, yeah, pretty much. It's a 5v4. I guess oops is an understatement at this point.
All right. A punish is a punish.
Okay,
still down 8K.
That's pretty good damage.
Sanford again. He was like, a hero!
Let's go.
Oh, but at least he didn't pull the ult.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's all right. He's all right.
He's not wasting spells now.
All right, so now I would say that Yaoi's def there kind of negligible. And again, I guess both teams are kind of just waiting for the next Lord.
Yeah, but this does give an opportunity for Omega to fight back. We're already in the territory wherein the Beatrix damage is something that Echo cannot neglect anymore. Even though there is a 2k gold difference between BLCK and Kelra, still, one catch is what Omega needs. One catch, and they have decent enough damage, they have decent enough control, but they have to make this Ruby work.
God, they have to. They made this choice, right? So Oh man, but Omega, they're in the right direction, right? They're trying to set up traps like what Echo were doing in the previous game, trying to see if they can make it work, trying to catch Echo off guard. But I think Echo kind of heard this earlier, right? This time around, they're playing it more tight to close to the chest.
Yeah, they group up. They know that they know for a fact that they have a Kaja. Whoever tries to look for vision will, just get ulted by Yawi.
Welcomed into the loving arms
of
the Echo Express.
No judgment, though.
And no unnecessary risks, right? That's important.
I mean, that was a bad pun, but
we'll let it pass.
Yeah, no judgment, but ulti was there.
15 seconds away from this Luminous Lord.
They're concealed. They're concealed.
Concealed play.
Oh, you gotta. Oh no!
How?
He didn't. He was looking at the map, maybe.
How is Omega doing this place?
Those moments where Yawi is looking at the map, you can't see people concealed on the map.
No, but the thing is, that was a blind pull from Miko.
I mean,
you would expect somebody was waiting there.
I'm thinking maybe it might not be completely blind.
They guessed.
They might have seen Yawi walk in.
Possibly, yeah.
Because they did pull the conceal. Oh!
Now it's a 4v5, and we'll have to wait
Sanford
and see.
though on Kelra!
50 on the Lord Kelra! He's in trouble, but he's nice flicker in by Sanford. Finally paying off with the bravest fighter. That's a double kill for Benny Cutie. Okay, Echo. They cleaned up house.
All right. Given that it's a wipeout, traded out for nobody.
20 seconds.
Might have been the last Lord Omega gets. They're so close. Echo can finish.
We might be done. I think we're done here.
Yeah, 12 on Stone. I don't think they can get back here.
Yeah. Out of nowhere.
That's it, folks. A swift victory. Echo claims Game 3.
That was a little shocking. I would say so.
I think a lot of us might say anticlimactic.
Yeah.
As much as it was the right call for Echo. Objectives and roles were defined on that last fight. The jump from Sanford onto Kelra shut down Omega completely.
Yep.
Sanford's bravest fighter finally paid off.
He popped the win chant, but only to survive maybe 2 seconds longer. Not long enough to make the most of that stolen Lord. Not even long enough to buy more time in the game.
Oh, man. Look at these guys. Oh, there it is.
Kelra had fun.
He really did.
For sure.
For sure.
Especially game number 2 and game 1.
Well, a well-deserved Echo victory. I mean, it was a no-nonsense game like what we normally know of Echo, right?
Yeah.
So they really got into form there.
Yeah, no, this squad right here, Barangay Omega, taking their bow. They stretched out our M4 world champions, right? They forced them to play out the Echo system. They forced them to play out the Echo Express. A showcase, no doubt.
Yeah, and Miko, performance on the show. This is a game that a lot of MPL teams would watch out for. This guy's show is no joke.
Yeah, this is actually a really good game. This time around, the drafts for Omega's opponents will be a little bit harder because of what Miko did in this series. They didn't win, but they definitely won the hearts of a lot of the show players out there.
Yes. By the way Omega performed here tonight, sky's the limit, basically. Like if they can do this against the M4 World Champions, what else can they do when they've actually hit their stride? When we've hit Omega timers on a seasonal basis, right? Like week 7, week 8, oh no.
Scary stuff.
Omega
Again.
just, right?
Inflation,
There's a lot of hope, I'd like to just say, but that aside, great way for Echo to clean up. Like Echo really did clean up their game 3.
Yeah, it was like all business were serious, all objectives were met, and all the roles were fulfilled by the players. And this is something that we've always witnessed Echo do, especially when they're in their tenure in M4. Like the Echo Express is kind of contained. Like they always play around objectives, and those moves that they make, it's always converted into something even greater. And I feel like this is where Echo shines at the moment. Like the amount of highlights that they bring, it is really, really scary because it translates into something. And we saw Game 3, there were no shenanigans whatsoever from the Orcas, and they were just they came in, got the blueprint, ordered what they needed ordered, and executed to perfection.
Yep.
And also, this shows that they're championship material. Part of being a champion is be able to adapt to situations. If you make a blunder in one game, you know what? You form up, you bounce back very quickly, right away get that double.
Yeah, and in addition to just being able to bounce back, they're able to adapt. Like, there was a lot that Omega put on the table that Echo was forced to learn or pick up on mid-series.
On the fly.
On the fly. And again, with the way that Omega sometimes plays, I think it's Coach Panda of RSG State Philippines that put it best. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Sometimes, like, that's why I don't like playing against them.
Unpredictable, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, one thing, thanks a lot, Carl TZ.
It won!
Thanks a lot,
It
one,
won.
Carl TZ 0.
Hey, but CarTZ won the series.
I don't know.
I guess, but
I don't know how to judge that.
still stands, you know? It's not boring if you win.
By the way, the stage behind us it looks like Mara's going to have a few words with Carl. I'm excited.
Oh, he's on the table.
For sure, that is going to be a topic, you know?
I wonder how Chessman is going to deal with this.
Yeah, like later, I lost a freaking thanks a lot.
Are you guys ready for the interview? This is gonna be fun.
I'm gonna be able to sleep at night.
Oh no, his gears were grinding. He lost the game. I'm sure yours too. And again, I never thought the day would come out wherein Midnight would explain why Twilight armor is good on a Lancelot.
He was forced to.
I'm just doing my job.
It was though, right?
Yeah, it was.
All right, let's wrap this up with a nice little bow and throw it over to Marakina on stage. She's with Echo with their winning interview.
Echo with another win. Congratulations. Wait, let me just put somebody on the spot. May comment kang sinabi na boring. Okay, paano yun? Game number 2, tinalo kayo eh. Gumana yung tank slot eh. Oy, wala pang death yun ah. So boring pa rin ba?
Ano po, boring pa rin po para sa akin. Hindi naman ganun kalaki yung impact ng hero niya eh.
Wow! Okay. Naramdaman ko yun ah. Pero okay, pero gumana naman.
Di ko naman po siya hate. Ayoko lang kasi wala talagang damage eh.
Okay. I don't know what else to say to that. Okay, then balikan na lang natin yung game number 1. Kaya sabi nila, yung game number 1, sa sobrang intense, parang buong series na. Tapos umabot pa kayo ng game number 3. How difficult was this series for you? And would you say na ito yung isa sa pinakamahirap na laban ngayong Season 11 para sa inyo?
Hindi po siguro kasi feel ko po pag natapatan na yung save ng laro namin ng Game 3, feel ko masabi kung sila yung nakatapat sa amin.
Oo nga, anong nangyari sa game number 3? Kasi bumalik kayo sa usual lineup nyo and it seems like ang bilis nyong tinapos yun na. May konting giggle revenge, may challenge ka bang sinabi sa mga miyembro mo na, oy guys, di pa din magpasto ng parang 13 minutes ng ata yun ah. Ano nangyari?
Naginit lang daw po sila.
Sinong sila? Point. Sino sila?
Si Yawi po.
Si Yawi. Sige nga, Yawi. Anong nangyari? Bakit nga ba? Sige nga, bakit? Lahat, ang dami yung sweep. Actually, sa 6, 4 yung na-sweep nyo. Pero anong meron na hindi nyo ma-2-0 ang mga teams that starts with an O?
Nung game 2 po ata, gigil na gigil po ata sa akin si Miko eh. Ako po yung laging binibigyan. So, yun po. Mapansin ko lang po. Doon po, parang yun po yung play nila nung game 2. Hindi ko rin po expected yun na ganun po yung laro ni Miko. So yun, lakas niya po.
Anong message mo sa kanya?
Pagpatuloy niya lang po.
Ipagpatuloy. Ay, ang behave mo na ngayon ha. Congratulations once again to Echo with another win. Go ahead, you may now bow. Nasan yung drums natin? Drums! Let's make some noise. Congratulations to Echo at ayon kay Carl TZ. Well, hindi pa rin siya approved sa Thanks a Lot. Siya nga ang nagpalakas sa Lancelot. Tignan natin kung meron bang ibang koponan ang makakapag-impress sa kanila with the lens. Himayan natin ang ating laban at balik na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
I'd say there was a lot more, I think, Echo wanted to say. But you know what? Congratulations and GG well played to Omega. As Yawi said, just keep at it. Keep at it, Miko.
Keep going.
That was definitely quite the performance. Now, with that being said, besides the fact that Echo are having hard times beating or sweeping teams that start with the letter O, I I think there's a lot more that went into this matchup. Again, game one went
observation.
26. Yeah, right. Game one went 26 minutes. Game two was tough for them. But game three, though, was clean. Midnight, if you may, please tell us exactly why game three was clean for Echo and what they did right to take the series down.
Well, it was because of the fact that Echo, again, the Express, turned into the Echo system. They played systematically, and the approach was pure methodical up against Omega, and the punish was there. Also, pressure was also a detrimental factor as to how Echo was able to establish an insane amount of lead in the early game. These are the things that we're going to be looking at here in the post-game analysis. Now, when I said pressure earlier, I'm talking about the early flicker by Mako on the early game. Again, this held the momentum for Omega for 2 whole minutes because they're not able to utilize and capitalize the fact that they have a Valentina, a Ruby, and a Martis up against a Fredrin. It was the other way around. Carl DZ was the one pressuring Omega into going back. And that happened twice, by the way. There were 2 times that Carl TZ went on to Miko. Once, the first one, he did not die. Second time, he did die on the Ruby. And that stopped the early game skirmishing capabilities of Omega, and they went quickly to recovery mode, which is inherently bad against the lineup of Echo, because the lineup of Echo everything that they do translates into objective, like the feathered airstrike. It always pokes heroes that needed to be poked. Yaoi with a divine judgment, bursting down heroes that needed to be bursted, and of course Sanford standing on the back line just to make sure that there is no entry point for Kelra to fight into Echo, and of course Benny Cutie, the guy who translate those objectives into actual reality. And Echo, they had everything that they needed. Damage was there, crowd control was there, sustain was there, and the amount of farm was there on Ben QT. 810 GPM on this Brody, and we harped on the fact that even though Kelra was matching up with the amount of farm that Ben QT had, the difference is Omega cannot fight at that moment. And Echo was allowed to fight in the early to mid game, and that was because of the fact that Carl TZ pressured again Omega in the early game, cutting off any form of answers that they can do in the mid game, because the Ruby, Valentina, Martis, as we have continuously harped on, was shut down by a sole hero. His rotations around the map was crucial to giving Echo this kind of advantage in the early stages. Again, actively moving away from the Little Wonder because he knows that the Martis will rotate towards that area and rotate towards the XP lane. Cartesi instead went towards bottom. Started, of course, from the purple buff and went straight to his orange. Didn't even feel the need to contest the Little Wanderer away from Omega. And after that, had a fantastic momentum, zoning away Miko on the Ruby, forcing the flickers and giving just ample amount of space for Echo to work with. And this incredible pressure coming out from Carl TZ, gives a lot of things. Number one, the space for Sanji to pop his feathered airstrike, room for Sanford to go for the back lines, because Omega, all their eyes are set into the Fredrin. All that they're looking at is the guy walking in front of them, and the amount of CCs that he provides in the fights also just makes the room much larger for Echo to be able to capitalize on these plays. And again, every single target that they see gets pulled out by Yaoi. No questions asked, and Omega didn't have enough answers and firepower in the mid to late game. Even though they have the Beatrix still on game number 3, they didn't have the proper setup, because for the most part of this game, Miko was just trying to match up with Yaoi. And even without the Kaja, Echo is much more capable in fighting against Omega, because if you burn the ultimate of the Ruby, suddenly you find yourselves without any form of answer against Sanford and Carl TZ. Yaoi served to be the pickoff of Echo, but the majority of the team fight was left with the 4 remaining players. And with the lead that they have, they were able to just outclass and outplay and outdamage, actually, Smart Omega. And that was what led to a clean Game 3 victory for Echo.
That last one, I love that Sanford actually saved that flicker, by the way.
Yeah.
Those are the very small things that maybe if Kelra survived that would have been a different story. Maybe we could have had a longer game. But yeah, I loved Omega in that game.
Yeah, no, even if. Now looking at it in hindsight, I did mention that a team like Smart Omega is okay drafting around Kelra, but if Echo nay, any team actually out there is able to break that down and force you to play as a team, things like this happen. Game 3 happens. Because Game 1 and 2, Echo really didn't do that. Game 3, they were like, yeah, you know what? It's game time. It's over.
Yeah, they put game face on.
Let's
Hammer
do
on
it.
the nail. Yeah.
Yes, let's do it. And let's clean house. And they forced Omega to play around it. Omega could not respond. That's what happened. That's what I saw.
Yeah. It was hard for Omega to answer back because at that moment, the Echo system and Echo Express was just too much that they don't have any answers to, to give back to Echo. And it just shows how dominant still Echo is. Even with, not having perfect record on the sweeps, it's a different level altogether.
And if Echo's trying to go, this is the right direction to do it.
Yep. Hoping for better games for Omega, but on behalf of Midnight and Rockhart, my name is Leo at your service. Throw it over to the stage with Marakino.
Hot takes and even hotter matches ang hatid sa inyo sa unang araw ng Week 4 of MPL Philippines Season 11. We saw how Bren Esports emerged victorious in the battle of the world champions against Blacklist International. Few was on point with his counter initiation, helping his team get their 5th straight sweep. Meanwhile, kahit gumana ang tank slot, hindi pa rin impress ang god ng Lancelot dito sa Pilipinas na si Carl Tizzy, as Echo still remained victorious. That 6th straight win for our defending world champions. At hindi lang yan, meron pa tayong 3 sunod na bakbakan na hatid namin sa inyo bukas. Kaya huwag kayong mawawala. Once again, thank you to MPL fan and designer Jan Joseph Laida for this beautiful outfit. And I'll be expecting all of you tomorrow. Muli, I'm Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala. Sa harap man ng pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow. The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.